Chapter 154. Daodu's tears. Wang Ting stared at the little person on the sofa opposite him and admitted defeat after a while. He opened his mouth and asked, "Daodu, do you want to watch cartoons?" Daodu shook her head. "Then, do you want to eat an apple?" Wang Ting picked up the apple on the table and asked. Daodu shook her head again. "Chocolate?" She shook her head. "Biscuit?" She shook her head. "Milk?" "Brother Wang Ting, are you hungry?" Daodu stared at Wang Ting innocently. Wang Ting held the milk in his hand, and the smile at the edge of his lips froze. When Li Xiaomei came out, she saw Wang Ting on the sofa with a helpless expression. Daodu was sitting beside him innocently. "What is the matter with you?" Li Xiaomei asked in shock. "Nothing. I just want some peace and quiet," Wang Ting waved his hand and said. "Li Xiaomei. Daodu, what is wrong with your brother Wang Ting?" She turned and asked Daodu. Daodu shook her head, opening her eyes wide to express her innocence and oblivion. "Forget it. Let's ignore him. Come, let's go take a bath." Li Xiaomei carried Daodu up and ignored the person who was pretending to be dead on the sofa. She climbed up the stairs without a care. Daodu popped her head out behind Li Xiaomia's neck. She looked at Wang Ting curiously. Wang Ting sighed. He actually lost to a little girl. He was such a failure. When he was bemoaning his fate on the sofa and questioning his life, his phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at the screen. Bai Wei had sent him a message. "Bai Wei, brother Wang Ting, are you back?" When Wang Ting was on the Xingwu continent, Bai Wei had sent him many messages. Wang Ting didn't have time to reply to her. He didn't expect her to message him again. This young lattice frequency of messaging was a little high. "Wang Ting, I'm back." Bai Wei immediately sent a surprised expression. "Bai Wei, brother Wang Ting, where did you go and play? You didn't contact us the entire summer break." "Wang Ting, I went to the Xingwu continent." He didn't hide his whereabouts. It wasn't something secretive anyway. "Bai Wei, you went to the Xingwu continent." Omega, Wang Ting, yes. "Bai Wei, that's impressive. Brother Wang Ting, you have already gone to the Xingwu continent." Wang Ting sent a husky emoticon that was laughing with its hands on its waist. "Bai Wei, is the scenery in the Xingwu continent beautiful? Did you take any pictures? Send some to me." Wang Ting shook his head. The scenery in the Xingwu continent was indeed beautiful, but he didn't have the mood to notice it. What he felt the most was danger and eeriness. For instance, the formidable star beasts and the mysterious dark apparitions. However, before he became a martial warrior, his impression of the Xingwu continent was an exotic place with beautiful scenery. The comparison made him a little emotional. Wang Ting sent an emoticon that was smiling awkwardly. "Wang Ting, I forgot to take pictures. I will take some next time." "Bai Wei, what a pity. But I forgive you. Remember to take pictures the next time. I'm so envious that you can go to the Xingwu continent." "Wang Ting, I will. I will." The two of them chatted for a while. Then, Wang Ting finally managed to find an excuse to stop the conversation. He heaved a sigh of relief uncontrollably. Just when he was about to put his phone back, he received another message. "Lin Chuhan, school is starting soon. Are you back?" "Wang Ting, I just came back." "Well, I have been back for only 3 days, so I'm not lying." Wang Ting nodded to himself. "Lin Chuhan, where did you go during the summer break? Why didn't you reply to my message?" "Wang Ting, the Xingwu continent." "Lin Chuhan, the Xingwu continent. Is he already so far ahead?" Lin Chuhan was secretly stunned. She felt a sudden pressure and a sense of urgency. She must not lag too far behind him. Lin Chuhan was extremely curious about the Xingwu continent. She kept asking Wang Ting questions out of excitement. Wang Ting picked those that he could answer to satisfy her curiosity. Half an hour later, he ended the conversation. Wang Ting wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Ding dong! Another message was received. Wang Ting looked at the phone in his hand. His eyes twitched. "Lin Chuxia, brother-in-law, My sister told me that you are back. Wang Ting. Is there an end to this? What is wrong with these ladies? Wang Ting could only gather his strength to handle his sister-in-law. 20 minutes later, Wang Ting finally finished dealing with Lin Chuxia. He sighed. Women are scary. He turned off his phone without thinking. Damn it, let's see who still wants to send me messages. My phone is out of battery. It shut down. Li Xiaomei carried Daodu down the stairs. The little fellow had finished bathing. After getting clean, she looked like a china doll. They had spent a long time upstairs. Wang Ting wondered what they were doing. Li Xiaomei asked Aunt Shen to buy the pajamas Daodu was wearing in the afternoon. She also made her buy some daily necessities. Wang Ting felt that Li Xiaomei had plans to let Daodu live in their house long term. Son, play with Daodu. I will cook some supper for both of you. Li Xiaomei placed Daodu on the sofa beside Wang Ting. Then, she went to the kitchen to cook food. Wang Ting was on the brink of tears. Did he have something against women tonight? He had just dealt with 3 ladies, and now there was another smaller one in front of him. Oh God! He turned and looked at the small person beside him, giving her a fatherly smile. Half an hour later, Li Xiaomei finished preparing supper and called everyone to eat. They gathered around the dining table and started eating. There was a small bowl in front of Daodu. However, she didn't touch it. Daodu, why aren't you eating? You don't like to eat that? Li Xiaomei asked. Daodu shook her head. Suddenly, she opened her mouth. Auntie, I want to go home. I want to find my parents. The atmosphere tensed up in an instant. The adults turned silent. Daodu, is my house not good? Your parents went to a faraway place. Li Ziyumia's eyes turned red. As she spoke, her voice choked a little. Have they abandoned me? The little girl pouted. She sounded as though she was about to cry. Why will they? They loved you the most in this world. Why will they abandon you? Li Xiaomei asked. Then why didn't they come and look for me? Daodu asked curiously. Are they hiding because the bad guy scared them? Brother Wang Ting is so powerful. Auntie, can you ask Brother Wang Ting to protect them? Don't let the bad guy bully my parents. Good girl, they just went to a faraway place to work. After you grow up, you will be able to see them again, Li Xiaomei said. Auntie, you're lying. Are they dead? Daodu said. The tears in her eyes had already started rolling down. Li Xiaomei covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying. She hurriedly went forward and hugged Daodu tightly. Daodu finally started bawling. Sigh, what a poor child. Wang Xinghua heaved a long sigh. Chapter 155. I'm no longer the child you loved the most. Daodu went to sleep after she got tired from crying. Li Xiaomei had tidied a room for her. She decorated it like a princess room, and it looked very cozy. It was highly suitable for a little girl. She carefully placed Daodu on the bed. When she looked up, she saw Wang Ting standing at the door. Shoo! Li Xiaomei placed her forefinger on her lips and signaled Wang Ting to speak after they got out of the room. When they walked out, she closed the door behind them softly. Then, she said, she finally fell asleep. Don't wake her up. This little fellow is very smart and obedient. She will get over it soon, Wang Ting said. Who can be certain about this? Li Xiaomei replied. What do you plan to do? We don't have the right to keep her with us. This isn't a solution. Wang Xinghua came over and spoke to them. Why don't we adopt her? Li Xiaomei hesitated before suggesting. Adopt her? Wang Xinghua and Wang Ting looked at her in astonishment. They didn't expect her to have this idea. Have you thought about it clearly? Wang Xinghua frowned and asked. Adopting a child wasn't an easy task, especially for a family like them. They needed to consider many things. I've thought about it the entire afternoon. I heard her mother saying that she's the only daughter. Daodu's grandparents have passed away, and she doesn't have any relatives that can take care of her. Let's not talk about Wang Fugui's relatives. They are all cruel and unscrupulous people. None of them has a good heart. If we allow them to raise Daodu, it's like sending her to the tiger's den. We should adopt her, Li Xiaomei said. Son, what do you think? Wang Xinghua looked at Wang Ting. Me? I don't have any objections. It's all right to have a younger sister, Wang Ting replied nonchalantly. Also, Daodu is really pitiful. If what Mom said is true and her relatives are all unreliable, it won't be a good idea to pass her to them. Since you think that it's fine, I have no objections either. I like Daodu. However, no matter how much we discuss, we still need to ask Daodu for her opinion, Wang Xinghua said. You're right. Why don't we let her stay in our house for some time before mentioning this matter to her? Li Xiaomei asked. Let's do that. Wang Xinghua nodded. All right, let's go and sleep. I'll accompany Daodu today. I won't be going back to sleep, Li Xiaomei said to Wang Xinghua. Haha, Dad, you are out of favor. Wang Ting didn't forget to land a blow on his father. Go away, you little brat. Wang Xinghua rolled his eyes and pretended that he wanted to knock Wang Ting's head. Wang Ting dodged and ran away immediately. A silent night. The following day, Wang Ting got up early and started his morning exercise in the courtyard. He faced the sun and cultivated his force. During his 1-month trip to the Xingwu continent, he had gradually cultivated the habit of practicing whenever he had the time. He didn't want to waste any time. He was back home, so he didn't have the sense of urgency from the life or death situations anymore. But he must not stop his practice. After he finished practicing his sky cremating sword skill, Wang Ting slowly stabilized himself and retracted his fire force back into his force nucleus. He let out a breath of hot air. The sky cremating sword skill is an Earth rank elite class battle technique. Its sword presence is harder to comprehend than the fire Kirin sword skill. It looks like I need to spend more time practicing it, Wang Ting wondered to himself. He kept his battle sword. Just as he was preparing to practice his blade skill, he turned and saw a quiet and tiny figure sitting in front of the door of the villa with the corner of his eyes. The person had her hands on her chin and was staring at him intently with her dark and bright eyes. Daodu, why are you up so early? Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He walked forward and squatted in front of her. Sleeping and waking up early are the traits of a good child, Daodu said in her cute voice. You are right. Daodu is a good child. Wang Ting's pupils twirled around his eyes as he quickly praised her. Yes, Daodu is a good child. Daodu nodded in agreement. This little fellow is quite narcissistic. Wang Ting laughed secretly. Brother Wang Ting, were you practicing martial arts just now? Daodu waved her hands exaggeratedly as she asked. Yes, I was practicing martial arts. Is it fun to watch? Asked Wang Ting. Yes. You're so amazing, Daodu said earnestly. Shall I show you another kind of martial arts? Wang Ting smiled. Okay. Daodu nodded. She stared at Wang Ting without blinking as he walked to the open ground in front. He held his battle sword in his hand and started practicing. The glamorous sword rays engulfed Wang Ting's body. He purposely slowed down his movement and made it pleasant to watch. His actions weren't as sharp, simple, and decisive as when he was in a battle. The mighty moving mountain blade skill was forcefully changed into a performance technique that Wang Ting used to coax a child. What would the other martial warriors think if they saw this scene? How is it? Wang Ting stopped and asked. It looks good. Brother Wang Ting, you're so amazing. I wish that I was as powerful as you. Daodu suddenly got depressed. Wang Ting was given a shock. He wouldn't be able to deal with this young girl if she started crying. Daodu, why don't I teach you martial arts? Wang Ting had a sudden thought and said quickly. Will I be as powerful as you if I practice martial arts? Daodu's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Of course. When you practice martial arts, you might become stronger than me, Wang Ting agreed as though he was speaking the truth. I will follow Brother Wang Ting and learn martial arts then. Daodu stood up immediately and ran towards Wang Ting with her short legs. Brother Wang Ting, teach me quickly. Slow down, slow down. Don't fall. When Li Xiumei came out to call them in for breakfast, she saw Wang Ting teaching Daodu how to do the horse stance. Although Daodu was young, her posture was quite good. Even an adult would feel deeply ashamed if they saw her perseverance. Hey, stop practicing. Daodu is still young. How can she practice martial arts? Look at the sweat on her forehead. Don't exhaust her. Li Xiumei walked over and pulled Daodu into her arms worriedly. She wiped the huge beads of sweat from her forehead. Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Adequate practice is good for her, Wang Ting said. I don't understand all these. Just be careful in the future, Li Xiumei reminded him in a worried tone. Fine, I will take extra notice. I won't tire out your little doll. Wang Ting suddenly felt that his family status had been lowered by a few levels. Mom, I'm no longer the child you loved the most. He was experiencing grief all alone. Daodu, let's stop for today, alright? Let's go and have breakfast, Li Xiumei said. Okay. Daodu looked at Wang Ting. She only replied to Li Xiumei after he nodded. Li Xiumei was jealous when she saw this scene. I'm looking at you, but you looked at him instead. Ha ha. Wang Ting was laughing happily in his heart. Chapter 156. Natural boasting was the most lethal. After they finished breakfast, Wang Ting accompanied his parents to buy furniture. They walked around the shop and bought all the furniture they needed. The entire morning went away in a flash. The furniture they bought was all of high quality. Service consumption was the trend now, especially for high-class brands. They had a one-stop service, and it was convenient and fast. The pieces of furniture were delivered to their new home in Deer Garden in the afternoon. Everything is here. We can move in today if we want, Wang Ting smiled and said. Why don't we do your graduation banquet and the house-moving banquet together? We can move in after that. Li Xiumei still kept some of her traditional thinking. She wanted to choose a good day to shift houses. She also wanted to move in only after throwing a banquet. That will save a lot of trouble, Wang Ting smiled and said. Naturally, he wouldn't go against Li Xiumei for a small matter like this. Everything was fine as long as she was happy. It's decided then. I will go back and discuss with your father and grandfathers. We will settle it over the next few days. Your school is starting soon, so we can't drag this any longer, Li Xiumei said. Daodu sized up the new house curiously as she laid in Li Ziyumi's arms. It was hard to know what she was thinking. After settling the matters here, Wang Ting and Li Xiumei went back to the Fuhua Villa district. At night, Li Xiumei discussed the matter with Wang Xingguo and called Wang Ting's grandfathers. In the end, they decided to hold the graduation banquet and the house-moving banquet together the day after tomorrow. The next day, Wang Ting woke up early and taught Daodu martial arts for some time. Actually, he only taught her how to do the horse stance. This was to train her muscles. She was still young, so it was inappropriate for her to train properly. However, this little fellow was quite earnest. Her patience was good too. She didn't complain throughout the entire practice. Also, she stopped asking about her parents from the second day onwards. She didn't kick up a fuss and cried to go home. It seemed as though in her heart, she already knew that she wouldn't be able to go back. The Wang family felt relieved when they saw how obedient and sensible she was. However, their hearts ached for her too. After morning practice, Wang Ting went out. He drove his car to Lin Chuhan's house. Lin Chuhan's mother was extremely enthusiastic when she saw him. Wang Ting, I haven't seen you in a while. Come in and have a seat. I will pour a cup of water for you. Auntie, there's no need. I'm not thirsty. Wang Ting hurriedly stopped her. He explained, I went on a long trip and just came back a few days ago. I'm starting school soon, so I came to see Chuxia. I'm worried that I might not have the time to visit her when I enter university. Chuxia is indeed very lonely at home. Thank you for thinking of her, Mother Lin said gratefully. I will go up and look for her then. Auntie, you can continue with your work. All right, go ahead. Wang Ting walked up the stairs. Mother Lin looked at his back view and felt satisfied with him. Lin Chuhan wasn't at home. She owed Wang Ting money, so she went out early in the morning to work. She had been working hard to earn money the entire summer break. She didn't dare to relax. Wang Ting had a few $100 million of assets, so the money she owed was nothing to him. But Lin Chuhan was a stubborn girl. She had her pride too. She didn't want to owe Wang Ting anything. Wang Ting was able to guess and understand her thinking. That was why he allowed her to do whatever she wanted and didn't say anything. Wang Ting accompanied Lin Chuxia and chatted with her for some time. He picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around her room along the way. Yes, along the way. He didn't come for the attribute bubbles. Poison Force * 26 Demon Lotus Poison Body * 18 Gun Kung Fu * 2. When he picked up the last attribute bubble, Wang Ting was dumbfounded. He opened his eyes wide. Have you been practicing the gun Kung Fu recorded on the USB? He suppressed his astonishment and asked casually. After Wang Ting picked up all the attribute bubbles around her, Lin Chuxia felt much more comfortable. She squinted and replied to him calmly, Yes. Really? How did you practice? Lin Chuxia was able to practice gun Kung Fu using the video on the USB? The problem was, she didn't have a gun. How can you practice gun Kung Fu without a gun? Are you trying to fool me? It's alright if she practiced without a gun, but she actually managed to succeed. This isn't scientific. How on earth did she do it? Wang Ting was entirely shocked. I just follow the video and practice it naturally, Lin Chuxia replied indifferently. She sounded as if she was talking about something as simple as eating and drinking. Wang Ting. But how can you practice without a gun? Who says that I don't have a gun? Wang Ting was stunned by Lin Chuxia's words once again. She has a gun? Where did she get it? The next moment, Wang Ting saw Lin Chuxia opening her drawer and taking out a toy gun. Here, I asked my sister to help me buy a toy gun and some bullet. There are sparrows flying below our house every day. I use the toy gun to shoot the sparrows using the skills taught in the video. The toy gun doesn't have much power and won't harm the birds. Truthfully speaking, it's quite interesting. I can use this to pass my time, Lin Chuxia smiled and said. Toy gun? To hell with toy guns. Many people used real guns and bullets and tried all kinds of scientific methods to practice gun Kung Fu. However, they might not succeed. Yet, Lin Chuxia was using a piece of low-level equipment like the toy gun to practice gun Kung Fu by shooting sparrows every day. And she managed to attain results. If those people knew this, they might want to bang a piece of tofu and die. You can continue to practice. Who knows, you might become a powerful master. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. That's true. I feel that this gun Kung Fu is very interesting. I'm able to hit a sparrow flying 50 meters away from me. Isn't that impressive? Lin Chuxia said proudly. 50 meters and flying? Wang Ting stared at the ceiling and suddenly started questioning his life. Mind you, he was only able to achieve this when he pushed his gun Kung Fu to the small achievement stage. However, Lin Chuxia had managed to do it on her own. Even more, she used such a ridiculous method. Could it be that Lin Chuxia was a talent in gun Kung Fu? Not bad. However, you have to work harder. You are just at the foundation level. Wang Ting told a bald-faced lie. He didn't want to admit that he got stimulated by her. This is only the foundation stage? I have to work harder then. Lin Chuxia waved her small fists around as she said with motivation. Wang Ting. Damn it, natural boasting was the most lethal. He didn't expect he would have to suffer from other people's boasting one day, especially from someone who didn't know that she was boasting. He rejected Mother Lin's kind intention to stay for lunch. After coming out of Lin Chuhan's house, he glanced at Lin Chuxia's room. Lin Chuxia was waving at him from the window. Wang Ting could sense that she was smiling. She seemed very happy. If she weren't affected by the poison body, with her talent, she would have been in the spotlight in school. Thinking about it, Lin Chuhan isn't weak either. This pair of siblings are astonishing. Wang Ting thought to himself silently. He felt pity for Lin Chuxia. He waved at Lin Chuxia and turned around to leave. Chapter 157. A happy banquet in the afternoon 2 days later. Wang Ting would be starting university in 2 days. Crown Hotel was a 5-star hotel. It was very famous in Donghai. Wang Ting's graduation banquet and his family's house-moving banquet would be held in the Crown Hotel today. Many people came. The Wang family and Li family's relatives all came. Even the business partners of the Wang family attended the banquet. Wang Ting knew some of them. As for the others, he had never seen them before. After Wang Ting was reborn, this was the first time he was meeting his grandparents. His 3 grandparents were getting on in years, but they maintained their health well and had good spirit. They were chatting casually when Wang Ting went forward and greeted them. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom. Wang Shenghua and Li Xiumei greeted them too. Oh, my lovely grandson is here. Come, let Grandpa take a look at you. Grandpa Wang was thrilled. He ignored Wang Shenghua and waved his hands at Wang Ting. Wang Shenghua couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wang Ting walked forward. Grandpa Wang patted the seat beside him and asked Wang Ting to sit down. Then, he sized up Wang Ting and said happily, "You became more muscular. This must be the result of practicing martial arts." Grandpa Li smiled and said, "I didn't expect my grandson to become the top scholar of the martial arts exam." "Ha ha, that's because my Wang family's genes are good," Grandpa Wang laughed proudly. "My Li family's genes are not bad either. Although this is the martial arts era, a martial warrior has to be adept in both his studies and martial arts. If he can't study well, he will not be able to become the top scholar." Grandpa Li was unwilling to back down. It's called the martial arts exam, so martial arts is the most important. Studies can only stand aside. Grandpa Wang pouted. Wang Ting and his parents were caught between laughter and tears when they saw the 2 elders quarreling over which family's genes were more outstanding. They were old children. The older they got, the more childish they were. This saying was right. "Dad, there are others around. Stop quarreling. Others will laugh at you," Wang Shenghua said helplessly. "Dad, you too. What's the point of arguing? Also, Wang Ting carries both families' genes. Both are important." Li Xiumei felt speechless. "Haha, these 2 old men are getting more and more childish." Wang Ting's grandmother laughed happily. Then, she pulled Wang Ting to her side and asked him worriedly, "Is practicing martial arts tiring? You must have suffered a lot." "Grandma, I'm fine. I'm very talented, so I didn't suffer much," Wang Ting lied through his teeth. "Hello, Shenghua, sister-in-law, you are here." At this moment, Wang Ting's oldest uncle, Wang Shenghong, walked over. His wife, Zhao Huili, was beside him, as well as his cousins, Wang Yanan and Wang Yalong. "Elder brother, sister-in-law. We just arrived. I didn't know you would be so early." Wang Shenghua and Li Xiumei greeted them. Wang Shenghong nodded. He was around 7 years older than Wang Shenghua and looked mature and imposing. His gaze went past Wang Shenghua and Li Xiumei and landed on Wang Ting, who was behind them. "Uncle, it has been a long time since I saw you." "Little Ting, you have changed completely," Wang Shenghong exclaimed. "Of course. I was shocked when I saw Wang Ting the other time." Wang Yanan smiled brightly and said, "Yalong, look at your younger cousin and then look at yourself. All you do is nothing. You should change." Wang Yanan suddenly turned his attention to the young man, who was playing with his phone beside Wang Yanan. He was a little disappointed and angry while speaking. "Tisk." Wang Yalong rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to even reply. "You!" Wang Shenghong was so angry that he felt like hitting his son right then and there. All right, we're at a banquet. Don't keep lecturing Yalong." Zhao Huili doted on her son, so she hurriedly mediated the situation. You spoil him. Wang Xinghong replied furiously. Zhao Huili ignored him and smiled at Wang Ting instead. You children haven't met for a long time. You must have many things to talk about with one another. You don't have to accompany us elders. Go and play. Come, I'll bring you to meet some people, Wang Yanan said to Wang Ting. After Wang Ting left with his peers, Wang Xinghong said, Your family is the main lead today. Many guests came. Go and welcome them. All right. Wang Xinghua nodded. He asked, Where's Xingjun? Why don't I see him? He's greeting his colleagues over there. Wang Xinghong pointed in a direction. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. A stern-looking man was smiling and chatting with a few people with his back straight up. Wang Xinghua and his brothers looked very similar. However, their temperaments were all different, including their figures. It wasn't hard to differentiate them. Wang Xinghua and Wang Xinghong went to welcome their business friends. On the other side, Wang Ting got to know a few young people under Wang Yanan's introduction. Their families always had business dealings with the Wang family. They didn't look like those rich second generations who only knew how to enjoy themselves. Instead, they were all young and talented. This person held an important position in a certain family company, while that person had started his own business and had this amount of assets now. Wang Yanan's intention was obvious. In the past, Wang Ting didn't have the right to enter this circle. However, he had the ability now. In fact, his ability was more than enough. Look at those young people flattering him. Outstanding people had their pride, and these young people were no exception. However, in front of Wang Ting, they kept their arrogance in their pockets. Martial warriors represented another level. No matter how impressive they couldn't be compared to a martial warrior with great potential. Wang Ting didn't like this kind of useless networking, but he didn't lose his manners. He remained polite and sensible. After a few rounds of introduction, Wang Ting finally escaped this ordeal. He went to find the other younger generations of the Wang family. One of them was his third uncle, Wang Shengjin's son, Wang Haoren, and his aunt's daughter, Fang Qianwen. They were both younger than Wang Ting. When they saw Wang Ting, they gathered around him and asked him about the martial arts exam. They were all very curious. As for the Li family, Li Xiumei only had one older sister, Li Xiulan. She was here with her family today. Li Ziyalan's daughter, Tian Xinyu, was 1 year younger than Wang Ting. She was year 2 in senior high this year. She followed behind everyone. She had a shy personality and wasn't as outspoken as Wang Haoren and Fang Qianwen. She was also interested in the martial arts exam, but she didn't go forward and ask questions. Brother Wang Ting, how did you study for the exam? You became the top scholar. Wang Haoren said in admiration. Study hard and make progress every day. Wang Haoren. Brother Wang Ting, you must take a photo with me later. I told my classmates that you're my cousin, but they don't believe me, Fang Qianwen pouted and said. No problem. You can take as many photos as you want. Wang Ting was more carefree around the younger generations. He didn't need to restrain himself or put up an act. He chatted with them casually. Tisk, what's so impressive about him? Wang Yalong sat in a corner and glanced at Wang Ting from the corner of his eyes as he muttered in disdain. He was similar to Wang Ting of the past. He liked to fool around and drink and was hopeless in his studies. Unfortunately, Wang Ting suddenly woke up and embarked on the right path. He was even used as an example to educate him now. That was why he was unhappy with Wang Ting. He felt that his act of turning over a new leaf was just a show. It was shameless. Chapter 158. A clock. As a present, Wang Yalong sat in a corner alone and played with his phone. He seemed extremely out of place. Wang Ting knew what he was thinking, and he could understand him too. After all, they were once the same kind of person. However, Wang Yalong disliked everything about Wang Ting now. Everything Wang Ting did would be wrong, including voluntarily getting close with him. Thus, the best way was to do nothing. As time passed, the guests slowly arrived. Wang Shengguo and his brothers attended to all the middle-aged guests. These people were mostly CEOs of companies or the leaders of the various elite families. The Wang family was just a minor family in a larger circle. They couldn't reach the highest status in society, but they had some influence among the smaller families. Also, Wang Ting had become a martial warrior and was going to Huanghai Military Academy. This allowed the Wang family's reputation to rise to another level. Hence, many people came today. Certain people who looked down on the Wang family in the past came for their banquet today. They even seemed exceptionally eager to get in their good books. Grandpa Wang and Grandpa Li were chatting with the older guests. Grandpa Wang was boasting about his grandson most of the time. He said that Wang Ting had always been talented since he was young. He learned to walk in a few months, and by the time he was 1 year old, he could run like the wind. His proud laughter could be heard from afar. It was loud and confident. What do you mean by run like the wind? Do you think that your grandson is Neza? The other elders rolled their eyes in their hearts. They were too lazy to expose him. Wang Yanan was chatting cheerfully with those young and talented youths. Honestly, it was a little funny that she was the only one who was able to bear responsibilities in Wang Ting's generation. The others were either too young or too useless. Fortunately, there was Wang Ting now. However, he didn't like this kind of networking and would only greet the other people symbolically to perform his duty as the host. Then, he went back to play with the other young children. Wang Yanan could only shake her head helplessly. However, she could distinctively feel the change in the attitude of the young people. In the past, they were never so enthusiastic. They were all incredibly proud. Forget it. Since Wang Ting doesn't like networking, let him be. With him out, the Wang family had many things to gain. Miss Wang, your cousin entered Huanghai Military Academy, right? A voice pulled Wang Yanan back from her thoughts. Yes, I heard that the top 5 universities in China sent someone over to persuade him to join them. My cousin probably wants to stay closer to home, so he chose Huanghai Military Academy. Wang Yanan seemed a little proud as she said. He's really outstanding. Even the top universities put down their status to look for him personally. The young man who spoke just now sighed. The other people quickly came forward and flattered Wang Yanan. They didn't want to lose to this young man. Wang Yanan kept a reserved smile on her face. She was happy, but she didn't get confused by their flattering. They were just passing remarks to one another so that both parties felt happy. You're praising my cousin too highly. Thanks, everyone, for coming today. There will be good food and drinks later. I still have to greet the guests that just arrived, so I'll leave for a while, Wang Yanan said apologetically. Go ahead. You don't have to care about us. Wang Yanan nodded at them and then turned around to welcome the guests that just arrived. Su Jie, Bai Wei, and their friends also came to Wang Ting's graduation banquet along with their parents. Wang Shengguo was familiar with their parents, so they started chatting really quickly. Su Jie and his peers came to find Wang Ting at his corner. Brother Wang Ting, Bai Wei said sweetly. You're here. Have a seat and get yourself a drink. Make yourself at home, Wang Ting welcomed them. The group sat down and chatted casually as they drank. Have you heard? Li Rongcheng's family seemed to have provoked a martial warrior and suffered heavy losses, Su Jie suddenly said. He seemed elated at their suffering. Oh! Wang Ting couldn't help but exchange glances with Su Hui. They thought of that auction. It must be the doings of Xie Kuan. Su Hui couldn't help but say coldly, he deserves it. Su Jie noticed that she seemed to know something, so he asked hurriedly, Sister, what do you know? Su Hui explained what happened during that time briefly. After Su Jie and the rest heard the story, they were filled with righteous indignation and cursed uncontrollably. Forget it. There's nothing much to be said. He's just a clown, Wang Ting said calmly. He didn't care much about Li Rongqing. In the past, they might have had some grudges, but after experiencing so many things, his perspective had widened. He wouldn't quibble with someone who wasn't a martial warrior. Of course, if Li Rongqing provoked him again, he wouldn't hold back. It was almost 12. The guests had all arrived and taken their seat. Grandpa Wang got up and said, "Thank you, everyone, for attending my grandson, Wang Ting's graduation banquet. Let me offer a toast to everyone." He raised his head abruptly as he spoke and finished the wine in his hand. "Mr. Wang, you're really bold. Ha ha ha, old Wang is still the same young man from the past. Cheers." "Congratulations!" All the guests in the hall showed respect to Grandpa Wang and raised their cups. They congratulated him one after another. "Hey, the banquet is just starting. It looks like I came just in time." Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. The voice wasn't loud, but its penetrating power was quite high. It suppressed all the sounds around it and pierced into everyone's ears. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to do this. Also, from his tone, he didn't come with good intentions. Everyone glanced at Grandpa Wang before shifting their gazes to the entrance. A figure sauntered in. What astounded everyone was the thing he was carrying on his shoulder. It was a giant clock. "Who are you?" Before Grandpa Wang could open his mouth, Wang Ting's eldest uncle, Wang Shenghong, stood up and shouted in anger. "A delivery man," the young man smiled calmly. "A delivery man?" Wang Shenghong's gaze landed on the huge clock. His expression changed. Grandpa Wang and Wang Shengguo's expressions turned ugly too. They knew that this young man was here to deliver a present. "Sending you a clock. Sending you to death. One, who sent you?" Grandpa Wang stood up and asked. The young man sniggered. Suddenly, a light shot out from his wristwatch, projecting the figure of an elder on the wall. The elder was sitting in a wheelchair. His face looked aged, and he seemed to be on the brink of death. He smiled in Grandpa Wang's direction and said, "Long time no see, Wang Jinwei." Grandpa Wang was stunned. He frowned and thought for a moment. The elder waited quietly and didn't disturb him. After some time, Grandpa Wang's expression changed entirely. "It's you. You finally remember," the elder said. "Ren Jianping, aren't you dead?" That time, Grandpa Wang was in disbelief. "You thought that you killed me with the gunshot, right?" "Unfortunately, I didn't die. Do you regret not firing a few more shots at me?" Ren Jianping sneered. Everyone's curiosity got ignited when they heard this. The flames of gossip were burning in their eyes as they looked at the two elders, who seemed to bear a deep grudge against each other. "Indeed. It's a pity that I didn't kill a bastard like you and allowed you to live a few more years. What's wrong? Have you decided to come and take revenge?" Grandpa Wang sat down and looked at the screen on the wall calmly. "One in Chinese. Sending a clock has the same pronunciation as sending one to death. They are both Song Zhong." Chapter 159. The Wang Ting from the Wang family. "That's right, I came to take my revenge," Ren Jianping blurted out. "It has been so many years. Did you just remember to come and take revenge?" Grandpa Wang scoffed. "I don't mind telling you. I didn't have the ability to take revenge in the past. I thought that I wouldn't have any chance in this life, but just as I was about to die, the heavens gave me another chance. My Ren family is now stronger than your Wang family. That's why I came to take revenge," Ren Jianping said coldly. "You get arrogant the moment you succeed. You must be the one who harmed my son in the past, right?" Grandpa Wang said with disdain. "It's me. Unfortunately, I didn't expect your Wang family to be able to groom a martial warrior and spoil my plan." Ren Jianping coughed a few times. He used his handkerchief to wipe the corner of his lips before continuing, "I have to admit that your grandson, Wang Ting, is quite capable. He's able to become a martial warrior at such a young age. He can be considered a genius in the entire country. But, when compared to my grandson, he's nothing." Stop talking nonsense. Come and take revenge if you want and stop doing all these petty things. You are still the same as your younger self. You didn't grow at all, Grandpa Wang said. Wang Jinxiong, don't think that you're the smartest and others are all idiots. I hate this side of you. I've always hated you. Ren Jianping became furious and had a coughing fit. A tinge of red appeared on the handkerchief covering his mouth. He didn't care about it though and laughed crazily. I'm going to die soon. But, before I die, I will pull your Wang family to hell with me. Grandpa Wang frowned. He wasn't afraid of an enemy who was alive, but the hatred of a dying person was enough to turn him into a maniac. No one knew what a person like this would do. You are afraid. Ha ha, you are afraid. Ren Jianping saw his expression and burst out laughing. You are finally afraid. You're old. You're no longer the Wang Jinxiong who was afraid of nothing. You crazy old man, if you have the guts, come and find me. Why are you scheming against the younger generations? Grandpa Wang growled. Humph, I will not forgive you. As for your grandchildren, I will make them regret coming to this world, Ren Jianping said viciously. You! Ha ha ha! Ren Jianping laughed again when he saw Grandpa Wang's speechless expression. After laughing for some time, he suddenly stopped and shouted coldly, Zhu Wu, give him the present. Wang Jinxiong, this is a present I prepared specially for you. However, this is just an appetizer. Wait for me patiently. The Wang family was boiling with anger. Sending him to death. If he managed to send the present, the Wang family would become a joke. Ren Jianping, this is too much. Grandpa Wang raged. Then, he shouted, stop him. Instantly, a bunch of Wang family's security guards dashed out and charged towards the young man. They wanted to stop him from putting down the clock. Humph! The young man snorted. He wasn't afraid of the tall and bulky men charging at him. He remained composed. When they got nearer, he suddenly swept his leg. The force from this powerful move was enough to throw the bodyguards out. Thinking too highly of yourself. Wang Ting's family's expressions turned dark and gloomy. Zhu Wu glanced around him with an arrogant look. He raised the clock with one arm and threw it to the middle of the hall. He wanted to place this clock in the most prominent location. The clock flew out and was about to land on the platform. Suddenly, a figure shot out and appeared in front of the clock. Clang! The person raised his leg and kicked the clock towards Zhu Wu. Wang Ting! Little Ting! Son! Everyone shouted in surprise when they saw the figure. I was waiting for you. Zhu Wu's expression didn't change. He raised his fist and smashed it on the giant clock. The surface of the clock bent inwards before flying towards Wang Ting again. Humph! Wang Ting scoffed. He wanted to smash the enormous clock on Zhu Wu's head. To put his plan into action, Wang Ting pushed his feet in mid-air and leaped up. He landed on the tip of the clock and exerted force. It felt like a mountain boring down. Boom! The huge clock fell on Zhu Wu with the sound of air breaking. Zhu Wu's expression finally underwent a change. Yellow earth force gushed out as his arms bulged out, forming two giant arms. He forcefully held onto the falling clock. He had done his homework before coming. He thought that Wang Ting was a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. Zhu Wu was a one-star martial warrior too. His combat prowess was not bad. He had more than enough ability to deal with a one-star martial warrior who had just graduated from high school and didn't have any battle experience. But, he didn't know that after a summer break, Wang Ting was already a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. If not, he wouldn't dare to receive his attack head-on, no matter how bold he was. Bang! Zhu Wu grabbed the edge of the huge clock with both hands tightly. He forcefully raised it in mid-air. You're too naive. I'm an earth element martial warrior. I have great strength. You won't be able to suppress me like this, Zhu Wu shouted. He wanted to throw the clock out along with Wang Ting. But, in the next second, the weight on the clock increased tremendously. It was 2 to 3 times heavier than before. Zhu Wu's expression changed abruptly. He lowered his entire body, and the floor under him started cracking. It was unable to withstand the weight. "Ah, get up!" he shouted frantically. Force spurted out of his body as he tried to resist the mountain-like pressure. Unfortunately, it was useless. Crack! The sound of bones breaking on Zhu Wu's arm suddenly resounded in the hall. How is this possible? His face turned pale, and his pupils constricted violently. He couldn't believe what had happened. "Why are you so strong?" He raised his head and shouted. However, he could only see the black clock. He couldn't see Wang Ting's figure at all. All the guests in the hall, as well as the people from the Wang family, looked at the young man standing with his hands behind his back on the clock in a daze. They were dumbstruck. As compared to the struggling young man, Wang Ting seemed exceptionally at ease. He stood at the tip of the huge clock in a composed manner. He didn't seem to be using any energy at all. However, the clock below his feet continued dropping. No matter how much Zhu Wu resisted, he couldn't raise it. "Ah!" Zhu Wu roared with unwillingness. Boom! Zhu Wu's entire body was engulfed in the explosion. At this moment, the clock hadn't landed on the ground entirely. Wang Ting swept his leg and kicked the clock and Zhu Wu out of the door. Boom! Amidst a loud bang, the clock got embedded in the wall. Zhu Wu rolled out from the clock. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were bleeding. He fell unconscious to the ground. He didn't move anymore. The entire hall was silent. This present wasn't sent out in the end. Ren Jianping's projection had already disappeared. If he had seen this scene, he might have died from anger. "Sorry to let you see this scene. Please pretend that you've just watched a show and continue with what you were doing. This isn't a huge matter." Wang Ting glanced around the hall and said indifferently. Everyone looked at each other. They couldn't help but admire his aura, exclaiming in their hearts, "This Wang Ting is amazing." Chapter 160. Old Grandpa Wang's eye-opening past the gaudy battle stunned every guest at the scene. Most of them had never seen a battle between martial warriors before, so they couldn't understand what had just happened. Nonetheless, they still found it impressive. Some people thought that the Wang family had offended a formidable enemy and would be having a hard time. In the end, Wang Ting fought back, and the other party died on the spot. This seemed like an entertaining show where the introduction was shocking but the ending was gloomy. The man acted proudly, yet he got killed in the end. Wang Ting could kill a one-star soldier-level martial warrior in one move, but he had deliberately put on a flashy show. He wanted the guests to know that with him around, the Wang family would never fall. Anyone that tried to harm them would go to hell. He had achieved his aim. The guests were all astounded by his ability and admired his temperament. After everything ended, they started to have fun, and the atmosphere regained its liveliness. Wang Ting returned to the main table and sat down. His cousins were all so excited that their faces had turned red. They gathered around him noisily and chattered without stopping. "Wow, brother Wang Ting, you're so strong." "That's right. You are so handsome." His younger cousin, Fang Qianwen, clenched her fists and nodded furiously. "You're even more handsome than our school beau." Although Tian Xinyu was a little shy, she couldn't control her emotions and opened her mouth uncontrollably. "Of course, those school beaux can't be compared to our older cousin," Fang Qianwen said with contempt. "Wang Ting, you are so strong already." Even a mature adult like Wang Yanan was flabbergasted. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. Wang Yalong opened and closed his mouth. His throat felt a little dry, and his Adam's apple kept bobbling. However, he couldn't make any sound. He remembered his previous thoughts and suddenly found it a joke. Study properly and behave well. Turn over a new leaf. Everything was fake. Ability was the only true power. Wang Yalong felt that he was enlightened. "Little two, you gave birth to a good son." Wang Xinghong couldn't help but sigh. He called his brother by his nickname unconsciously. Wang Xingwa was glad at first, but when he heard this nickname, his face turned black. Cough, that was a slip of the tongue. Wang Xinghong realized his error and coughed awkwardly. He knew that he had said the wrong thing. Ha ha! Wang Ting's third uncle, Wang Shenjun, and his wife, Wang Jiaoling, burst out laughing. That's enough, Wang Xingwa said furiously. Honestly, I really admire you. You have such a good son, Wang Shenjun said. Little Ting is so impressive now. Why don't you ask him to guide Howren in the future? Wang Ting's third aunt said. All right. You can ask Howren to look for him whenever he's free, Wang Xingwa smiled and replied. Really? Thank you so much. With a martial warrior guiding him, our Howren might have a chance to get into the martial arts course. His third aunt was elated. Little Ting is a martial warrior now. He will definitely be very busy. Don't keep asking Howren to disturb him, Wang Shenjun said. I know, Little Ting is really outstanding. You two can just sit back and enjoy your lives in the future, Wang Huiling said to Li Xiumei enviously. Sigh, martial warrior is a dangerous status. Li Xiumei was happy that Wang Ting was so outstanding, allowing her to gain admiration from her relative. However, whenever she thought of all the dangers a martial warrior needed to experience, she was troubled and worried. That's true. They have to fight every day. It's indeed more dangerous. But, looking at how powerful Little Ting is, he should be fine as long as he's careful, Wang Jiaoling consoled her. Xiumei, how's your house in Deer Garden? We haven't looked at it yet, Zhao Huili interrupted them. Li Xiumei smiled and replied, After the banquet ends, you can come and take a look at the new house. Of course. Deer Garden is one of the best districts in Donghai. Many wealthy people have the money but can't live there. I need to see what's the difference with my own eyes. As Zhao Huili was speaking, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Her brother-in-law was really lucky to be able to give birth to such an outstanding son. He even got to live in Deer Garden. Grandpa Wang and Grandpa Li looked at everyone with smiles on their faces. Nothing was better than seeing their families prosper. In the past, the Wang family would have probably maintained a certain status among the small families. After years of development, it might be able to climb higher 10 or 20 years later. Now, with Wang Ting's appearance, they were able to see another future. They might not need to wait 10 or 20 years for the Wang family to run ahead of the other families. Instead, they might achieve a height their generation has never attained. But everything was only possible if the Wang family overcame the obstacle in front of them, though. Ren Jianping, Grandpa Wang felt uneasy when he remembered the calm but crazy gaze of the man. No one knew what nasty things a dying man was capable of doing. Also, what made him the most anxious was, old Ren Jianping seemed to have become really successful in recent years. He didn't know what his current situation was, but he could form some conclusions since the other party was able to command martial warriors. The Wang family in the past could only die a terrible death under his revenge. How fortunate! Grandpa Wang looked at Wang Ting. Fortunately, their Wang family wasn't fated to die. His grandson, Wang Ting, was smart and talented. He became a martial warrior at a young age and got into the Huanghai Military Academy. He had a bright future ahead. Could it be that his ancestors were blessing him? He needed to take some time to visit his ancestors and pray for their blessings. Wang Ting noticed his grandfather's gloomy mood. He knew what Grandpa Wang was thinking, so he comforted him in a low voice. Grandpa, you don't have to worry too much. From what I see, the other party doesn't dare to create a scene in Donghai. If not, he wouldn't have done all those things behind our backs. He would have directly sought us out. I've entered the Huanghai Military Academy now. I have some background. After I get a firm foothold, we won't need to be afraid of him. We'll solve whatever matters that come. I'm here. Grandpa Wang looked at Wang Ting's young but mature face. He smiled in relief. Good. My grandson is getting more and more impressive. You can help Grandpa with my troubles now. The Wang family is fortunate to have you. Grandpa, what grudge does that Rinjianpain have against you? Wang Ting asked again. That happened many years ago. Grandpa Wang took a trip down memory lane. He told Wang Ting his past slowly. Grandpa Wang and Rinjianpain came from the same village. At that time, they were good friends. They came out to make a living together, but in the end, they fell out and became enemies because of some matters. The main reason why they fell out was because of Wang Ting's grandma. Heroes loved beauty. Grandpa Wang and Rinjianpain fell in love with Wang Ting's grandma at the same time. Of course, Wang Ting's grandma chose Grandpa Wang in the end. This was the spark that caused their friendships to end in flames. Rinjianpain hated Grandpa Wang. Later on, Rinjianpain even wanted to kill Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang got wind of the news beforehand, so he acted first. Rinjianpain lost completely. Grandpa Wang thought that he had killed Rinjianpain, but after so many years, the other party appeared again suddenly and came to look for revenge. Wang Ting had already come up with a melancholy 1980s drama in his mind after he listened to his grandpa. His expression was fascinating. Chapter 161. The day he leaves Donghai will be the day he die. Wang Ting felt amazed when he heard Grandpa Wang's exciting past. Little brat, why are you looking at me like that? Grandpa Wang instantly got angry from embarrassment when he noticed Wang Ting's strange gaze. He glared at Wang Ting. Nothing, nothing. Wang Ting sniggered. He continued, Grandpa, I admire you for all your glorious deeds in the past. Humph, your grandpa was a hero when he was young. Grandpa Wang stroked his beard and said proudly. No wonder you were able to enchant my grandma, Wang Ting added. Of course. In the past, when Wang Ting noticed that the old man was about to reminisce about his past again, he said hurriedly, Grandpa, someone is here to offer me a toast. Let me go attend to him. After he finished speaking, he ran away without waiting for his grandpa's reply. Today, Wang Ting was the main lead. Everyone buttered him up even more after they saw his display of strength. Many people came to offer him a drink. They showered him with so many praises that he almost went numb. Wang Xingguo was in the same situation. After some time, he got a bit dizzy from alcohol. Had Wang Shenghong and the others not helped him finish some drinks, he would have been wasted by now. The happy banquet ended. When the guests left the Crown Hotel, they were still talking about Wang Ting. Su Jianba turned around and exclaimed, The Wang family is going to flourish. This was all because of Wang Ting. He looked at his son and daughter. His daughter had also entered the martial arts course and was now a martial warrior. However, she didn't possess Wang Ting's ability or temperament. When Zhu Wu attacked just now, his daughter was obviously shocked. If she was the one facing that man, she might not be able to retaliate, not to mention suppressing the other party until he was unable to resist like Wang Ting. Little Hui, I don't know many things about the martial arts path, but I know that there's a huge risk. If you're unable to adapt, you should look for an office job in the future, Su Jianba said to his daughter. Su Hui bit her lips and remained silent for a moment. Then, she nodded and replied, I'll think about it. Su Jianba didn't say any more words to her. He turned and looked at Su Jia. He asked, Su Jia, are you sure you want to go on the martial arts path? This route might be very dangerous. You saw what happened during the banquet. Death is a common thing for them. Su Jia nodded his head firmly and said, Dad, I want to embark on this path. All right. Since you want to head in this direction, go ahead and do it. I will support you wholeheartedly, Su Jianba said with relief. I will work hard, Su Jia said. You are already close with Wang Ting. Maintain this relationship properly. Don't drift apart, Su Jianba said. Little Jia, since you want to practice martial arts, you can seek Wang Ting's guidance when you have the time. It will be beneficial for you. After sending all the guests away, Wang Ting, Grandpa Wang, and the Wang family came to a room. Zhu Wu was locked up here after he got heavily injured by Wang Ting. His hands and legs were bound by metal chains, and he seemed dispirited. He was very weak. Wang Ting lowered his head and looked down at the man. His face was cold. "What do you want?" Zhu Wu asked fearfully. His heart pounded when he saw Wang Ting staring at him. Wang Ting said, "Answer my questions, and I will let you go." "Will you really let me go?" Zhu Wu asked suspiciously. "You don't have any other choice. If you don't tell me, I will kill you now," Wang Ting said indifferently as a cold glimpse flashed past his eyes. "All right, ask." Zhu Wu gritted his teeth and chose to compromise. Wang Ting noticed that he was still quite sensible, so he nodded and asked, "What's Ren Jianpei's background?" At first, he was just an ordinary person. However, his grandson, Ren Qingtsang, is a martial arts genius. Zhu Wu couldn't help but glance at Wang Ting when he said this. "Continue," Wang Ting said. "Ren Qingtsang is very talented. Leitang Martial House has high hopes for him. They even gave him an SS grade contract. Later, the president of Leitang Martial House noticed him and took him in as his disciple. Within a few years, he became a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. The Ren family benefited from this and gradually became a powerful family over the years," Zhu Wu said slowly. "The direct disciple of Leitang Martial House's president. A 6-star soldier-level martial warrior." Wang Shenghong and the others were dumbfounded. No matter which status it was, their Wang family couldn't afford to provoke him. The Wang family actually had such a huge enemy. They thought that Wang Ting was only a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. He couldn't be compared with Ren Qingtsang at all. In an instant, everyone felt stressed. No wonder Ren Jianpei boasted about his grandson. He's referring to Ren Qingtsang. Grandpa Wang appeared composed as he spoke calmly. "Dad, Ren Qingtsang is so powerful and he's the direct disciple of the president of Leitang Martial House. How can our Wang family fight against him?" Zhao Huili said with a pale face. "What are you nervous about?" Grandpa Wang scolded. Then, he continued, "No matter how powerful he is, can he come to Donghai and annihilate our Wang family? Short-sighted. If you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense." Wang Shenghong glared at her. "Little Ting, are you confident?" Grandpa Wang asked Wang Ting. Everyone turned to look at Wang Ting unconsciously when they heard this. He was the only martial warrior in the Wang family. If there was anyone that had a chance of resisting Ren Qingtsang, it was Wang Ting. Although there was a huge difference in their ability now, he might have a chance in the future. Ren Qingtsang might have signed an SS-grade contract, but the one I signed is an SSS-grade contract. Wang Ting didn't say much. He just told everyone about the contract Jisun Martial House gave him. An SSS-grade contract. Zhu Wu's eyes turned wide open. "You actually signed an SSS-grade contract?" He looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. Wang Shenghong and the others didn't know the difference between an SS-grade contract and an SSS-grade contract. They just knew that there was an additional S, so it seemed more impressive. Also, when they looked at Zhu Wu's expression, they felt that the SSS-grade contract must be pretty astonishing. Everyone immediately saw hope in the situation. "Give me some time. I will not be weaker than that Ren Qingtsang," Wang Ting said. There were some things that Wang Ting didn't say. Is a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior very powerful? He only used less than 2 months to advance from a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior to a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. In that case, will becoming a 6-star martial warrior be too far away? I'm a bug. How can I lose? That's great. I knew that Little Ting wouldn't be weaker than that Ren Qingtsang. Zhao Huili said happily. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. Who was the one that turned pale with fright just now? This stupid woman. Wang Shenghong wanted to cover his face. He felt incredibly embarrassed. It's good that you're confident. However, before your ability is strong enough, it's better to keep a low profile. Don't face Ren Qingcang head-on, Grandpa Wang said. Sure. What do you plan to do with Zhu Wu? Grandpa Wang asked. You said that as long as I reply to your question, you will let me go, Zhu Wu shouted. His expression also changed. Don't worry. I mean what I say. I'll release you now. Wang Ting ordered someone to unlock the chains around his hands and feet and allowed him to leave. Grandpa Wang couldn't help but frown when he looked at Zhu Wu's back view. If you don't uproot the grass from its roots, there'll be no end of trouble for the future. Don't worry, Grandpa. The day he leaves Donghai will be the day he dies, Wang Ting said indifferently with a cold smile at the edge of his lips. Chapter 162. Stop and Kill. Zhu Wu felt that he was extremely unlucky. At first, he thought that this was an easy task. He just needed to make a trip to Donghai and send a clock to a small family. He was able to do Ren Qingcang a favor, so why not? Although Ren Qingcang might not help him even though he did him a favor, leaving a good impression was enough. It was like going to the temple to pray. The deities might not remember you, but if you weren't willing to go to the temple at all, the deities would never care about you. It might seem like an arduous and fruitless task at first, but it might have unexpected results at a crucial moment. Ren Qingcang was the direct disciple of the president of Leitang Martial House, who was a prominent figure. He was at the peak of the general stage and was one of the most influential figures in the entire country. He just needed to give a little advantage, and as his direct disciple, Ren Qingcang would benefit for life. Similarly, if he could get some benefits from Ren Qingcang's finger cracks, it would be enough for a normal martial warrior like him who didn't have any background. Martial warriors mostly pursued interest. Zhu Wu had no grudges with the Wang family, yet he was willing to be Ren Qingcang's pawn and complete tasks for him because of interest. Unfortunately, he didn't expect Wang Ting to be so strong. He didn't even release much strength, but he had already suppressed him. He couldn't retaliate at all. That kid is a little strange. Didn't they say that he just became a martial warrior? It had only been one summer break. How can he be so strong? Even a normal genius won't improve at such a rapid pace. Zhu Wu was frustrated. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, even if he has some ability, what can he do? Can he be compared to Ren Qingcang? He's quite stupid too. I answered his questions, and he really let me go. Doesn't he know what it means to release a tiger back to the forest? A look of contempt appeared on his face. He thought to himself furiously, when I go back to capital Xia, everything will depend on what I say. I can tell Ren Qingcang that this fellow is quite powerful, and I managed to escape after suffering serious injuries. Then, I will exaggerate and tell him how he humiliated Ren Qingcang. Ren Qingcang will definitely send more powerful martial warriors to Donghai. I don't believe that the Wang family can still survive after all this. Zhu Wu rushed to the airport without stopping. He didn't feel secure staying in Donghai. He must go back to capital Xia as soon as possible. An hour later, he boarded the plane. The plane took off slowly and headed to capital Xia. When the plane left Donghai, Zhu Wu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had just relaxed his tense mind when his eyes suddenly widened. He clutched his heart painfully. How is this possible? Zhu Wu didn't understand what was happening. He squeezed his last sentence out with difficulty. Then, his head drooped down. He died. At the last second, Wang Ting's face flashed past his mind. He never thought of letting me go. I'm the stupid one. What a joke. Not long after the banquet ended, the Wang family followed Wang Ting's family and went to their new house at Deer Garden. After touring the villa, everyone chatted casually in the living room. The environment here is excellent. When I came in, I saw many security guards patrolling the area, Zhao Huili said. Yes, there's no need to worry about the security here. I heard that even martial warriors don't dare to create trouble here, Li Ziyumia's sister, Li Xiulan, said. After all, most of the people living here are the family members of martial warriors. Any one of them can be a formidable person you can't provoke. Who dares to create trouble here? Wang Jiaoling said. At the other corner, Wang Ting was with the younger generation. His pupils flickered slightly. Humph, Zhu Wu will definitely be surprised by the little present I left in his body. Actually, it was just a thin needle with his spiritual power infused on it. Wang Ting couldn't stretch his spiritual power for such a long distance. However, if he left a little of his spiritual power on an object, it wouldn't disperse for some time. He was able to use the telepathy between spiritual powers to perform some simple operations. For instance, detonation. He didn't just leave some of his spiritual power on the thin needle. He also left some fire force. Wang Ting had placed the thin needle at the edge of Zhu Wu's heart. Once he ignited it, it would stab right into Zhu Wu's heart. Even a martial warrior would not be able to handle this. Hence, Wang Ting wasn't worried that he would be lucky and survive. He knew that Zhu Wu would die on the spot. Unfortunately, he couldn't pick up the attribute bubbles because they were too far away. For the next 2 days, Wang Ting went to look for Lin Chuxia in the day to pick up poison attributes, accompanied his parents, and taught Daodu at night. At midnight, he would sneak into the western suburb mental hospital to pick spirit attribute. His life was really fulfilling. Very soon, it was the first day of university. Wang Ting's family had already moved into their new home in Deer Garden. Li Xiumei was checking Wang Ting's luggage. At the same time, she kept nagging at him like a doting mother. Her hands didn't stop moving either. She stuffed everything useful and useless into his luggage bag. "Mom, this is enough. If you stuff any more things, it won't close." Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears. "I can close it. Your mom is a master at this. No matter how many things I put inside, I will close it for you," Li Xiumei said confidently. Her hands didn't slow down at all. "But why are you packing so many things? The school sells everything, and it is situated beside the university town. I can come back anytime." "There's no need to bring so many things at once," Wang Ting said helplessly. "I heard that military academies are really strict. They don't allow you to leave school at normal times," Li Xiumei said. "It's not that exaggerated. I have to use the items the school provided for certain things. They might not even allow me to bring the things you placed inside through the school gate." "Huh? They won't allow you to bring them in?" Wang Ting persuaded his mom with all means and finally made her give up the idea of letting him carry 3 luggage bags with him to university. "Brother Wang Ting, are you going to school?" Daodu sat on the sofa and stared at the busy Li Xiumei with her big eyes. Then, she turned her head to ask Wang Ting. "That's right. I'm going to school. You must be obedient at home, okay?" Wang Ting squatted down and patted her head. Daodu nodded her small head and replied, "Okay, I will be obedient. Good girl. But, if Brother Wang Ting isn't at home, who will teach me martial arts?" Daodu thought for a moment, tilted her head, and asked. Wang Ting recalled Daodu's recent performance. Her perseverance had astounded him. He contemplated for a moment and said, "When I'm not home, you don't have to practice. Wait for me to come back and teach you, all right?" "Okay, I will wait for brother to come back." Daodu nodded her head earnestly. Li Xiumei couldn't help but smile when she saw the 2 people chatting at the side. Daodu had been exceptionally obedient for the past few days. She was more obedient than her peers. It made people like her but feel sad for her too. Half an hour later, Wang Ting dragged a luggage bag and went out of the house. "Perform well in school. Don't worry about the family," Wang Xinghua stood at the entrance and said as he looked at him. Wang Ting said, "Don't worry. But, if there's anything, you must give me a call." Wang Xinghua nodded. "Go ahead." Wang Ting glanced at Li Xiumei and Wang Xinghua again. Then, He turned around and left without any hesitation. He didn't ask them to send him off. Chapter 163. Entering University in the University Town. Today was the 1st of September. Along the way, Wang Ting could see many students and parents. Some students were pulling their own luggage bags and seemed familiar with the environment. These were old students. He could see some students who came with their parents. They were carrying many bags, and their attire seemed a little rustic. It was easy to tell that they were freshmen. Huanghai Military Academy. Many students and parents were gathered outside the entrance of the university. However, as compared to regular universities, there weren't as many people, so it wasn't too squeezy. In his past life, military academies started school earlier than regular universities. Most of the military academies had started school in mid-August. Some were even crazier and began classes at the start of August. The military academies started school earlier because they wanted to give all the freshmen a lesson. They wanted to tell them that military academy students were different from others. In this lifetime, because of the martial arts exam, the university entrance exam was pushed to July. Thus, all the universities started on the 1st of September. Wang Ting felt a little emotional. In his past life, he had entered some unknown university. It was a completely different scene from today. His feelings were different too. There were a few long tables pieced together at the freshman reporting section. Camouflage-style sunshades were placed above the tables. Many senior brothers and sisters were wearing military attires and welcoming the freshmen. When they saw Wang Ting coming forward, a tall and straight young man wearing military attire smiled and opened his mouth. "You are a freshman, right? Did you come alone?" "Yes," Wang Ting answered. "It's rare to see someone coming alone for freshman reporting." The young man was surprised. He then said, "Please give me your acceptance letter." Wang Ting didn't say anything. He passed his acceptance letter to the other party. Wang Ting. When he saw the name on the acceptance letter, the young man couldn't help but shout. "What? Wang Ting? Is he that Wang Ting?" The other senior brothers and sisters at the side looked over and sized up Wang Ting curiously. The young man asked, "Are you the top scholar of the martial arts exam in Donghai this year?" "That's me." Wang Ting nodded helplessly. His head was hurting a little. As expected, the students and parents around him looked towards him when they heard the young man saying the words top scholar of the martial arts exam. The top scholar of the martial arts exam. How impressive! Is he that Wang Ting? I finally saw the real person. I've been hearing about him the entire summer vacation. I'm starting to get sick of it. My mom kept using him to lecture me. Some freshmen from other provinces didn't know who Wang Ting was, but they knew how impressive the top scholar of the martial arts exam was. They just felt that he was very powerful. Some of the people were the citizens of Donghai, so they had heard Wang Ting's name many times. Since this was the first time they saw the real person, they found it interesting. "Alright, don't gather around junior brother Wang Ting anymore. He's getting embarrassed." The young man waved his hands at the other people and passed the acceptance letter back to Wang Ting. He smiled at him apologetically. "Junior brother, wait for a little while. When a few more freshmen come, I will send you over together." The martial arts examinees and normal university entrance examinees were separated. The number of martial arts examinees was obviously lesser. He had to wait for quite a while before 2 more freshmen came. "I'm leaving this place to you all. I will send them to their dormitory first." "Go ahead." The young man informed the other seniors at the table and brought Wang Ting and the other freshmen into the school as his friends waved at him. Besides Wang Ting, the other 2 freshmen had their parents accompanying them. One of them was a scrawny young man. Only his father accompanied him. The other was a lady. She was approximately 1.7 meters tall and gave off a heroic aura. Both her parents were here. "Uncle, you should be a soldier, right?" The senior brother walking in front suddenly turned his head and asked the scrawny young man's father. "You can tell." The man didn't deny it. He smiled and nodded. The senior brother smiled and replied, "Your aura is really obvious." They chatted for some time. Wang Ting learned that the scrawny young man's father was a soldier at a certain military department. At the same time, he was a martial warrior too. No wonder I feel a faint pressure from him. He must be higher than a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Ting thought to himself silently. He secretly seized the other party. The man felt his gaze and turned his head to nod at him. He gave him a gentle smile. The latter's parents were martial warriors too. Both of them had been working in the City Protection Bureau. They were non-fighter martial warriors. Along the way, they started talking to the scrawny young man's father. In the jovial atmosphere, the group walked into the school. The senior brother started introducing the school to the parent. The school is segregated into 2 districts. The road we are walking on is the main street. On the right, we have the martial arts course district, and on the left, we have the normal specialization district. Wang Ting looked at the 2 sides. It was obvious that there were more people in the normal specialization district. From afar, he could see many figures. On the other hand, there weren't many people in the martial arts course section. It seemed exceptionally quiet. "Let's walk this way." The senior brother led the group and made a right turn. They walked further in through a small path. A few minutes later, the senior brother pointed at a huge building and said, "This building is the university's actual combat building. There are many different weapons provided as all kinds of actual combat equipment. Once you have your student card, you will be able to go in to train by paying a certain amount of credit. This building is the library. However, for our martial arts course, this place is known as the Classics Pavilion. There are thousands of scriptures and battle techniques kept in the pavilion. Of course, you need credits to enter, and it's very expensive. However, compared to outside, it's considered cheap." Scripture. Battle techniques. The eyes of the 2 freshmen lit up. Why did they enter the martial arts course in university? They wanted to get resources such as scriptures and battle technique. It was extremely difficult if you wanted to get a force skill scripture or a force battle technique outside. They were exorbitant. Normal people couldn't afford them. Also, it might not be suitable for them. But, in university, you could choose from an entire library of force skill scriptures and battle technique. You just needed credits. No wonder people always said that university was an important choice in your life. Wang Ting's eyes lit up too. He asked, "Senior brother, how do we earn credit?" "Your instructors will introduce that to you in the future." "I won't exceed my authority." The senior brother smiled and said. Wang Ting didn't ask any more. "Wang Ting, are you a martial warrior already?" asked the handsome young lady. "That's right." Wang Ting didn't hide and admitted it directly. The martial arts exam results already indicated his level. Other people might not know, but those that should, they knew about it. There was no point in hiding. Also, he was a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior now. He wasn't a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior anymore. Then, you will have an easier time getting credits compared to normal freshmen. Astonishment and admiration flashed past the young lad's eyes. The other people looked at Wang Ting in surprise too. Only the father of the scrawny young man seemed to have noticed something earlier, so he remained calm. "Wang Ting, you are really outstanding. You became a martial warrior before you entered university," the young lad's father complimented him. The senior brother smiled bitterly. "I thought you were impressive enough when you entered our school with the identity of a top scholar. However, I didn't expect you to be a martial warrior to boot." Normally, talented students could only become martial warriors 2 or 3 months after they entered university. Those that weren't as gifted might have to wait until the next semester or even longer. Wang Ting had undoubtedly thrown many people behind him already. Chapter 164. I seemed to smell wealth. Only 1 month had passed since the martial arts exam, so most freshmen stayed at the same level. There weren't many extreme martial disciples, much less martial warriors. Some students with strong backgrounds had attempted breaking through to martial warriors, but they were in the minority. Looking at all the universities in the country, there were not more than 10 people who could do this. For students from ordinary families, it was impossible for them to become martial warriors without force skill scriptures. They could only wait for school to start to accumulate credits so that they could use them to exchange for force skill scriptures. Then, they could attempt to break through to become martial warriors. Thus, when they heard that Wang Ting was already a martial warrior, everyone was dumbfounded. Wang Ting, how did you do it? I heard that it's very difficult to become a martial warrior, the scrawny young man, Ho Pingliang, asked in astonishment. Wang Ting smiled calmly. I'm just lucky. The senior brother was called Zhu Tao. He shook his head and said, this can't be summed up with just luck. Besides, luck is a type of ability too. However, Lin Shui, how did you know? Ho Pingliang asked curiously. The beautiful young lady lifted her chin slightly and said 2 words, 6 cents. 6 cents. Ho Pingliang was stunned. Did she really rely on her 6 cents? Wang Ting was speechless too. Did he get seen through by a lady using her 6 cents? This is what we call 6 cents, Lin Shui snorted. Ha ha ha! Lin Shui's parents burst out laughing. Lin Shui asked, how many martial warrior freshmen do you think our school has? 1 or 2 is a lot already. In the past, there wasn't even 1. After all, it isn't easy to break through to a martial warrior, Zhu Tao said. Many people choose to break through after entering university. That's because we have the most outstanding instructors who can give the correct guidance. It will allow them to make fewer mistakes. Anyway, time isn't a concern to them. Ho Pingliang's father suddenly opened his mouth and said. Zhu Tao said, Uncle is right. The school instructors have taught many students, so they know when people achieve their breakthrough normally and what kind of scripture has a higher success rate. That's why we want our child to enter the top universities no matter how hard it is, Lin Shui's parents exclaimed. Everyone's attitude towards Wang Ting changed inconspicuously. When they talked, they would unconsciously ask him for his opinion. They were treating Wang Ting as someone of the same level. Although he was a student, it was undeniable that he was a martial warrior. Zhu Tao led the group on a tour around the university. He introduced the buildings they saw along the way so they had an initial understanding of the university. Actually, they didn't see many areas. The martial arts course district was huge, and they had limited time. Hence, Zhu Tao only introduced a few main buildings. Around 10 minutes later, he finally brought the group to the dormitory district. The 3 small buildings in front are the residential management offices. Your data has already been recorded. You can ask the staff inside which dormitory you got assigned to. You just need to show your acceptance letter, Zhu Tao said. After that, Wang Ting and the other freshmen walked into the residential management office. There were many freshmen inside and around 10 staff members. The staff was checking the freshmen's registration and assigning them the dormitory keys. Let's go over there. They're almost done. Zhu Tao pointed to a counter. The staff there was passing a key to a freshman. The handing over was done. When the staff member saw Wang Ting's group walking over, he said, Please take out your acceptance letter. Wang Ting and Ho Pingliang were gentlemen, so they let Lin Shui go first. She immediately passed the staff her acceptance letter. The staff pressed some keys and checked his computer before taking out a key from the drawer. He gave the key and the acceptance letter to Lin Shui and said, 4th section, number 23. It's a 4-person room. Lin Shui hurriedly took over the acceptance letter and key and thanked the staff. On the other hand, Wang Ting was a little puzzled. He felt that the allocation of dormitories was different from how they allocated it in regular universities in his past life. 4th section, number 23. Your ranking is quite high. Zhu Tao was a little surprised. He said, when I was a freshman, my room was 4th section number 97. Wang Ting asked, Senior brother, is there a meaning to 4th section number 23? Ho Pingliang was listening to their conversation as he went forward to pass his acceptance letter to the staff for inspection. Zhu Tao took some time to explain. In our martial arts course district, our dormitory is split into 4 sections. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. The 4th section is normally where all freshmen stay. There are 300 rooms in total, and each room will have 4 people living inside. The entire section can house 1,200 people. The 3rd section is where 1-star soldier-level martial warriors stay. Once you become a martial warrior, you can have a room yourself. There are 300 rooms in the 3rd section. It can house 300 people. The 2nd section has 200 rooms, all single rooms. However, the facilities there are better than the 3rd section. Only 2-star or 3-star soldier-level martial warriors can stay there. Finally, the 1st section has 100 rooms. This is where the top 100 martial warriors reside. You have to be at least 3-star or above to stay here. The facilities there are the best among all the dormitories. Most students living there are Year 4 senior brothers and sisters. It's rare for Year 1 to Year 3 students to live there. Also, this is a mixed dormitory. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. A mixed dormitory? This was a benefit he didn't enjoy in his past life. Zhu Tao laughed. Don't think otherwise. Mixed dormitory refers to the section. If it's a 4-man room, the people living inside will be of the same gender. There will be no boys and girls living together in the same room. Cough, senior brother, you are thinking too much. I'm an upright person. Why will I have such thoughts? Wang Ting said righteously. Everyone immediately glanced at him from sideways. Their gazes were ambiguous. You could only understand it but not say it openly. Zhu Tao continued, in the martial arts course we don't rely on seniority. Everything is based on ability. Thus, we are not segregated by our years. As long as you have the ability, you will be able to live in the higher-ranked dormitories. If you're not afraid, you can challenge the top 100 students too. If you win, you will be able to replace the person. Senior brothers and sisters can be squeezed to the back if they aren't strong enough. There's no exception. You can say that the right to live in the dormitory is a symbol of honor. The higher the rank of the dormitory, the more powerful you are. Respect the strong? That's how the martial arts era works. Wang Ting nodded and said. You will be living in 4th section number 18. The staff's voice sounded at this moment. Ho Pingliang's dormitory had already been assigned. 4th section number 18. He was a little higher in rank than Lin Shui. Wang Ting was shocked. Ho Pingliang looked scrawny, but he was actually stronger than Lin Shui. But it was understandable. Ho Pingliang's father wasn't a simple figure. Thus, the child he groomed wouldn't be a weakling either. Lin Shui glanced at Ho Pingliang. She seemed a little unconvinced. When it was Wang Ting's turn, the same procedure was repeated. The staff checked on his computer and raised his head abruptly. He was flabbergasted. He said, Wang Ting, 3rd section number 1. What? Did I hear wrong? Zhu Tao exclaimed in shock. No, it's 3rd section number 1. The staff glanced at the computer and said firmly. F***K, Junior Brother Wang Ting, you're amazing. Some freshmen lived in the 3rd section when they started university, but this is the first time someone went to room number 1 directly. This has never happened before. Zhu Tao was startled. He couldn't remain composed anymore. Is it that exaggerating? Wang Ting was flustered. Zhu Tao said seriously, you don't understand. The number 1 room in every section has a special meaning. It represents the most powerful student in that section. You're a freshman, and you got that position the moment you entered university. You will definitely become a target for others. Will people be looking for me for trouble? asked Wang Ting curiously. Most probably. You take care of yourself. Zhu Tao patted Wang Ting's shoulder. He looked as though he was restraining himself and consoling Wang Ting. Oh, Wang Ting remained calm. He pondered for a moment and said, I can just fight with them and let them understand that I have the right to stay in room number 1. Zhu Tao rolled his eyes. You're really open-minded. Most of the students staying in 3rd section are experienced 1-star martial warriors. They have ample combat experience. How can a newbie like you be their match? If I tell you that I'm already a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior, you will be frightened to death. Wang Ting sniggered in his heart, but he didn't say anything. Lin Shui and Ho Pingliang couldn't help but exchange glances with each other. They felt a sense of defeat. Why were they still comparing with each other when they were in the 4th section? Wang Ting had already gone to the 3rd section and room number 1 at that. This difference was a little wide. After they came out from the residential management office, they followed Zhu Tao and took a right turn. They cut through a forest on a cobblestone path, and the dormitory district appeared entirely in front of them. This is our dormitory? Ho Pingliang and Lin Shui were stunned. Before they came, their parents had told them that the school's living conditions were really good. However, they didn't tell them that it would be so good. This was completely different from their imagination. As expected, poverty restricted one's imagination. Wang Ting was dumbfounded too. He looked at Zhu Tao. That's right. This is our dormitory district. Zhu Tao nodded and smiled. How is it? Is it outrageously good? It's a little unexpected, Wang Ting replied. There weren't high-rise buildings in front of them. Instead, there were rows of exquisite wooden houses. Each of them was only 2 to 3 stories high. The scenery was beautiful, like a high-class residential district. Is our school so wealthy? Lin Shui was dumbstruck. Her parents were non-fighter martial warriors. Their salary might be higher than normal workers, but they weren't as wealthy as fighter martial warriors. Thus, she was astounded by the scene in front of her. I'm not sure about other universities, but our Huanghai doesn't lack money, Zhu Tao said proudly as though he was very rich. TSK, I seem to smell wealth. It's so intoxicating. Wang Ting closed his eyes to feel the air and smacked his lips as he spoke. Zhu Tao was caught between laughter and tears. Chapter 165. No one can escape. The entire dormitory district seemed to be separated from the other parts of the school. The trees made a pleasant shade, and the environment was peaceful. The rows of wooden houses were simple but exquisite. There was a hint of military style in them, sedate, low-key, and comfortable to look at. Zhu Tao led the group forward. He pointed at a district in front and said, This is the 4th section. Lin Shui and Ho Pingliang, you can look for the rooms you are assigned to. Thank you, senior brother. The two of them nodded to express their gratitude. After entering the military academy, we are a family. You don't have to be so polite, Zhu Tao smiled and replied. Lin Shui and Ho Pingliang were a little touched. Senior brother Zhu Tao really took care of them thoroughly. They didn't know what the other universities were like, but they felt a sense of affinity here. Wang Ting understood the difference clearly. In his past life, when he went for his registration, the senior brothers and sisters just welcomed them by registering their names and then throwing a university introduction booklet at him. They didn't care about him anymore. He couldn't even think about making his seniors bring him around the school personally and introducing everything in detail. Of course, some good-looking students had special treatment. After all, many seniors voluntarily joined the welcoming team because they wanted to hook a junior sister or brother. Their intention wasn't pure. That was outrageous, right? It is already tough to find a girlfriend. Why are you old people making things even more difficult for us? Anyway, the treatment they were given in the military academy was much better than the other schools. Wang Ting, it's fate that we met the moment we entered university. If there's a chance, let's contact each other more often, Lin Shui said. Yes, let's remain in contact, Wang Ting replied. Yes, yes. Ho Pingliang nodded his head hurriedly too. Lin Shui's parents and Ho Pingliang's father thanked Zhu Tao. Then, they nodded at Wang Ting before walking towards the fourth section. Let's go to the third section, Zhu Tao said and continued walking forward. Wang Ting followed behind him. He noticed that the deeper they went, the better the environment and the quieter it was. The third section consists of mostly second-year students. There are some third-year students but not many, Zhu Tao said. As for freshmen, I don't know if anyone else has the right to live here. It's rare to see a freshman being assigned to the third section directly. Alright, this is the third section. The moment Zhu Tao finished speaking, a lady walked out from a wooden house of the third section. She was stunned when she saw the two of them. Then, she asked with uncertainty, Senior brother Zhu Tao, aren't you welcoming the freshman? Is this a freshman? Zhu Tao recognized the lady and nodded. Hi Lu Ting. That's right. I brought a freshman over. A freshman is living in the third section this year. Lu Ting looked at Wang Ting in astonishment. This is Wang Ting. You know who he is, right? This is him, Zhu Tao introduced. So you're junior brother Wang Ting. I've heard many things about you. Wow, you're quite handsome. Lu Ting's eyes lit up as she sized up Wang Ting. She smiled as she spoke. Wang Ting. Are ladies nowadays all so shallow? They only notice my looks and can't see my interesting personality. Sigh, this is so disappointing. Senior sister, nice to meet you, Wang Ting said calmly. He has an arrogant aura. Lu Ting raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, Wang Ting, what room are you staying in? Number 1. Before Wang Ting could reply, Zhu Tao had already answered for him. Number 1. Lu Ting was dumbstruck. She widened her eyes and said, That's Zhu Tai's room. Yes, it's Zhu Tai's room. However, the residential management should have already asked him to move out, Zhu Tao said. That's not the point. The point is, Zhu Tai is an extremely arrogant person. He wouldn't let it go so easily. He's the most outstanding second-year student. I heard that he's working hard to break through to a 2-star martial warrior. It will be very embarrassing for him if Wang Ting kicked him out of his dormitory now, Lu Ting said. That can't be helped. It's the school's decision. Zhu Tao sighed. Senior brother, if there's nothing, I will go in first. Wang Ting opened his mouth at this moment. There was no change in his expression. Zhu Tai. Even if he became a 2-star martial warrior, he wasn't his match. He could only apologize to him. However, he should be able to move to the second section or even the first section soon. When that happened, he could pass the room back to Zhu Tai. Go ahead. Tidy up properly. If you're free, you can walk around the area. There will be a gathering for freshmen at 2 p.m. An announcement will be made through the broadcast system later. Zhu Tao noticed Wang Ting's nonchalance, so he didn't say anything. He only told him the arrangements for the afternoon. Then, he reminded him kindly, don't be late. The consequences are serious. This is the military academy, so the discipline is very strict. It's different from normal universities. Noticing the puzzled look on Wang Ting's face, he smiled and said, As for what consequence it is, you will know soon. Consequences? He had long heard that the discipline in military academies was strict. Wang Ting wondered about the punishment for breaking the rules. Wang Ting suppressed his curiosity and said, Thank you for today, senior brother. You're welcome, Zhu Tao smiled and said. Wang Ting nodded at Lu Ting and then walked into the dormitory district while dragging his luggage bags. This Wang Ting is a little arrogant. Lu Ting looked at Wang Ting's back view and said, He looks humble on the surface, but he can't hide his pride. He's the top scholar among the freshmen, and he passed the exam as a martial warrior. Our school went to invite him personally. He has the right to be proud, Zhu Tao smiled and said. It's not good to be too proud. Huanghai Military Academy is a top university. There's no lack of talents here. He will definitely suffer. Lu Ting shook her head and said, also, our teachers love to deal heavy blows on arrogant talents and make them obedient. Ha ha ha, all of us went through the same process. Even the top 10 students became obedient after the teacher's teachings. Zhu Tao laughed when he thought of the other students' plights. That's right. No one can escape. Lu Ting burst out laughing too. But, when they remembered the past, the corners of their lips twitched uncontrollably. It was hard to forget the experience. None of the freshmen could escape. Ha ha. Wang Ting didn't know what these two decent-looking seniors were thinking. He arrived at room number 1 of the 3rd section. Room number 1 was different from the other rooms. It was a building by itself with a small courtyard. As compared to the other houses in this area, it was definitely eye-catching. Wang Ting took out his key, opened the door, and went in. He took a tour of the house. This was a small-sized villa. It had everything necessary. There was a living room, a bedroom, a study room, a washroom, a kitchen, and even a spacious training room. Wang Ting was used to living in a villa, so he didn't get overly excited. However, he was still surprised by how wealthy the school was. No wonder everyone was shocked when they heard room number 1. Chapter 166. Pressure. Wang Ting put down his luggage and walked around the house to familiarize himself with the environment. The house was cleaned thoroughly. It had everything. There was an air conditioner, washing machine, wardrobe, bookshelf, sofa. No piece of furniture was missing. However, there weren't any daily necessities. He heard that those would be distributed to them later. Then, Wang Ting simply tidied up his bedroom and went out to tour the university campus. When he walked to the 4th section, he met Lin Shui and Ho Pingliang. Their parents were just preparing to leave. Ho Pingliang's father smiled and said, "In the military academy, you are considered a comrade now. You have to interact well with your classmates." "I understand, Dad," Ho Pingliang nodded and replied. "You have been a stubborn child since you were young, but ladies are undeniably a little weaker. Remember to take care of yourself in school." Lin Shui's parents were a little unwilling to part with her. They looked at Lin Shui and reminded her kindly. "Don't worry, I will take care of myself," Lin Shui said casually. After sending their parents off, the trio started walking around the university. At noontime, they went to the cafeteria to have their lunch. The military academy's cafeteria was buffet-style. All kinds of food were provided. There were fruits, vegetables, meats, milk, and many more. It was nutritious and the diet was balanced. All in all, it was pretty delicious. When they were taking their food, Ho Pingliang said, "All the food on the 1st floor is free. However, I heard that the 2nd floor and 3rd floor provide forced dishes cooked by forced chef masters. We will have to pay for those." Forced chef masters. Wang Ting thought to himself. He had heard of the forced chef masters when he was at Jisun Martial House, but he had never seen one. He heard that the forced dishes prepared by forced chef masters were not only delicious, but they also had all kinds of advantages. It was beneficial for martial warriors to eat them. He wanted to try if he had the chance. The school only provides the most basic items for free, for instance, tuition fees, dormitory fees, basic necessities, and normal clothing. Actually, to a martial warrior, these items aren't expensive. But items like forced dishes, Dan pills, weapons, scriptures, and battle techniques are all frighteningly expensive. Let's take forced dishes as an example. You need spiritual herbs and star beasts to make a dish. The value of the dish is high, so they can't provide it for free. Also, if everything was free, it would be too easy. The student's motivation will be killed in no time. You have to fight for everything in this martial arts era. Hence, losing your motivation to work hard is one of the most frightening things, Lin Shui said. That's true. Martial arts students like us are different from normal students. The martial arts path is another road. Once you lose your motivation to work hard, you're gone, Ho Pingliang said. After they finished eating, they went back to rest. The broadcast system sounded once during this time. It informed all the freshmen to gather in the stadium at 2 p.m. Wang Ting remembered Zhu Tao's reminder. He had told him not to be late. Hence, he left his room 20 minutes earlier and headed to the stadium. Many students were rushing to the stadium too. They were mostly in groups of 3s or 4s, obviously from the same dormitory. Most of the freshmen lived in the 4th section, and there were 4 of them in a room. It was easier for the people living in the same dormitory to get close. They might have just known each other and their relationship wouldn't be very good, but grouping together was an innate ability of humans when they arrived in an unfamiliar environment. Lin Shui and Ho Pingliang came with their roommates too. Wang Ting didn't go to find them. Suddenly, he felt a little lonely. Wang Ting sighed secretly. As the one of the freshmen, it looked like he wasn't able to play happily with the other students. It's lonely to be in a high position. In the stadium, Huanghai Military Academy's stadium was exceptionally huge. The students couldn't see the other end. A horde of students had already arrived. They stood on the stadium sparingly. Many teachers and students were sitting on the spectators' stand around the stadium. They were looking at the freshmen below and discussing in low voices. Another new batch of students. That's right. The years passed so quickly. We enrolled many students into the martial arts course this year. I'm just afraid that the quality of the students isn't good. Speaking of quality, our school managed to get the top scholar of the Donghai martial arts exam this year. I heard that the school promised him many benefits. I wonder what the top scholar is like. Hope he's not just an empty shell. I heard that he passed the exam as a martial warrior. This ability is already extraordinary. The freshmen started arriving in the stadium in droves. Wang Ting stood in the crowd and looked at his surroundings. As time passed, more and more freshmen gathered. In a blink of an eye, it was 2 p.m. Close the gate. A voice was suddenly heard from the rostrum in front. It echoed through the entire stadium. Some students who were still outside the stadium started running. But it was too late. The metal gates closed with a loud clang, blocking the latecomers outside. In the morning, the seniors that helped with their registration had already reminded them. The broadcast also told them not to be late, but there would always be some people who wouldn't take it to heart, taking it as nothing. Also, they had just started school. Even if the military academy's disciple was strict, it wouldn't be strict right from the start, right? However, this situation seemed a little unexpected. A stern atmosphere spread throughout the stadium. The students in the stadium couldn't help but look outside. They immediately felt the tense atmosphere, and the noise died down slowly. The students outside the door didn't dare to make loud noises. They could only look at the closed metal gate in a daze. They felt that they were in huge trouble. Everyone, line up! The voice on the rostrum sounded again. It belonged to a middle-aged man wearing dark green military attire. The students below had probably been affected by the atmosphere. They lined up hurriedly without any hesitation. 5 minutes later, the middle-aged man on the rostrum looked at the crooked lines below him and frowned slightly. He said, "You disappoint me. I thought that the students who are able to enter our Huanghai Military Academy are all qualified. But, look at you. What is this? You can't stand properly and you can't line up properly. It will be an embarrassment to us if we tell others about this. Furthermore, there are so many people who are late. Didn't anyone remind you in the morning? Do you think that this is a joke? The military academy grooms military talent. A soldier's job is to follow the rules. Every order must be executed without fail. Martial warriors are no exception. Since you chose this path and walked into our university, from today onwards, you need to follow the rules of Huanghai. If you can't do it, you can pack your things and go home. I will not stop you." As the man spoke, his voice got louder. The sound waves flowed over, threatening to rupture the students' eardrums. The freshmen below couldn't help but turn pale. What a strong aura! Wang Ting stood amidst the crowd and felt the invisible pressure boring down on him from his head. His expression changed slightly. Most of the freshmen were martial disciples, hence the pressure on them wasn't too strong. Wang Ting was already a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior, so this was nothing to him. However, this middle-aged man had exerted his aura on all the freshmen present. He was frighteningly powerful. Chapter 167. Confer a title? The stadium was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The scary pressure bore down on every freshman. Under the presence of the middle-aged man, some freshmen started to have difficulty breathing. They couldn't help but bend down their back. All the freshmen were supporting themselves with difficulty. Wang Ting looked at their pale faces and touched his chin thoughtfully. Should he learn from them and give a pained expression too? If he appeared too relaxed, he would seem a little out of place. Just as he was thinking about this, he felt a few gazes landing on his body. He couldn't help but turn his head. Huh! Wang Ting saw a few freshmen who looked a little serious. But, besides this, they didn't show any discomfort. These freshmen might not be martial warriors, but their ability definitely exceeded that of advanced stage martial disciples. Huanghai Military Academy was indeed one of the top universities in the country. The freshmen were all extraordinary people. Wang Ting was only able to see the students around him. There must be others like them in other places. However, they were blocked by the crowd, so he couldn't see them. Based on this ratio, there were quite a few freshmen who were able to reach this standard. Some freshmen got accepted into the university for other reasons, so their abilities were slightly weaker. But, just like a big fish in a small pond, they would be very outstanding if you sent them to normal universities. While Wang Ting was deep in his own thoughts, the freshmen looking at him had astonishment in their eyes. He appeared too casual and relaxed, making him look mysterious. The middle-aged man didn't relax his aura. Instead, he continued applying pressure on everyone. Then, he said indifferently, "Today might be the first day of school, but I want to tell you that the rules of Huanghai will start from the first day. The students that are late will run 20 rounds around the stadium. If you can't finish before 5 p.m., you are not allowed to eat dinner tonight." 20 rounds. It didn't seem a lot to someone who practiced martial arts. But this wasn't a 400-meter stadium. By visual estimation, one round was at least 4,000 meters. 20 rounds meant 80 kilometers, twice the distance of a marathon. There were only less than 3 hours for them to complete the run. Even advanced stage martial disciples wouldn't be able to do it. This would cost them their lives. The latecomers outside the metal gates instantly turned white. Some even started crying in agony. "I'm going to die. How can I finish running? If I knew this was going to happen, I wouldn't have applied for the military academy. They are torturing us to death on the first day. Is this hell?" Wang Ting's expression turned strange. He looked at the late students outside with pity and had 3 seconds of silence for them. The other freshmen who had arrived on time became serious. While they felt pity towards the other students, they felt fortunate for themselves. "Oh my God, I was lucky that I wasn't late. If not, I will be in the same difficult situation as them." "Silence," the middle-aged man rebuked. His aura increased twofold and bore down on the students that were late. Dead silence. The noise disappeared again. "Get up and run now. If anyone dares to say another word, you will be expelled," the middle-aged man said coldly. The latecomers exchanged glances with one another. They had no choice but to accept their fates. A few of them led the way and ran on the track outside the stadium. When the other students saw this, they started following them. After all, they couldn't beat the circumstances. What could they do besides running? They didn't want to get expelled. The old students sitting at the spectator stands sniggered secretly. It's starting. Our Huanghai's tradition is starting now." The middle-aged man nodded when he saw the freshmen running with all their might outside the stadium. His nod was almost unnoticeable. Then, he said, "You have to run, but you must still listen to what I say attentively. I will pick students randomly after my speech and question them. If anyone can't answer my question, you will have to continue running until I'm satisfied." The latecomers. Are you a devil? You must be a devil. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the president of the martial arts section of Huanghai Military Academy, Peng Yuanshan. Although the middle-aged man's voice wasn't loud, it clearly landed in everyone's ears. The students had experienced his stern and strict methods, so no one dared to test their luck. All of them braced themselves and listened to him attentively. That was the first lesson just now. I hope that all of you will remember it. Some people might ask why military academies have to be so strict and harsh. Let me tell you why. Our tuition fees, normal living expenses, and many other fees are all made free for you. The items that need money, like spiritual dan, scriptures, and battle techniques, are much cheaper than outside. Where does this money come from? Our country. The country is grooming you. The educated are poor, while the martial warriors are rich. Many of you belong to ordinary backgrounds. If you don't enter a university, you won't be able to achieve much, no matter how high your talent is. You have to give to receive. This principle won't change no matter where you go. You don't enter the military academy to enjoy a peaceful life in university. I have to tell you that martial warriors, especially martial warriors from military academies, are a little different from what you imagined. Martial warriors enjoy many benefits, but they also carry responsibilities. The country, and even the world, needs them. That is why we give martial warriors everything. Students, you are potential martial warriors. The responsibility on your shoulders is extremely heavy. You might not understand it now, but one day you will. When this world needs us, the martial warriors, we will stand at the front line. Behind us are our family and friends. Martial warriors are not formidable warriors carrying the sun and moon on their shoulders. They are humans who have to bear the burden of the world. As Peng Yuanshan's voice echoed throughout the stadium, everyone slowly turned solemn. The president is starting again. The old students felt heavy-hearted, but they still rolled their eyes uncontrollably. Was it all right to fool the freshmen every year? It's just a freshman gathering. Why is he so emotional? Wang Ting was dumbfounded. Of course, this is not something you have to consider now. If the sky falls, the tall people will hold it up. What you need to do now is to work hard to improve yourself. Since you chose this path, you must stand out from the crowd and achieve great result. Don't waste your youth. Alright, this is all I have to say. You are adults. You should know what to do. Peng Yuanshan paused for a moment after he finished his speech. He then continued, "The gathering today is like the inauguration ceremony. There's nothing important. I just want to talk about rules and let you experience the way Huanghai Military Academy does things. Next, we have one last matter, conferring titles. By right, this segment shouldn't exist. However, this year is a little special. Among all of you, one freshman has managed to get this honor. I'm sure all of you have heard of this freshman before. He's the top scholar of Donghai's martial arts exam, and he passed the exam as a martial warrior. He got recruited into our school and will be given the title of sergeant." Once Peng Yuanshan made the announcement, gasps of astonishment were heard all over the stadium, even though they got frightened by him just now. Conferring a title? That's impossible. Chapter 168. I'm not convinced. Confer a title? The students here had chosen the military academy as their university, so they naturally knew what a military title represented. To many people, this was an important reason why they chose the military academy. It was a type of glory, signifying that the military had recognized the person who was given the title. This glory was enough to let the person enjoy special treatment at many places. The benefits couldn't be explained with a few simple sentences. In summary, it wasn't easy for someone to get a title. Even the old students sitting at the spectator's stand were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the floor. Some of their expressions seemed a little ugly too. Mind you, only a few third-year and fourth-year seniors were given a military title. And they received the title because they had gained military exploits during important missions. Hence, no one had anything to say. However, Wang Ting was just a freshman. He didn't gain any military exploits, so what right did he have to be conferred a title? Peng Yuanshan didn't say anything. This time, he waited for everyone to gradually turn silent before he continued. I know that some of you are unconvinced. How can a freshman who didn't gain any military exploits be given a military title? Especially the older students. Some of you have gone through many missions and gained many military exploits. However, you haven't been conferred a title. Yet, this little freshman climbed on top of you and got one. You must be uncomfortable. But, I don't have to explain anything to you. Since Wang Ting got the title, he got it. However, Wang Ting is indeed an exception. I can give you a chance. If anyone is unconvinced, you can challenge him on the same level. The one who wins will get his title. The older students' eyes lit up when they heard this. They were excited. F***K, this is a good deal. If he had said this earlier, I wouldn't have objected to Wang Ting gaining the title. That's right. I agree to let Wang Ting have the title. He deserves it. As his seniors, why will we be jealous of our junior? This was what they were saying, but their eager expressions and restless gazes betrayed their honest thoughts. WTF? Wang Ting stood in the crowd and was stunned once he heard Peng Yuanshan's words. At first, he was quite happy when he said that he was conferring him a title. Who knew that the president would do this? This was so frustrating. He chose Huanghai Military Academy because they had promised that he would be given a sergeant title. Although it wasn't the main reason, it was still a condition they had agreed on. Yet, look at what he did. He was given the title as agreed, but he also became everyone's target. Those old students obviously wanted to target him. The other freshmen wanted to laugh at Wang Ting's plight. Ha ha ha, who asked you to get the title? Look, you're the target of all the older students now. Let's see if you can get a good sleep. Ha ha ha, old Pring is creating trouble. There was a row of school leaders sitting on the rostrum. They started smiling unconsciously when they heard Peng Yuanshan's decision. That fellow must be really frustrated. This seems a little unscrupulous. We agreed to give him a military title at the start. That's why he came to our school. Now that he came, aren't we going back on our words by doing this? He didn't get the military title because of military exploits, so he doesn't have a valid reason for getting the title. I think old Ping did this for his sake. If he has the ability, he can naturally keep his title. If he doesn't, he can't blame other people for snatching it. There were directors of the different colleges and many instructors sitting at the spectators' stand. They came today to see which students were more outstanding. Earlier, Peng Yuanshan had frightened the freshmen and asked the latecomers to run 20 rounds because he wanted to test them. At the same time, it allowed these directors to see the students' abilities. A diamond would shine wherever he was. These freshmen were like diamonds in the rough. They needed to go through a filtration process. To the teachers, an outstanding student was easy to teach. They would feel proud when they boasted about him. The effect was obvious. Among all the freshmen, there were around 30 who didn't get affected. Among these people, about 12 of them appeared more relaxed. Of course, among these people, Wang Ting's performance was the most conspicuous. He looked natural and relaxed, as if he didn't feel anything. Since he was able to act so indifferently, there was no denying his ability. But, if they really wanted to test how powerful he was, they needed a knife testing stone. Peng Yuanshan threw out the temptation of the military title to use it as Wang Ting's testing stone. Even if Wang Ting lost, it was alright. All formidable warriors had suffered defeat before. All these freshmen, especially the talented ones, were extremely arrogant, as they had never suffered the brutality of society. If he didn't take them down a peg, it would be hard to teach them in the future. But there was a limit. A martial warrior needed to have some personality. If they were too down to earth, that would be the end of them. Wang Ting, please come to the rostrum. I will confer you your title today, Peng Yuanshan said in Wang Ting's direction. Wang Ting felt his gaze landing on his body. Among so many students, Peng Yuanshan was still able to find him accurately. The president is looking in our direction. Could it be that Wang Ting is near us? I'm from Donghai. I have seen Wang Ting's photo, but I don't see him. Brother, are you Wang Ting? No. If you're not, why are you walking forward? Oh, someone behind farted. It's really smelly. F***K, it really is. Were you the one who farted? When the students around him saw Peng Yuanshan looking in their direction, a thought flashed through their minds. They started discussing. Is Wang Ting so shy? Peng Yuanshan teased. Wang Ting. To hell with being shy. Am I shy? If you hadn't put me in this position, would I be shy? He felt a little helpless. However, the situation had already developed to this, so he had no choice but to walk to the rostrum. Excuse me. The students around him were stunned. This person, who had remained silent the entire time, was actually Wang Ting. He's Wang Ting. He didn't say anything just now. He's really calm. Calm? I think that he's scared. Shoo, don't say it out. Give him some face. This was what the male students were saying. As for the female students, their eyes were shooting threatening beams. Hey, Wang Ting is a little handsome. Tisk, why are you fawning over him? He's just a pretty flower. Ladies like us must not be too shallow. We can't get enticed by their appearance. That's right. Men are soy sauce pig trotters. They are delicious, but they are flirty. Wang Ting was left speechless when he heard the conversations around him. Am I scared? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know what's happening. I'm just following my heart. Also, that fat lady over there, what do you mean by soy sauce pig trotters? Are you sure you're not talking about food? Please stay on the same channel as me. He complained in his heart as he walked up the rostrum. There was an intense angry aura around him as he stood beside Peng Yuanshan. Cough, Wang Ting, you seem a little angry? Peng Yuanshan coughed awkwardly as he asked. Haha, I want dare to. Wang Ting forced a smile on his face. At this moment, a pretty senior sister wearing military attire walked over with a set of military uniforms. Alright, let's not waste any more time. The corners of Peng Yuanshan's lips twitched a little. How long had it been since a student dared to talk back to him? The last one seemed to be 9 years ago. That fellow was in an extremely high position now. However, whenever he saw him, he still acted like a mouse encountering a cat. As expected, he lacked some education. Memories flashed past his mind for an instant. Then, he took over the set of military uniforms from the senior sister and said to Wang Ting, Wang Ting, it has been many years since the last conferment of a freshman. I'm delighted that you have appeared. However, your path is just starting. Your future is long. I hope that when you graduate in your 4th year, you will have more merits to your name. I also hope that one day, I can see you wearing the general cloak. The senior sister beside them was standing quite close. When she heard this sentence, she widened her eyes. General cloak. What was a general cloak? Only a general could wear a general cloak. All the troops would bow down to him. The president had such high hopes for Wang Ting? The instructors behind them were shocked too. Was the president's expectation a little too high? The old students at the spectator stand were stunned when they heard this. Then, they felt speechless. Some of them even started frowning. They were the favored child of God, but the president had never said these words to them. Yet, today, he said it to a freshman. Are we weaker than him? No one was convinced. The freshmen below were dumbstruck. Wang Ting is amazing. F***K General Cloak? Wang Ting is my brother from now onwards. Brother Ting, you're the best. Voice breaks. Boss, do you need lackeys? I want to be under your protection. Wang Ting raised his head abruptly, staring at the middle-aged man with white sideburns. A flash of astonishment flashed past his eyes. However, when he saw the corners of the other party's lips lifting slightly, Wang Ting was enlightened. F***K. He got fooled again. This sly old fox is so sinister. In the future, if anyone dares to say that I'm crafty, I will fight with him. Compared to this boss in front of me, I'm as pure as a newborn baby. Wrong. JPG no, I can't let him control me. Wang Ting, come, take this military uniform, and you will be a sergeant. Ping Yuanshan retracted the expression on his face. It looked as though the sly old fox expression had never appeared. Indeed, he had purposely revealed that sly smile just now. So what if you know that I fooled you? This is a trap set by me. Even if you don't want to walk into it, you have to. Wang Ting could almost see his thoughts. The gears in his brain spun furiously. Why should I take it just because you ask me to? Where am I supposed to put my dignity? Since you want to talk about rules, I will walk within the boundaries set by the rules. The words the president said just now were unreasonable. Even after he got his title, other people could take it away by challenging him. This rule definitely didn't exist in the military academy. It didn't make sense. Thinking about this, Wang Ting smiled. Ping Yuanshan instantly felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart when he saw the smile. Wang Ting said calmly, I'm not convinced. 1 In Chinese, calling a man a pig trotter means the man is flirtatious. Chapter 169. Brother Ting, nice to meet you. Brother Ting, you're amazing. I'm not convinced. Wang Ting's calm voice spread throughout the stadium. Everyone at the scene could hear him. At this moment, whether it was freshmen or older students, or the directors and instructors behind, everyone got a shock. A hard student. This was the thought that flashed past the instructors' minds. Simultaneously, a mysterious smile appeared at the edge of their lips. A hard student was good. A hard student was interesting. They loved tough students. Interesting. The older students laughed. They were laughing at this overestimation of himself and his ignorance. Some people already understood what happened. The president seemed to be complimenting Wang Ting just now, and he did have high hopes for him. However, when he said it in front of everyone and placed Wang Ting on a pedestal, he was actually inviting more enemies for him. The freshman had more respect for Wang Ting now. Retaliating when he got fooled, who else had this courage? My brother Wang is indeed impressive. Ping Yuanshan squinted and gave a dangerous smile. Wang Ting, you can tell us your concerns. Our military academy has strict discipline, but it's not an unreasonable place. If you have any unhappiness, I'll talk reasonably with you. I'll convince you until you are convinced. Wang Ting. Somehow, he felt that he was being threatened. However, he was already riding a tiger. There was no point in thinking too much. Wang Ting summoned up his courage and said, Just now, you said that everyone at the same level as me can challenge me. If they win, they can take my military title. Did this rule exist in the school in the past? It didn't. But it does now. I'm the decision-maker in this academy, Ping Yuanshan said. Wang Ting. F***K shameless. Does that mean that I can challenge others and snatch their military title too? Wang Ting asked. Ping Yuanshan remained silent for a moment. Good fellow, you're digging a hole for me to jump. If he really agreed to his words and said that he could snatch other people's military titles, the school would be in a mess. You can't do that with military titles. They have gotten their titles because of military exploits. You can't snatch it, Peng Yuanshan said. Wang Ting smiled and said, "That's unfair. If I lose my title. If I win, I get nothing. President, do you think that's appropriate? What do you want?" Peng Yuanshan looked at the young man in front of him and secretly muttered, "Little fox. Very simple. Anyone can challenge me, but they will have to give up something of equal value. I heard that the school's credit can be used to do many things." "I can accept school credits," Wang Ting said. Peng Yuanshan suddenly felt that he had stepped into Wang Ting's trap. He had dug a huge hole for Wang Ting, but when he turned around, Wang Ting had kindly returned the favor. This fellow wasn't willing to be at a disadvantage. The problem was, he had no choice but to jump into the hole because of the situation. "Okay." Peng Yuanshan nodded and pretended to remain calm. But, in his heart, he was already cursing. But, there has to be a limit. The number of credits per challenge is limited to 100. Yes, the value of the military title can't be weighed using this amount of school credit, but if you ask for too high a value, the purpose of having school credits will be gone. Peng Yuanshan finally agreed. 100 school credits? Wang Ting pondered for a moment before nodding. Okay. Peng Yuanshan didn't say anything. After completing the military title awarding ceremony, Wang Ting walked down the rostrum. Everyone's gazes landed on his body. This fellow is very confident. Peng Yuanshan looked at Wang Ting's back and couldn't help but smile. Alright, that's all for today. Tomorrow morning, we will be choosing the different faculties at 8 o'clock. There are 5 faculties for you to choose from in the martial arts course. They are the Battle Faculty, the Command Faculty, the Smithery Faculty, the Rune Faculty, and the Dan Faculty. You can learn the details from the school's official website or the forums. Remember, don't be late tomorrow. Also, the students who are supposed to run 20 rounds, don't be lazy. Don't think about having dinner until you finish running. There will be people watching over you. The students dashing on the track wanted to cry. Why do we have to suffer what we can't bear? President, we are in the wrong. Sob, no one saw the transparent bubbles they dropped behind them. Speed *5 speed *4 speed *7 Wang Ting sniggered in his heart. After picking up the bubbles, he left the stadium. The freshman gathering ended. On the way back to his dormitory, many freshmen came to greet him and wanted to cozy up to him. Wang Ting felt helpless. He could only leave this place as fast as he could. There were too many people greeting him, so he couldn't even remember their names. He couldn't differentiate them at all. Brother Ting! Brother Ting! Someone suddenly called for him again. He turned around and saw Ho Pingyang chasing after him. There were 3 other young men beside him. They should be his roommates. Brother Ting, it's still early and not dinner time yet. Let's go and take our daily necessities, Ho Pingyang said. Sure, but why are you calling me brother too? Wang Ting was speechless. Haha, well, you are amazing. You even dared to talk back to the president. Ho Pingyang scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Then, he continued, Oh right, let me introduce them to you. They are my roommates. The one who looks like a gentleman, the one that you can tell isn't a good person with one look, his name is Song Shuhang. The muscular guy beside him is called Bailey Qinfeng, and the one with glasses is called Lu Shu. F***K, Hosey, is this how you introduce me? Why am I not a good person? Song Shuheng rolled his eyes angrily. In the current society, anyone that looks like a good person is most likely not one, Lu Shu calmly chimed in. Bailey Qinfeng looked at Song Shuheng vigilantly. The muscles on his body tensed up. Bailey, what's with that gaze? Song Shuheng was shocked. He felt as if he was targeted by a wild beast. My third grandpa said that I must kill anyone that looks like a dangerous person and can harm a kind person like me. Song Shuheng took a step back uncontrollably. Ho Pingliang and Lu Shu quickly pulled him back. Calm down, calm down. Your roommates, well, they are really interesting. Wang Ting thought for a while and finally found a tactful word to describe them. Ha ha! Ho Pingliang laughed awkwardly. Actually, they're not bad. Song Shuheng and the other two regained their senses and hurriedly greeted Wang Ting. Brother Ting, nice to meet you. Brother Ting, you're amazing. Then, the three of them bowed simultaneously, as though they were greeting a mafia boss. Wang Ting. These three funny people. As long as you're happy. Wang Ting shook his head. He couldn't do anything. The group chatted casually as they headed to the logistics department of the school. The logistics building was like a neighboring service center. Many students were queuing on the first floor. The queue started from a room on the left side of the corridor. They joined the queue and waited patiently. After some time, they collected their daily training uniforms, their military attire, as well as the daily necessities. Everyone walked back to their dormitory carrying many different bags. When they reached the fourth section, Ho Pingliang bade farewell to Wang Ting. Brother Ting, well, go and tidy up. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat at 5:30 p.m. later. Alright, see you later. Wang Ting nodded and walked to the third section. Chapter 170. 5 faculties. Wang Ting went back to this dormitory and arranged the items. Then, he logged into the school's official website to check out the 5 faculties. Huanghai Military Academy's official website could only be seen using the school's internal network. There were detailed explanations of the various faculties as well as the instructors on the site. Wang Ting read through the site carefully. Gradually, he had a better understanding of the 5 different faculties. The battle faculty mainly groomed the students' combat ability. The martial warriors that came out of this faculty were the strongest and the main force on the battlefield. That was why it was called the battle faculty. The students of the battle faculty had to face more dangers, and its death rate remained at the top of the 5 faculties. If one chose the battle faculty, they had to be prepared to die. This wasn't just the case in Huanghai Military Academy. It was the same for the other universities too. This was the norm. The battle faculty groomed battle machines. The command faculty nurtured talented commanders. There must be a commander in a war. They were the brains. Without the brain, all the soldiers would be in a state of disunity. They would be fighting their own battles, and they wouldn't be able to cooperate to unleash their greatest power. The Forge faculty, as its name suggested, trained forging talent. The smithery on Earth came from the Xingwu continent. It became what it was today after they merged it with the Earth's smithery progress. Certain uniqueness of smithery was something that technology could achieve. Even for weapons like force guns, the higher the price, the higher its requirements for materials. Only blacksmiths were able to forge such weapons. In this martial warriors' era, weapons were a necessity. Martial warriors were only able to unleash their true power if they had a suitable weapon. Because of all these reasons, smithery became more and more important. That was why the smithery faculty was formed. Dan faculty groomed talented alchemists. They specialized in teaching their students alchemy. To a martial warrior, Dan medicine was a vital resource. It could be used for healing purposes and cultivation. High-class Dan medicine was able to regrow dead cells and bones. Modern medicine couldn't be compared with it. Hence, the importance of the Dan faculty was obvious. The last faculty was the Rune faculty. Rune study was a profound knowledge. It included many things and covered many areas. Could be used in almost everything. In forging, the making of Dan medicine, arrays, and many more. Of course, students not from the Rune faculty would be required to learn some Rune knowledge, too, in case they needed somewhere in life. Actually, the subjects taught in the different faculties would overlap with one another. This was the same as regular universities. For instance, science courses required one to learn advanced mathematics and physics. This was the basic knowledge needed in all the specialized courses. Rune studies had a similar existence in the martial arts course. But rune study was very profound. If you didn't study it in depth, it was very hard to get somewhere. That was why they needed to form a faculty. This was the basic information of the 5 different faculties. They heard that some universities had force chef faculty and plant faculty in addition. However, these faculties weren't common. Huanghai Military Academy didn't especially form a faculty for these specializations. Of course, if the students wanted to learn, they could. Huanghai Military Academy had related elective courses they could take as an interest. All in all, the martial warrior universities were used to serve martial warriors. This era would ultimately belong to martial warriors. Also, all the instructors from the different faculties were introduced, like their levels and their specialized weapons level. After Wang Ting read through everything, he knew what to expect. Of course, he had to see the person face to face first tomorrow to make his decision. After all, everyone's personality was different. If the instructor was difficult to interact with, no matter how strong he was or how well he taught, it was all useless. But, can I choose all the 5 faculties? Wang Ting seemed to have thought of something. He touched his chin as he wondered to himself. All he needed to do was to pick up attribute. He could do it anywhere. Capturing all the 5 faculties at the tip of his hands, it felt exhilarating just thinking about it. The doorbell rang. Who is it? Wang Ting got up and walked to the door. Never mind, I will look at the specific conditions tomorrow. He threw the thoughts he had to the back of his mind and opened the door. Ho Pingliang and his roommates were standing outside the door. Wow, Brother Ting, your living conditions are so good. Ho Pingliang stuck his head in and couldn't help but exclaim. I've heard that room number 1 is more high class. Looking at it now, it's the truth. Lu Shu nodded and said. Song Shuheng said jokingly, only someone as amazing as Brother Ting has the ability to live in such a place the moment he entered university. It's alright. With your family background, you should have lived in this kind of house before. Wang Ting rolled his eyes and let them inside. That's different. This is the school. All the freshmen live in 4-man rooms. Yet, you live alone and have such a nice villa. We are really jealous of you. Ho Pingliang said. You can continue being jealous, Wang Ting sniggered and said. The 4 young men. What a stab to their hearts. They chatted for a while more before going to the cafeteria for dinner. It was a little past 5 p.m. There were already many people in the cafeteria, and many more were coming in. There were both older students and freshmen. Some older students went directly to the 2nd floor. The force dishes made by force chef masters on the 2nd floor were not free. You needed to pay for it. I wonder when we will get our student identity card. We can only use our school credit in school after we get our identity cards. However, I heard that freshmen will have some credits as our base. The best choice will be to use it in the necessary areas. We mustn't use it to exchange for food. Of course, we probably can't afford them. Ho Pingliang looked at the students heading to the 2nd floor and explained. They took their food and gathered around a table. They then started eating happily. It wasn't forced dishes, but honestly, the food in the cafeteria was delicious. It was the same as the dishes served outside in restaurants. Oh right, the freshmen who were late are still running on the track. When a few students walked past their table, one of them laughed and said to his companion, they deserved it. They could have arrived earlier, but they just wanted to display their presence, another person said with contempt. Humph, they probably hadn't tuned their mindsets. They thought that they were still the babies of their high school teachers. They thought that the teachers here wouldn't scold them or hit them. Huanghai is a top university. The students here are all outstanding. Let's talk about the freshmen. All of us were the babies of our teachers, right? Sigh, I only know that there's always someone better than you after entering Huanghai. Let's talk about the top scholar of Donghai's martial arts exam, Wang Ting. He's impressive. He received a military title the moment he entered university. However, he has enough trouble on his plate. I think that many people have laid their eyes on his military title. It isn't just the freshmen. The older students will probably look for him too. They didn't see Wang Ting on their way. They continued chatting as they walked out of the cafeteria. Chapter 171. Anyone that plays tricks has a dirty heart. The next day, in the huge stadium of Huanghai Military Academy, the freshmen gathered here again. Some of them appeared a little tired. They were the students who got punished yesterday. After yesterday's lesson, no one dared to be late today, and no one dared to talk loudly. They voluntarily lined up in the stadium. In front of the lines, just below the rostrum, the field was segregated into 5 large areas. There were counters set up in each area. Behind the counters, more than 10 staff members from the academic administration office stood there, waiting for the freshmen to register. At this moment, the 5 heads of the 5 different faculties were standing on the rostrum. Below the rostrum, the instructors of the various faculties stood behind their area and looked at the freshmen in front of them. The registration of your faculty will affect the path you will take in the future. At the same time, it will have a significant impact on your future achievements. You should know which faculty is most suitable for your talent. I don't think I have to tell you how to choose your faculty. You should have already looked up the heads and instructors of the various faculties. They have their own specialization. All of you just have to consider carefully. Also, the heads and instructors can give suggestions or invite students, but they can't force anyone. The registration will be based on the student's wish. This is all I have to say. You can start your registration. The president, Peng Yuanshan, spoke calmly. Then, he sat in the middle seat and closed his eyes to take a rest. The 5 heads on the rostrum exchanged glances with one another. Then, a muscular man sitting on Peng Yuanshan's right stood up. He looked around 30 years old, but a martial warrior's actual age couldn't be predicted solely by his appearance. All the muscles on his body were bulging, and his bald head shone brightly under the sun. It was extremely eye-catching. "I'm the head of the battle faculty, Tong Hu." His voice was rough and powerful. It spread throughout the entire stadium. "I won't waste your time. I just want to say one sentence. The people that enter the battle faculty are the most powerful martial warriors." Then, he gave off an formidable aura. The freshmen below were stunned by his presence. "Tong Hu, what you said isn't right. Your battle faculty might be strong, but that's just individual abilities. During group battle drill exercises, when did you ever beat my command faculty?" A refined-looking middle-aged young man on Peng Yuanshan's left stood up and smiled. "Freshman, I'm the head of the command faculty, Su Jing. I'm not saying that a martial warrior should focus on his own ability, but your brain must be able to catch up with your body. There's a saying that a wise general is the same as 1,000 soldiers. Only talents who know how to use their brains are real formidable warriors. My command faculty is never weaker than anyone." "Humph, anyone that plays tricks has a dirty heart," Tong Hu sneered. Su Jing, who was acting refined and indifferent a moment ago, instantly turned furious. "Damn it! I used my ability to play tricks. Why are you talking about my heart? This is being smart. This is not playing tricks. How can you say that a commander's heart is dirty? Don't you know mapping out a strategy can help win a battle thousands of miles away?" Su Jing retorted. Cough, cough. Tong Hu wanted to say something, but he snorted and kept quiet when he heard Peng Yuanshan's dry cough. Su Jing winked at him proudly. "Everyone, I'm the head of the smithery faculty, O Chong Song. You should know what my smithery faculty does. I just want to tell you that smithery is an art. At the same time, it requires talent. Interested students can apply for our faculty. I'm the head of the Dan faculty, Chui Heng. I don't agree with what Head O said. Alchemy is real art. As for smithery, it's just manual labor. I find it really difficult to link it to art. However, being an alchemist requires high talent too. If you think you have the talent, you can enter my Dan faculty after passing our faculty's test. Oh right. My Dan faculty has many Dan medicines. If you want to eat one or throw one away, it's fine. Temptation. This was a blatant temptation. As expected, after the freshmen below heard this, their eyes lit up. They looked excited. Eat one or throw one away. This was too extravagant. Bullshit. The head of the smithery faculty, O Chongsong, glared at Head Chui and said furiously, "Making a Dan is just like a chef making a dish. No skills are needed. All you have to do is cook it in a pot. There's no difficulty in it. How dare you talk about art? Cook it in a pot?" The freshmen were speechless when they heard this. Are you talking about making Dan pills or cooking? Also, are the two of you artists? Why are you talking about art all the time? People who don't know you might think that you are both artists. Just as the two of them were about to start quarreling, the last director who hadn't opened his mouth immediately said, "I'm the head of the rune faculty, Sidu Yun. If you are interested in rune studies, you can come and join my faculty." O Chongsong and Chui Heng were stopped just when they were about to start quarreling. They felt extremely uncomfortable, as if there was something stuck in their heart. However, the president was here, so they couldn't really get into a fight. They could only glare at each other and fume silently in their seat. The five heads had introduced themselves, but the freshmen were even more stunned. None of the five heads seemed reliable. The freshmen were a little lost. There were a few seconds of silence. Yet, no student went forward to register. The atmosphere at the scene was awkward. All the instructors wanted to cover their faces at this moment. Couldn't their heads appear more normal? Look, all the freshmen were frightened by them. At this moment, a figure walked out from the crowd and headed towards the battle faculty's area. Wang Ting. Everyone immediately recognized the figure. The head of the battle faculty, Tong Hu, laughed. He was delighted. The most outstanding freshman had chosen the battle faculty. This was just the start, but the rest had already lost. Humph! Su Jing sneered. He felt a little pity. But they weren't able to interfere with the student's decision. The other three heads felt pity too. All of them had high hopes for Wang Ting. Naturally, they wished that he would choose their faculty. An outstanding student represented many things. In the future, he might even achieve much glory for their faculty. This was a good thing. Unfortunately, there was only one Wang Ting. Only one faculty could get this advantage. However, they suddenly saw Wang Ting heading to the command faculty's area after he applied for the battle faculty. What is he planning to do? Everyone at the scene was slightly stunned. They looked at Wang Ting as he walked to the command faculty's area. Before the instructor in charge of the registration could react, he signed his name on the registration form. Then, he continued heading to the next faculty. Soon, he had finished applying for all 5 faculties. Everyone? Chapter 172. Life is like a drama, you need to rely on your acting skill, nonsense. Pring Yuanshan's voice came from the rostrum. There was a hint of anger in his voice. Ever since the Martial Arts Academy was founded, this was the first time such an atrocious thing had happened. Everyone had limited energy, especially in the martial arts course. Every faculty's modules were intensive. You needed a huge amount of time to practice and cultivate. In the past, some students had taken 2 majors, but most of them couldn't focus on both at the same time. Only a few extremely talented people managed to get high achievements in both majors. But they were just the minority. Much less choosing all 5 faculties at the same time. Wasn't this nonsense? If it was another student, Peng Yuanshan wouldn't be so angry. However, Wang Ting was the most outstanding student in this batch. He might even be the most outstanding student in the recent few batches. The school had spent a considerable effort to snatch him from the other top universities. Everyone had high hopes for Wang Ting. How could they allow him to joke with his future? The other 5 heads shook their heads. They felt that this wasn't a reliable decision. Wang Ting heard the angry voice on the rostrum. He looked at the president's black face and got a huge fright. He didn't expect Peng Yuanshan to get so angry. Do you know what you're doing? You chose all 5 faculties? Who do you think you are? An unparalleled genius? You are destroying your own future. You are being extremely irresponsible to yourself. Peng Yuanshan leaped down from the rostrum with flames of anger burning in his eyes. His expression was stern as he closed in on Wang Ting. The 5 heads came down too. They persuaded Wang Ting. Wang Ting, you should choose again. We can take the previous choice as a joke and ignore it. That's right. You don't have so much energy. No matter how talented you are, you can't do it. If you are really interested in the other subjects, you can take them as elective courses. You don't have to, Their reaction is big. Wang Ting felt that they were just kicking up a fuss. After all, this was his decision. Why were they so nervous? However, when he looked at their concerned expressions, he wasn't able to refute them. The words got choked in his throat. He looked at them a little guiltily as he said, "The school didn't say that we can't choose all the 5 faculties. I thought that learning more things is always good." He couldn't expose his identity as a bug. At this moment, he could only act as a good student. Teachers loved this act. As expected, when they heard his reply, the expressions of the heads softened a little. At first, they thought that Wang Ting was a little insensible and had overestimated himself. A student like him, no matter how talented he was, his achievements would be limited. But listen to what he's saying now. He just wants to learn more. What a good student he is. He has a positive learning attitude. Even if he was a little rash, it's understandable. He just lacks some experience and needs the guidance and teachings of the instructors. He's talented and his learning attitude is very positive. We must nurture him properly. Peng Yuanshan's expression softened a little and he said, "It's good that you have this thinking. However, a person has limited energy. No matter how talented a person is, he can't learn everything. How about this? You can choose the battle faculty as your major and get an observer card for the other courses. If you are interested, you can listen to the other lessons, but the prerequisite is that it must not affect your martial arts cultivation." Many thoughts flashed past Wang Ting's mind. This seemed to be the best solution. Even if he chose all the 5 faculties, the heads couldn't do anything to him, but it would give them a bad impression. The loss outweighed the gain. "All right, I will listen to the president." Once he made his decision, Wang Ting immediately revealed an obedient look as he spoke. Peng Yuanshan was extremely satisfied with his humble attitude. He was able to admit his mistake and listen to his teacher's advice. He was a good child. Indeed, all he lacked was a little common sense experience. "You can still listen to us. You're not that stupid." Peng Yuanshan nodded and patted Wang Ting's shoulder. His attitude became even more amiable. Wang Ting secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, life was like a drama. You need to rely on your acting skill. The freshmen were looking at him with their eyes wide open. How is this possible? Looking at Peng Yuanshan's angry expression just now, they thought that Wang Ting was going to receive a scolding. Yet, in the end, he seemed to value Wang Ting even more. Look at this amiable expression. He seemed to be looking at his nephew. Who else can receive this treatment? Amazing! Impressive! Before Peng Yuanshan left, he said to the other freshman, "What I said just now isn't just directed at Wang Ting. The same goes for all of you. Don't eat more than you can chew. Now you can register for your faculty." The freshmen wouldn't make the same mistake. They stopped hesitating and went forward to choose their faculties. Wang Ting chose the battle faculty in the end. After registering, he returned to his dormitory. After the freshmen finished their registration, the school distributed their student identity cards in the afternoon. Wang Ting also received an observer card. At night, when Wang Ting and Ho Pingyang's friends were eating, they talked about military training the next day. After the freshmen settled all the administrative matters, it was time for military training. The martial arts course was no exception. Normal universities and martial arts academies had no military training. However, military academies were different. Military training was a tradition here. At the same time, it was to let the students familiarize themselves with the various rules of the military academies. However, the military training of the martial arts course was different from the one at the normal university course. The intensity of the martial arts military training was stronger, and its content was more complicated. For instance, all kinds of actual battle training required students to go through drills in different environments. After they finished their dinner, Wang Ting and his friends headed towards the dormitory district. When they reached the fourth section, Wang Ting parted with Ho Pingyang and his friends. He headed to the third district room number 1 alone. The instant he reached his residence, he saw a young man leaning beside the door. "Are you Wang Ting? I have been waiting for you for a long time." The person had obviously seen Wang Ting too. He turned around and spoke to Wang Ting calmly. "I don't think I know you," Wang Ting replied. "My name is Wei Hua. I'm a Year 2 student and a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. I heard that you entered the school as a 2-star martial warrior, so I'm a little curious about you. Hence, I came to see if you have the ability," the young man said indifferently. "Humph, so you want to challenge me?" Wang Ting smiled. "Challenge? You can understand it that way if you want." Wei Hua scorned, but he still nodded and replied to Wang Ting. Wang Ting wasn't angry. He smiled and continued asking, "Have you prepared the 100 credits? I just came to take a look at your ability." Wei Hua frowned. "Humph." Wang Ting snorted. He walked to the door and opened it. Then, he turned his head and said to Wei Hua, "If you haven't prepared the credits, don't waste my time." "You!" Wei Hua immediately got infuriated as though he was humiliated. Chapter 173. I'm truly as smart as a demon. Wei Hua was infuriated. He saw Wang Ting's look of disdain and felt that he was looking down on him. He knew that he needed to prepare 100 credits if he wanted to challenge Wang Ting. However, he just didn't want to spend these 100 credits. The purchasing power of 100 school credits was equivalent to 1 million RMB outside. Who would want to spend this 1 million anyhow like this? To many students, the first year was used to break through to a martial warrior. The school had a mission-based system, and one could gain credits by completing them. However, if you weren't a martial warrior, you wouldn't be able to do many missions. You could only deal with some trifling matters. The credits you earned would just be enough for your cultivation. Wei Hua just became a second-year student. It had barely been a month since he advanced to a martial warrior. The credits he saved beforehand were all used on his cultivation. He wasn't able to fork out 100 credits now. At first, he thought that Wang Ting was easy to fool since he was a freshman. He could just say that he wanted to have a duel with him. If he lost, naturally, he wouldn't need to give 100 credits. If he won, he could say that it was a challenge and take Wang Ting's military title away. What a good deal. He knew that many students who were more powerful and stronger than him coveted the military title. However, he couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to strike first while everyone was still spectating. Once he got the military title, no one else would be able to take it away from him. The president had already said that they could only snatch the military title from Wang Ting. This method wasn't effective on other people. If not, the entire system would be in a mess. They all knew that this snatching opportunity was once in a lifetime. Since they had the chance, even if they knew it was difficult and would cause trouble for themselves, who could resist the temptation? Everyone said that a martial warrior needed to fight. In that case, he would show the new guy. Wei Hua gritted his teeth and said to Wang Ting, "Tomorrow, noon. I will challenge you at the stadium arena. At that time, I will prepare the 100 credit." "Sure. Since you want to give me the credits, I won't reject it." Wang Ting nodded. "You're too arrogant." Wei Hua's face turned green with anger. Bang! Wang Ting closed the door on his face, completely disregarding this person. A 1-star soldier-level martial warrior? If it wasn't for the 100 credits, he wouldn't even have answered him. Wang Ting was waiting for these people to look for him. They had their eyes set on his military title, but Wang Ting wanted their school credits too. Tomorrow, I'll pretend to defeat him with difficulty. I mustn't scare everyone away at once. This will allow more people to challenge me. Wang Ting walked into his house and touched his chin as he wondered to himself. He felt a little excited just thinking about it. I'm indeed as smart as a demon. The next day, military training started at 7 a.m. All the freshmen woke up at 6 a.m. They finished washing up and wore the fitting uniform. Then, they hurried to the stadium to gather. The start of a new day in the new semester was here. The freshmen from the 5 faculties were all gathered in the stadium. The instructors lined up in a row. Each specialization had different numbers of students, so they were split into 3 to 5 teams. The class distribution for each specialization was completed yesterday. The freshmen had already received the news, so they were gathered in their class. After they lined up, the instructors led their teams away from the crowd. Each team chose an empty spot that was further away and started their talk. "Students, nice to meet you. I'm the instructor for your military training, Duchi. At the same time, I'm your 4th-year senior too. I will be the one training and guiding you for the next 15 days. Wang Ting's class was Battle Class 1. There were 32 students in his class. Ho Pingliang and his roommates were all in Class 1. Even Lin Shui, whom he met on the first day, was in this class. How fateful! The instructor was a young man around 20 years old. His back was straight and he looked upright. His aura alone made him stand out from the crowd. When they heard their instructor's words, everyone started muttering in low voices. "Our instructor is a 4th-year senior. What's so strange about it? We are in a military academy. Our seniors are all well-trained military officers. We are not like other schools who need to invite people from the military to train their students. This senior is very handsome. We are going to train for 15 days. We can get to know him properly." Silence. Duchi frowned and shouted coldly. "From now on, if I don't give you permission, you are not allowed to talk to each other. If not, you should know the rules of Huanghai." Everyone immediately became quiet. "All right. Now, please introduce yourself. Let's start from the first student on the left," Duchi said. The student called out was a normal-looking young man. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he instantly opened his mouth and spoke under the gazes of the instructor and his classmate. "Hello everyone, hello instructor, my name is Hao Jingye. I'm from Beisha City." Everyone started introducing themselves thereafter. "Hello everyone, I'm Xietong. Hello everyone, I'm Yuan Jing. Hello everyone, I'm Ho Pingliang. I'm from Donghai. My father is currently serving in the army. Under the influence of my family, I strive to be someone like my father ever since I was young. My name is Lin Shui. I'm a Donghai local. My name is Wang Ting. I'm a Donghai local." Wang Ting's introduction was straightforward. He only said his name and his place of birth. "It's great that Wang Ting is in our class. I heard that the school will rank our classes based on competitions every month. With him around, our class will definitely come out on top, a classmate said. We can't rely on Wang Ting for everything. We came to school to upgrade ourselves. If we just let him piggyback us, what's the point of learning? Another student shook his head and said. It was Bailey Qingfeng from Ho Pingliang's dormitory. His words immediately gained the approval of everyone. Even the young man who spoke just now nodded. You're right. I was taking things for granted. In the martial arts era, we must rely on ourselves. At this moment, Du Qi suddenly glanced at them. They had forgotten the instructor's warning. Cold sweat appeared on their bodies due to fright, and they immediately shut up. However, Du Qi didn't say anything this time. Very soon, everyone finished introducing themselves. He led them to the dormitory district. Today, the first thing I will teach you is how to tidy your dormitory. Du Qi demonstrated to everyone when they arrived at the dormitory. It was here. The legendary tofu cube. Du Qi flicked his hands a few times, and just like that, a tofu cube appeared in his hand. It was orderly and neat. It was astonishing. Then, it was time for the students to deck their tofu cubes. The process wasn't so smooth. In fact, you could call it miserable. The instructor taught every single dormitory and inspected all of them. Wang Ting was the last one. He lived in the third section, so Du Qi waited for everyone else to finish first before bringing them over. This treatment. Everyone looked around them and couldn't help but exclaim with envy. Even Du Qi, their fourth-year senior, was astounded. He lived in the third section before, but room number 1. That was another person's dormitory. Wang Ting had no time to care about his classmates and his instructor's expressions. He was focused on tackling the blanket in front of him. Instructor, I'm done. Wang Ting heaved a long sigh as he got up. His head was full of sweat. Oh my God, this was so difficult. Everyone looked at Wang Ting's piece of art. They almost burst out laughing. Are you sure this is a tofu cube? Are you sure it's not some special creature? Does he have the legendary butterfingers? Chapter 174. Bestow him with the title of a dignified-looking person. When they came out of the dormitory, the students from Battle Class 1 kept glancing at Wang Ting with weird expressions. You can't judge a book by its cover. The top scholar of the martial arts exam doesn't know how to deck his blanket. As expected, no one is perfect. How does that saying go? Oh right, when God closes one door, he opens another window. They forgot if God really said this, but this was what they wanted to say. Wang Ting walked among the group with a black face. He was incredibly embarrassed. He didn't expect that he couldn't do such a simple thing. Damn it. 7:15 a.m. The instructor brought everyone to the cafeteria. The teams from the other classes had arrived too. Once everyone gathered, they entered the cafeteria together and started their breakfast. Their every action seemed to be emphasizing the word discipline. After they finished eating, they headed to the stadium. Before anything, they stood at attention for 20 minutes. The day of training started with standing at attention. In the afternoon, after lunch, they had 2 hours of rest. Wang Ting came to the stadium as promised. The arena was a martial arts arena. It was a place especially for martial warriors to fight. Martial warriors were extremely powerful. If the defense ability of the arena wasn't strong enough, it would be damaged easily. Thus, the materials used to make the arena must be strong and durable. There were defense runes carved on the arena too. If not, it would be damaged from time to time. The maintenance fee was a piece of cake for these martial warriors, but it was too troublesome to repair it all the time. There were already many people in the stadium. There were older students and freshmen. When Wang Ting walked over from afar, he saw the crowd gathered over there. A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips. It was obvious that Wei Hua had spread the news of the battle. If not, there wouldn't be so many people coming to watch. There were always some people who had extravagant hopes for his military title. He's here. When Wang Ting's figure appeared at the edge of the stadium, someone noticed him immediately. Discussions were heard all around. He really came. Youth knows no fear. As the top of the freshman batch, and someone whom the instructors and president have high hopes in, how can he reject a battle when someone came to look for him personally? Wei Hua just became a martial warrior not long ago. Wang Ting was already a martial warrior during the university entrance exam. Wei Hua might not be stronger than him. In high school, he didn't get to enjoy the university's resources. Be it his scripture or his battle techniques, the difference is huge. I don't know how Wang Ting became a martial warrior, but he can't be compared to a martial warrior groomed by our school. You're right. To these older students, the two candidates were both one-star soldier-level martial warriors, but the grooming of the military academy was their greatest reliance. In the martial arts era, it was widely acknowledged that university-groomed martial warriors had a higher status than self-taught martial warriors. This was the domination of resources. Before they entered university, Wang Ting's method of becoming a martial warrior was most probably like those self-taught martial warriors. Thus, they felt a sense of superiority when they faced him. However, since Wang Ting was able to become a martial warrior at such a young age and gained the recognition of the instructors and president, he definitely had his merits. It was hard to determine who would win today. When Wang Ting came closer, the commotion disappeared gradually. There wasn't just a single arena in the stadium. Wei Hua stood on one of the arenas, and his gaze landed on Wang Ting, who was walking below. "You're late. I needed to go for military training. Why don't you talk to my instructor?" Wang Ting walked up the arena and stood opposite Wei Hua. Wei Hua's expression turned ugly. He scoffed softly and kept quiet. The instructors for the freshmen were mostly fourth-year seniors. All of them had been freshmen before. They knew how tough their fourth-year seniors were. Talk to them? He wasn't that bold. Let's not waste any more time. Since you're here, let's start. Everyone here will be our witness. If I lose, I will give 100 credits to Wang Ting. But, if I win, his military title is mine, Wei Hua said to the crowd below. Cold smiles appeared on many people's faces. Some of them frowned uncontrollably too. Many people had their eyes on Wang Ting's military title. Some of them were furious that they didn't act earlier and let someone else gain the upper hand. Others remained calm and indifferent. The martial arts club will be the judge for this battle. When everyone was silent and waiting to watch a good show, a cheerful laugh was heard from the crowd. The martial arts club. The spectators' expressions changed. They looked behind them. The crowd saw two figures slowly walking towards the stadium from outside. Everyone's gaze was attracted to them, as though they had a spotlight on them. It was a lady and a man. The man was handsome, and the lady was pretty. They appeared confident with striking auras. Third-year senior sister Yang Lin and senior brother Chen Su. It's them. Why are they here? Do they want the military title too? That's impossible. Their ability has exceeded that of a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. They don't have the chance to challenge Wang Ting. Also, they seem to have military titles already. Do they want to invite Wang Ting into the martial arts club? The two of them walked below the arena. The man called Chen Su smiled slightly and said, "Let us be the judge. What do you think?" "I have no objection," Wang Ting said nonchalantly. Wei Hua laughed awkwardly and said hurriedly, "It's my honor to have seniors as my judges." Yang Lin and Chen Su nodded. "Let's start. I'm using a blade. What's your weapon?" Wei Hua took out a blade from behind his back and asked. "Oh, I'm using this." Wang Ting thought for a moment. He searched in his pocket and took out a golden brick. The scene was engulfed in an eerie silence. At first, many people were secretly looking at Yang Lin and Chen Su. But, at this moment, All their gazes were alternating between Wang Ting's face and the brick. Are you serious about using a brick as your weapon? Also, that was a bright and golden brick. Was it made using gold? Hey, isn't anyone curious about where he took the brick from? Someone asked awkwardly. Did he hide it there? A few people scanned Wang Ting's lower half of the body with strange gazes. Cough, junior brother Wang Ting, are you sure you want to use this golden brick as your weapon? Yang Lin couldn't help but ask. Yes. Wang Ting looked at the brick in his hand and even weighed it. He felt that it was very comfortable in his hand. He asked curiously, can't I? Chen Su secretly glanced at the lower part of Wang Ting's body when he heard the discussions around him. He said, that's not it. I just felt that your weapon is a little unexpected. Don't you think that this weapon is amazing? Wang Ting asked seemingly seriously. Everyone, as long as you're happy. Wang Ting, are you looking down on me? Why are you using a brick as your weapon? Wei Hua glared at Wang Ting. His expression was ugly. I didn't. My weapon has always been a brick, Wang Ting replied humbly. I don't believe you. You're too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you what it means by there's always someone better than you. Wei Hua stomped his feet on the ground and charged at Wang Ting. He activated his earth force, and the battle blade in his hand formed an arc in the air. Good move! Wang Ting shouted pretentiously. He waved his brick to receive the attack. He tilted his body and smashed the brick at the side of the blade, knocking it away. He then abruptly rushed forward. He aimed the brick at Wei Hua's face. Wei Hua's expression didn't change. He twisted his blade quickly and forced Wang Ting to defend himself. The brick and the blade collided again. Clang! Force exploded when they collided. The huge impact formed visible airwaves, forcing the two people apart. The next second, they stepped on the ground and shot towards each other again. This Wang Ting seems quite powerful. The people below turned slightly serious. They looked at the two youngsters fighting back and forth in the arena. They compared the difference in ability between the duo and realized that they seemed on par with each other. Many people were shocked by this. Wei Hua was a second-year student. He had been through more than a year of polishing, yet he was still roughly the same as a freshman. Was Wei Hua too weak? Or was Wang Ting too strong? No matter what it was embarrassing for an older student. Those people that wanted to see Wang Ting losing didn't feel good. The more powerful Wang Ting was, the more obvious the difference between them would seem. Everyone here was a talented individual in their high school. No one wanted to be placed beneath others. However, some students accepted this fact readily. When they saw that an older student wasn't able to defeat Wang Ting, they suddenly felt honored. Wei Hua got more and more anxious as he fought. Wang Ting's ability was higher than expected. Challenging a freshman who just entered university wasn't a glamorous thing. If he lost, he would be greatly embarrassed. How would he raise his head in school in the future? The two parties exchanged blows many times, but no one was able to gain an advantage. Of course, Wang Ting purposely hid his abilities. If he were serious, Wei Hua wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from him. This should be enough. Wang Ting thought to himself. At this moment, Wei Hua suddenly widened the distance between them. Then, a strong yellow glow appeared on the blade of the battle blade. I don't believe that you will be able to handle this attack. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his force into the blade glow. He released the attack. Boom. Ah. So powerful. Looks like I need to be serious. Wang Ting shouted pretentiously. His expression seemed a little stern. Ice blue force congregated on his palm as he slapped his palm at the huge yellow blade glow. Bang! The blade and the palm collided. Force exploded at the center region and spread to its surroundings. Pfft! Wei Hua spat out a mouth of blood. He was stunned by the result. However, he still couldn't help but retreat. At this second, his pupils constricted. He saw a black figure breaking through the airwaves and dashing towards him. Wang Ting came in front of Wei Hua in a blink of an eye. He raised his brick and aimed it accurately at his head. Bang! One shot, one kill. Wei Hua felt his vision turning black. He staggered, but he persevered and didn't fall. Huh! As expected of a martial warrior. He has a high resistance to attacks. Wang Ting was slightly surprised. He raised his brick and whacked it on Wei Hua again. When the airwaves in the arena subsided, everyone finally saw the situation. Wang Ting was panting furiously and his clothes were in a mess. They looked at his feet. A figure was lying flat with his face on the ground. He couldn't get up anymore. Pant, he's so strong. Wang Ting panted as he emphasized once again. His expression was solemn, as if he had met his arch enemy. However, he was actually picking up the attribute bubbles around Wei Hua. Earth Force *12 Intermediate Stage Earth Talent *5 Spirit *8 Enlightenment *10 F *K. This is good stuff. The students in Huanghai Military Academy were indeed gifted. Look at the attributes they drop. He even dropped the intermediate stage Earth Talent. There were 8 points of Spirit and 10 points of Enlightenment. It was quite a lot. People with higher talent would drop more attribute bubbles. Wang Ting was secretly delighted when he saw his gains. The crowd below the arena was stunned. The battle just now was terrific. At the same time, both parties' abilities were not to be underestimated. Wang Ting was even more impressive. He managed to defeat the second-year student, Wei Hua. Yang Lin and Chen Su immediately jumped into the arena to inspect Wei Hua's injury. It was nothing serious. He was fine except for the huge bumps on his head. The two of them looked at Wang Ting's gold brick with a strange gaze. Suddenly, they felt that this junior had a weird sense of humor. I will give respect to all the talents that lose to me. I will bestow them with horns. Wang Ting explained seriously. The corners of their lips twitched slightly. Even with their many years of studies, they were unable to find a word to describe Wang Ting's shamelessness. The audience below heard his words and looked at the huge bumps on Wei Hua's head. In an instant, they could almost see the thick black aura gushing out of Wang Ting's body. If you cut this person's heart, it must be black. Wang Ting looked down on everyone. Since you want to create trouble for me, you must be prepared for my special attention. Seniors, I won this battle, right? He asked the two of them. The two exchanged glances with each other. Chen Su nodded. Yes, you win. That's good. I'll have to trouble you to monitor him for me. Don't let him run away from his 100 credits, Wang Ting said. Don't worry. Since the Martial Arts Club has interfered in this matter, no one will be able to run away from the agreement. Yang Lin and Chen Su were speechless. This Wang Ting was a money lover. Thank you. I have military training in the afternoon, so I will go and rest now. Can someone send this senior brother Wei Hua to the infirmary? If he has any side effects, I'd have greatly sinned. Wang Ting staggered down the arena as he spoke. Everyone, since you know that hitting the head will have repercussions, why did you still do it? The crowd again looked at the bumps on Wei Hua's head. It was painful just thinking about it. Wang Ting walked down the arena while holding his waist. He kept muttering, "Oh, my waist. Senior Wei Hua is too powerful. He's so powerful. I almost lost." His voice was loud, as if afraid that other people couldn't hear him. Wang Ting, do you want to go to the infirmary? Yang Lin couldn't help but ask when she saw his state. There's no need for that. I'll be fine after a rest. Ouch, my palm. That attack at the end was really powerful. I almost couldn't handle it. Wang Ting emphasized how powerful Wei Hua was again, and how he almost lost. Everyone looked at his back view as he walked away. Their gazes flickered, and they couldn't help but feel happy. Comparing their ability with Wei Hua's, if they challenged Wang Ting, they had a high possibility of winning. Only a few people found it strange, but they couldn't figure out what was wrong. Why was Wang Ting emphasizing how strong Wei Hua was? Was he sympathizing with him? Chapter 175 Youth. Wang Ting returned to his dormitory. Once inside, he straightened his back and revealed a smile at the corner of his lip. He brought out his attributes panel. Enlightenment. Spiritual Realm, 16/100 Spirit. Spiritual Realm, 5.8/100. He looked at his enlightenment and spirit first. Based on the ratio of 10 to 1, he had gained 1 point and 0.8 points. His beginner stage Earth talent had already changed to intermediate stage Earth talent. Wang Ting felt his surroundings carefully. The Earth force around him seemed even more intimate now. Besides this, his Earth force had also increased by 12 points. Earth force, 125/1000 3-star. Now Wang Ting's Earth force had reached 3-star. If he wanted to upgrade to 4-star, he would need 1000 points. There were so many talents in Huanghai Military Academy, so his ability would rise very quickly if he interacted with everyone more often. Wang Ting was satisfied with the results today. He sat cross-legged on his bed and started cultivating. As for the tofu cube on the bed, he wouldn't touch it if he didn't need to. It was too difficult to fold. In the afternoon, the military training continued. Wang Ting enjoyed the gazes of all the freshmen. The news of him defeating a second-year student had already spread among the freshmen. Many were jealous of him, but there were people who respected him too. The instructors weren't here, so everyone chatted among themselves. The students around Wang Ting couldn't help but lean towards him and shower him with questions. Ho Pingliang was weirder. He used his water bottle as a microphone and asked, "Brother Ting, let me interview you. How do you feel about defeating a second-year senior?" "The feeling is, he's too weak." Wang Ting acted arrogantly. Lu Shu and his friends looked at him with contempt. They exposed him without caring about his dignity. "We all know that you managed to defeat him with much difficulty. But this is already impressive." Wang Ting didn't care. He laughed and happily chatted with them. However, in his heart, he was elated. He secretly respected his own acting. "TSK, I think I can get an Oscar." "The instructor is here," someone shouted. The noises disappeared at once, and everyone lined up as quickly as possible. "Everyone seems very free," Du Qi walked in front of Class 1 and said with a smile. They were dead. As expected, the next second, Du Kai's face turned cold. "Since you're so free, run 5 rounds around the stadium as a warm-up." Their expressions turned bitter. This was just the start, yet they already had to run 5 rounds. How were they supposed to survive the afternoon? "Why are you shouting? Run!" Du Qi said coldly without any mercy. Everyone looked at their instructor's expression, and their hearts sank. They didn't dare to bargain with him. Instead, they put their legs into action and started running around the field. The other classes were running too. In an instant, there was a bunch of hot-blooded youths running with all their might in the stadium. Youth. 6 p.m. All the freshmen dragged their exhausted bodies back to the cafeteria. They looked as though they had suffered inhumane torture. Their expressions were numb, and they were walking like zombies. "Ouch, my leg. The instructor is so vicious." "Bear with it. Are you going to talk back to the instructor?" "I think there are blisters on my feet. I heard that sanitary pads are very useful. Let's buy a few bags to try later." Me too. The freshmen were talking among themselves when they suddenly saw a person walking by casually. His relaxed footsteps made them want to beat him. "Wang Ting. Sigh, a martial warrior's physique is much better than ours." This amount of training did not affect him at all. Ho Pingliang and his friends were filled with jealousy. "Brother Ting, you're having such a good time. We are exhausted, yet you seem totally fine," Ho Pingliang said. This is the difference between martial disciples and martial warriors. The instructor's training is targeted at martial disciples. It has no effect on martial warriors. Lu Shu pushed his glasses and said. But, in the end, the military training is to groom our discipline. Cultivation is secondary. The real cultivation starts after military training, Song Shuheng said. If you use a scientific method for your training, the military training will be nothing to you, Bailey Qingfeng said calmly. Qingfeng, are you sure your method is useful? I think I saw your legs trembling just now, Lu Shu suddenly whispered. Bailey Qingfeng. Life is already hard. Brother, you don't have to expose the truth. Wang Ting laughed and shook his head. The military training was a walk in the park for him. It wasn't difficult at all. The few of them took their food and gathered around a table. Then, they started stuffing the food down their throats. They weren't the only people doing this. The other freshmen were eating the same way. After the afternoon training, everyone was tired and hungry. The best method was to eat heartily to replenish the energy they exerted. That way, they would have the energy to continue their training tomorrow. Wang Ting was eating when someone walked over and sat down beside him. The person smiled and said, Wang Ting, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Kun from Year 2. When the military training ends tonight, let's have a duel in the arena. What do you think? Wang Ting was stunned. He swallowed the meat in his mouth and nodded. Oh, alright. You just need to prepare your credit. Zhou Kun's face twitched. His tone was so irritating. He sounded as if he would definitely lose. However, he didn't say much and just nodded. No problem. I won't disturb your meal. I will wait for you at the arena tonight. This person was straightforward. After deciding the matter, he got up immediately and left. Lu Shu asked, This senior seems harder to deal with than Wei Hua in the afternoon. Brother Ting, are you confident? I will do my best. Wang Ting didn't know how to reply. He couldn't tell them that he was able to defeat him in a single move, right? But, Lu Shu, how can you tell that this senior is harder to deal with? Asked Song Shuheng. If he's not harder to deal with, will he come over to give credits to Brother Wang for free? Lu Shu looked at Song Shuheng in surprise. He seemed to be asking why he asked such a stupid question. Wang Ting and Bailey Qingfeng also looked at him, as if they were looking at an idiot. Song Shuheng felt his face turning warm. He almost covered his face and ran away. Lu Shu, you're heartless. You die or I die. Song Shuheng glared at Lu Shu furiously. After they finished their lunch, the freshmen gathered again. There were still other activities and training at night. However, the intensity wasn't as strong as the afternoon's training. It was mostly practicing their marches and training their formation. Then, they found some shades under the trees and sang the military song loudly with the dim school lights in the background. Once their military training ended, everyone gathered in the stadium. The duel between Wang Ting and Zhou Kun had also spread somehow. Although everyone was tired after a day of training, they were still extremely excited. Who do you think will win this duel? I think it will be our second-year senior. Wang Ting's ability is clearly seen after the afternoon battle. The senior must be confident. That's why he acted. Yes, it's a little hard. However, I hope that Wang Ting can win. That's right. We finally have a freshman who can fight with the second year. If he manages to survive a few more battles, it adds to our honor. Chapter 176. I almost lost again. The freshmen at the scene were more excited than Wang Ting. They cared about the result more than him. Half of the freshmen were even supporting him. This scene made Wang Ting a little astounded. He walked closer and saw Yang Lin and Chen Su standing at the side. These two seniors from the martial arts club were smiling at him. Wang Ting, do you mind letting us be the judge again? Chen Su smiled and asked. Of course not. I have to trouble you again. Wang Ting was surprised, but he still nodded and replied. The three of them chatted for a while before Wang Ting walked up the arena. He smiled at Zhou Kuan opposite him. Zhou Kuan said, "Wang Ting, you managed to invite the two seniors from the martial arts club. Your face is so important." Will you believe me if I say that they came themselves?" asked Wang Ting. "That shows how great your potential is." Zhou Kuan was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and continued, "Honestly, I regret inviting you for a challenge. If I snatch your military title, there will be a grudge between us. This means that I will have an enemy with great potential. But you still came in the end." "Yes. Ever since I started practicing martial arts, someone told me that you have to constantly fight on the martial arts path. If you don't, you won't be able to achieve anything. Let's not waste any time then. If you want to fight, let's fight," Wang Ting said calmly. Zhou Kuan was stunned once again. He smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect you to view things so clearly. Let's start then." As he spoke, his aura started to change. He retracted the smile on his face. He seemed to have turned from a tamed little cat into a ferocious tiger that attacked humans. He was fierce, powerful, and bloodthirsty. This aura. Wang Ting looked at the young man who was giving off a frightening aura. His gaze paused for a while. This was someone whose hands were stained with blood. This was an aura that could only appear on someone who had been through many battles. Wang Ting was very familiar with this aura. Zhou Kuan lowered his body and wore a pair of boxing gloves. He got into his posture, ready to attack at any time. Wang Ting searched in his pocket and also took out a pair of boxing gloves. He wore them. Everyone. They all thought that he would take out the gold brick, but this time, he took out a pair of boxing gloves instead. However, what was with his pocket? How was he able to stuff so many big items inside? This didn't make any sense. Wang Ting didn't care about the silent complaints of the bystanders below. His gaze turned slightly serious. No matter how weak his opponent was, he still gave him due respect. He wouldn't fight with all his might, but he should at least give him a proper fight. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Zhou Kuan squinted when he saw Wang Ting taking out a pair of boxing gloves. "Are you using your fists too? Interesting." The two parties didn't speak after that. The atmosphere tensed up in an instant, boring down on the spectators. The voices below disappeared uncontrollably. The next second, the two of them moved. Their speed increased exponentially, and they rushed towards each other in the blink of an eye. Bang! The two fists collided, and force exploded in the center region. Energy surged all around, and their clothes flew up because of the wind. No one took any step back, though. They continued attacking each other with their fists. "He's very strong." Zhou Kun's expression was stern. He immediately had a bad feeling. Wang Ting's ability was greater than expected. In the afternoon, he had observed Wang Ting's battle with Wei Hua. He shouldn't be so strong. Could it be he was hiding his ability? "Hey, don't get distracted when you're fighting with me." Wang Ting forced Zhou Kuan to step back with a single punch, as he said calmly. He made sure that he only used the same power as Zhou Kuan. He even suppressed his battle experience. If not, Zhou Kuan would have been defeated within a few moves. Even if that was the case, when Zhou Kuan got distracted, he could almost instantly catch a loophole and defeat him at once. But, if he did that, his plan would fail. He must not appear too strong. What a headache! Zhou Kuan didn't say anything. However, he became extremely serious. He released all his energy and raised his fist at Wang Ting. The sound of wind whooshing resounded in the arena. Every fist was aimed at the flesh, and the fists went back and forth. The bystanders were stunned by this fierce battle. "They are so strong." The freshmen were looking at them with open mouth. Some of them were unconvinced by Wang Ting before. They believed that they could catch up with him as long as they became martial warriors, but now all they felt was depression. Would they really be able to catch up with him? Some people started questioning themselves. Boom! The battle was drawing to an end. Zhou Kun panted heavily. Wang Ting, well, he was panting heavily too. The two of them stared at each other. The battle reignited, and their fists clashed with each other again. Wang Ting felt that it was almost time. He saw a loophole and grabbed the chance to appear behind Zhou Kun. Before the other party could react, Wang Ting had already taken out the brick from his pocket and slammed it on Zhou Kun's head. "Let me give you some horns too." This was the sentence Zhou Kun heard before he lost consciousness. In an instant, the image of Wei Hua lying on the arena with bumps all over his head flashed past his mind. "What the F***K? Didn't you say that you will use your fist to speak? Why did you take out your brick secretly again?" Pant. "I won again." Wang Ting pretended to be extremely tired. He kept the brick in his pocket and secretly picked up the attribute bubbles dropped beside him. Spirit *12 Wood Force *16 Intermediate Stage Wood Talent *15 Wang Ting's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. Intermediate Stage Wood Talent. He had 3 talents out of 5 elements: water, fire, and earth. Wood Talent was one of the talents he lacked. He didn't expect to gain a surprise present. However, only spirit attributes were dropped. There were no enlightenment attributes. Spirit. Spiritual Realm, 7 out of 100 Wood Force. 72 out of 1000 3-star. His Wood Force had also reached 3-star. It was heading towards the 4-star level. The attributes dropped by each challenger didn't look much when compared with the 1000 points needed to upgrade his level. But many a little makes a mickle. It was just a little troublesome. Also, his greatest gain from these duels was the talents dropped by the student challengers. Indeed, aiming their heads was the right decision. As Wang Ting was thinking to himself happily, Chen Su and Yang Lin walked forward. They inspected Zhou Kun's injury and announced that Wang Ting had won. However, when they saw the huge bump on Zhou Kun's head, they were speechless. "Junior brother Wang Ting, we are all students. Can you not hit their heads next time?" Yang Lin said uncontrollably. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. "If I say that I didn't do it on purpose, will you believe me? I just whacked it because it was in the way." "Bullshit, why will I believe you?" Yang Lin was furious. But, on the surface, she could only say helplessly, "Please remember to control yourself next time." I will. Wang Ting agreed repeatedly. He felt that if he rejected her, the senior sister in front of him might explode in anger. He felt a little scared just thinking about it. "Oh yeah, Wang Ting, you amaze me. Your palm skill is not bad, but your fist skill is amazing too," Chen Su complimented him from the side. "You're speaking too highly of me. I was just lucky. Wang Ting was humble. "Zhou Kun is really strong. I almost got defeated." For some reason, everyone felt that this sentence sounded a little familiar. In the afternoon, Wang Ting seemed to have said the same thing. Chapter 177. F***K, I'm not eating anymore. Wang Ting won again. That's right. It was a close call, but he's really strong. He deserves to be the number 1 freshman. The freshmen were amazed. Wang Ting had defeated 2 second-year seniors, so he was in the limelight now. "Junior brother Wang Ting, are you interested in joining our martial arts club?" Chen Su said to Wang Ting in the arena. "You want me to join the martial arts club?" Wang Ting was slightly shocked. He looked at Chen Su in astonishment. "That's right. Why do you think the 2 of us came and stood as judges?" "We wanted to test your ability and character." Yang Lin stood at the side and said. "I thought that the martial arts club would appear wherever there's a battle," Wang Ting said. Yang Lin and Chen Su were rendered speechless. What did Wang Ting think the martial arts club was? The management of a market that appeared wherever there was a feud? No, they must correct the wrong perception this young man had towards the martial arts club. Our martial arts club is such a glorious presence. How can others look down on it? Even if they are just thinking in their heads, it's not right. Cough! Chen Su coughed awkwardly and said, Wang Ting, you might have some misunderstanding. Our martial arts club is the biggest club in school. The students in our club are all outstanding students. We have the responsibility to help the school with their management of students' discipline. Wang Ting hesitated before asking, Is there a difference? Chen Su and Yang Lin felt their heads hurt, the veins on their foreheads almost popping out. Yang Lin took a deep breath to calm her emotions and said, The responsibility of the martial arts club is to maintain the order of battles and prevent forced participation or unfair acts. However, this isn't our only responsibility and power. Our martial arts club is the biggest club in Huanghai Military Academy. There are many powerful people inside. Many impressive alumni of the school came from our martial arts club. Our presence helps to keep things in check. Wang Ting was in deep thought. It looked like the martial arts club wasn't just an ordinary club. He finally started to have a different understanding of the martial arts club. Seeing that he understood, Chen Su smiled and said, The two of us are in charge of the newbies' intake this year. We came to look for you first. If you agree, we will send your information to the club president and the vice presidents. They will be the ones making the final decision. However, there shouldn't be any problems, Yang Lin said. If I join the martial arts club, what do I have to do? What benefits will I get to enjoy? Wang Ting wondered and asked. Your job will be to help the teachers take care of student disputes or watch over martial arts battles. As for the benefits, there are all kinds of benefits. Every student in the martial arts club can get 5 school credits every month. 5 school credits are equivalent to 50,000 renminbi outside. If you use it sparingly, it can satisfy your daily cultivation needs. Also, there are some hidden benefits too. There are some 4-star soldier-level martial warriors in the club. If you say that you are a member of the martial arts club, no one will dare to bully you, Chen Su explained all the perks. Wang Ting had almost made his decision. There might be troubles after he entered the martial arts club, but the pros outweighed the cons. I'll join. He didn't hesitate anymore and immediately gave his reply. Very good. After I finish examining a few more freshmen, I will send all your information over together. I believe that the result will be out soon, Chen Su smiled and replied. It's not early anymore. Go back and have a rest. We will take care of the matters here. Yang Lin immediately got more amiable when Wang Ting agreed to enter the martial arts club. All right. Wang Ting nodded and walked down the arena. He was headed to the dormitory district. F***K. What did I hear just now? Wang Ting has been invited by the martial arts club. I'm so envious. I heard that the martial arts club is the #1 club in Huanghai Military Academy. The treatment of the club is quite generous. I want to join too. Forget it. Someone like you joining the martial arts club? Are you serious? The students around them went into an uproar as they looked at Wang Ting leaving. Many freshmen wanted to get into the martial arts club no matter what it took. But they couldn't find any way to get in. They could only wait for the martial arts club to look for them and test them. If they passed, they would be invited into the club. But look at Wang Ting. He had entered university not long ago, yet the martial arts club had already scouted him personally and invited him. Comparisons made people infuriated. Wang Ting and Ho Pingliang went back to their dormitory. Along the way, Ho Pingliang and his friends never stopped talking. Brother Ting, you defeated another second-year senior, and even entered the martial arts club. Good things come in pairs. You must treat us. That's right. This time you must treat us, Song Shuheng said. Not only must you treat us, but you must treat us on the second floor of the cafeteria, Bailey Qingfeng agreed. F***K, you're so vicious. But I like this. Lu Shu pushed his glasses. a white light flashing across the mirror due to the reflection. It was hard to look him in the eye. Enough. I just got 200 school credits, and you already want to take full advantage of me. Wang Ting was speechless. They shouted excitedly, "Ha! Take advantage of the rich! Take it all away!" Wang Ting returned to his dormitory and walked straight to his bed. He sat cross-legged and started cultivating. He had just received an intermediate stage wood talent today, so he wanted to see the effects. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the wood force in his surroundings. Green particles immediately surged towards him. These particles were full of vitality and extremely energetic. The plants in the room also got affected by these particles and became fresh and green. New buds were even formed. It was amazing. The effect is not bad. Unfortunately, I don't have wood scriptures, so the absorption rate is very low. Wang Ting opened his eyes and shook his head. He had a sudden thought. The wood force in his body flowed out and congregated in his palm, slowly turning into a green ball. Then, he went closer to the plant. The bud that just came out was growing furiously. Soon, it turned into a new branch. This wood force has other uses. If I can match it with some special scripture, I can increase the production speed of spiritual herbs instead of just normal plant. Wang Ting thought to himself. Mind you, the price of spiritual herbs was quite high, especially for some rare spiritual herbs. They were hard to find. Some spiritual dan with special effects required all kinds of precious spiritual herbs as ingredient. These spiritual dan were rare because it was hard to find the spiritual herbs needed to make them. If he could speed up the growth of these spiritual herbs, he. The edge of Wang Ting's lips lifted uncontrollably just thinking about it. It was all money. The next day, in the afternoon, after military training, Wang Ting brought Ho Pingyang and his friends to the second floor of the cafeteria. He was a real man. It was just a treat. What was he afraid of? However, when Wang Ting saw the menu, he almost fell to the ground. What was this? Robbery? Braised pork ball in brown sauce. 2 credits braised prawns, 3 credits braised pork ribs, 3 points shredded pork with garlic sauce, 2 credits each one cost a few credit. If you converted the value, each dish cost a few thousand. F***K, I'm not eating anymore. Chapter 178. Wang Ting King won again. The dishes on the second floor were too expensive. Wang Ting wanted to leave immediately, but Ho Pingyang and his friends were looking at him with puppy eyes. Sigh, his heart was too soft. Since we are classmates, sure, let's eat. This will be the first and last time. In the future, I won't treat them again, even if they beat me to death. Ho Pingyang and his friends knew their limits, so they ordered 3 to 4 dishes and 1 steamed bucket rice. The steamed bucket rice was cooked using spiritual rice. If you consumed it every day, it would greatly benefit a martial warrior's cultivation. Even so, this meal cost Wang Ting 10 school credit. It was 100,000 renminbi outside. After some time, the 4 chef masters in the cafeteria made the dishes and served them to the students. Wang Ting looked at Ho Pingyang and his friends as they devoured their food. The edge of his lips twitched. Then, he hurriedly joined their gang. I'm the one treating today. Every mouthful I eat is worth it for me. Thus, at a corner of the second-floor cafeteria, this shocking scene played out. There were many seniors on the second floor. When they saw their actions, they gave them looks of disdain. Embarrassing, this was so embarrassing. They must be freshmen who hadn't seen the world. The next few days, Wang Ting went through military training and poured out his sweat and youth. At the same time, he had to deal with the challengers that came to find him occasionally. Although Wang Ting had defeated 2 second-year seniors, there were still many talented people hidden in the school. Many of them believed that they were more powerful than Wei Hua and Zhou Kuan. They thought that they had understood Wang Ting's ability, so they were all very confident at the start. In the end, they realized that their dreams were just castles in the sky. The reality was cruel. It was all fake. Wang Ting refreshed everyone's perception of his ability again and again. He accepted all the challenges, and he always won by a hair's breadth. On the 10th night of his military training, Wang Ting defeated another second-year senior and left a horn legacy. Wang Ting won again. The freshmen were numb. He had won so many times that it became a very natural thing. Some people gave Wang Ting a nickname, Formidable Wang. Of course, this was more of a joke. However, this nickname made many people unhappy. Formidable had an important meaning to martial warriors. Until now, no one dared to claim that they were formidable. Even the general stage martial warriors didn't dare to do it. Wang Ting was just a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. Where did he get the face to claim that? Fortunately, the real powerful people wouldn't find Wang Ting just because of a joke. Also, this wasn't the only nickname Wang Ting had. He had other nicknames like Bestow You with Horns Brick Wang, Black-Hearted Wang, etc. When these nicknames spread, no matter how unhappy these people were, they couldn't disturb Wang Ting because of his Formidable Wang nickname. On the other hand, Wang Ting was delighted with his Formidable Wang nickname. He felt that this nickname was very apt for him. Formidable Wang. Not bad, not bad. One day I will be formidable. Of course, after so many narrow wins, everyone finally noticed that something was amiss. This Wang Ting was a wolf in sheep's clothing. A freshman who defeated almost all the second-year students. If he wasn't a wolf in sheep's clothing, who would believe it? Wei Hua and Zhou Kuan, the two people who challenged Wang Ting, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This fellow was so scheming. His heart was so black that he didn't seem like a freshman at all. At this moment, Wang Ting clutched his chest and looked down at the young man lying beside his feet with a pale face. He muttered to himself, "This senior is so strong. Hey, stop pretending. Everyone knows that you're faking it. It's useless to continue acting." Yang Lin and Chen Su were speechless. Wang Ting's expression was infuriating. They wanted to hit him so badly. "Why don't you believe me? I tried my best and almost got defeated." Wang Ting pretended that he was hurt. "Bullshit, let's go. I don't want to see this fellow anymore." Yang Lin pulled Chen Su and escaped from the scene in a hurry. Sigh, outstanding people always get misunderstood. My life is so lonely. Wang Ting walked to the side of the arena and lamented softly. The people below. Shameless. They had never seen someone as shameless as him. Everyone knew that he was acting, but when Wang Ting appeared half dead after every battle, they once again started getting confused. What was true and what was false? People began to wonder if this was really his bottom line. Hence, people started to get scared of him. They weren't confident, so they didn't dare to challenge him easily. Wang Ting had peace for 3 days. When he thought that no one would challenge him anymore, a surprising name appeared in his vision. However, this name was expected. Challenge letter, Zhuo Tai. It was a challenge letter from Zhuo Tai. Wang Ting had heard of Zhuo Tai's name the moment he entered university. The room number 1 he was staying in used to be Zhuo Tai's dormitory. Wang Ting had taken over his position, so there was a grudge between them. At first, he thought that Zhuo Tai would be the first one to challenge him. He didn't expect him to lay low until now. Tomorrow at 12 noon? Wang Ting muttered to himself. Did Zhuo Tai come out now because he feels that he has 100% confidence? 100% confidence? Haha, the eerie laughter echoed in 3rd section room number 1. Wang Ting had defeated more than 10 challengers in the past few days. Many of them were distinguished second-year students. Naturally, their talent wasn't weak, so he gained a huge number of attribute bubbles from them. His 5 force elements had all increased. Wang Ting's ability was steadily heading in the direction of a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. Also, his spirit and enlightenment attributes had increased quite a lot. Enlightenment. Spiritual realm, 28 out of 100. Spirit. Spiritual realm, 17 out of 100. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel that all these challengers were good people. They gave him all kinds of attribute bubbles, doing what little they could to help. If it is possible, please let more challengers come. At the same time, a few second-year students were gathered together in room number 2 of the 3rd section. The television screen in front of them was playing the battles Wang Ting had over the past few days. Someone had recorded Wang Ting's battle, so these students were studying them now. When they finished watching all the videos, their expressions turned serious, and they remained silent. After some time, a young man with narrow eyes suddenly said, "Indeed, he has some ability. No wonder he's able to beat so many second-year students like you." Zhuotai, don't make such sarcastic remarks. This fellow is a little strange. His ability is definitely not like what he claimed. The other students had ugly expressions as they said, "Humph, no matter how powerful he is, he's definitely a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. I can defeat him." A smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Tai's lips. "Are you really confident? If you lose, none of the second-year students will be able to beat him. At that time we will be greatly embarrassed," a young man said. "Wait and see." Zhuotai didn't say much. His expression was composed, and he was extremely confident. Chapter 179. Finish the Year 2s? Who was Zhuotai? Zhuotai was famous among the second-year students. Last year, when he entered the university as a freshman, he advanced from a martial disciple to a martial warrior in a short span of 3 months. He became the number 1 freshman last year in a single leap. After that, many people followed his lead. Naturally, they weren't willing to stay below him. What happened if they were unconvinced? Fight it out. Challenges came one after another. However, Zhuotai remained undefeated. His situation was a little similar to Wang Ting's. For the entire first year, Zhuotai remained at the top of his cohort. He was the leader of this year's second-year students. If no accidents happened, he would probably maintain his status in the 3rd and 4th years, all the way until he graduated. At that time, Zhuotai would undeniably be the number 1 of his batch. If he graduated with this identity from Huanghai Military Academy and entered the battlefield or held a certain important position in important departments, his future was limitless. Thus, he wouldn't allow any mistakes to happen during this crucial period. However, no one expected the ultimate dark horse, Wang Ting, to appear among this batch of freshmen. First, he kicked him out of his 3rd section room, number 1, on the first day of school. This already gave him a sense of urgency. He felt that he was going to lose his position. Then, Wang Ting defeated more than 10 second-year students. There were many outstanding students among them. Although these people were defeated by him too, times had changed. Wang Ting was just a first-year student, but he managed to achieve something he had only completed half a year after he entered university. This comparison caused his value to plunge down. Even a freshman was stronger than him. How could he remain the number 1 of his batch? He felt that in the hearts of his instructors and president, Wang Ting had a higher position than him. However, Zhuotai wouldn't admit defeat so easily. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was able to suppress Wang Ting, the number 1 of the freshmen. The collision between the number 1 of the freshmen and the number 1 of the second year. The news spread like wildfire. The hype was being built up to an all-time high. In the cafeteria, along the paths, everyone was talking about this matter. It swept through the entire school like a tornado. In the martial arts club. The martial arts club took an entire building. There were many facilities inside, like training grounds, office areas, resting areas, and many others. Everything here belonged to the martial arts club. There were 5 levels in the building. At this moment, in a meeting room on the highest floor, a few young figures were gathered together. "Old Zhuang, why did you gather us together when there's nothing asked a rough-looking young man casually. That's right. If you're free, why don't you go and complete a few missions? Another pretty young lady with a hint of viciousness in her gaze opened her mouth. A refined-looking young man wearing a pair of glasses tried to smooth things over. All right, the two of you, stop talking. Since old Zhuang called us over, he must have something to discuss. TSK, that fellow likes to follow behind old Zhuang and bootlick him. The rough-looking Cheng Wu pouted in disdain. Pfft. The people in the room tried their best to suppress their laughter. However, some of them failed in their attempts and burst out laughing. The young man wearing glasses, Fan Bowen, frowned instantly. His expression was ugly. Although he knew that Cheng Wu was a gangster and had a big mouth, flames of anger still flared in his heart when he heard his words. This bastard was so irritating. The young man sitting on the host's seat was resting with closed eyes. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Cheng Wu calmly. Cheng Wu shrunk his neck uncontrollably. Cheng Wu, if you don't shut your mouth, I will drag you to the actual combat room for a good training session. I think Cheng Wu has forgotten the past lessons. He wants to get a beating again, everyone teased. Damn it, you are the one who wants to get a beating. Your entire family is asking for a beating. Cheng Wu immediately flared up in anger when he heard this. However, the next second, he looked at Zhuang He guiltily and scratched his head. Old Zhuang, I'm just joking to liven up the atmosphere. I won't do it again. Don't you have something to say since you called us all over today? Go ahead, go ahead. Cheng Wu, aren't you unyielding? Why are you scared now? The lady who spoke before didn't forget to poke a finger at him. Bullshit, I'm just following my heart. Don't you know what following your heart means? Cheng Wu started talking nonsense without blushing at all. Cough, cough. When he noticed that the people below were still bickering, Zhuang He coughed. Hey old Zhuang, you're coughing. Your body is a little weak. Why don't you train your physique with me? You can have a body full of muscles like me. Cheng Wu gave a bodybuilder pose and raised his eyebrows at Zhuang He. Disgusting. This was too disgusting. Everyone felt their hair standing when they saw Cheng Wu's expression. If they could, they wanted to push that disgusting face on the ground and rub it. Cheng Wu, when the meeting ends, stay back. It looks like I haven't educated you for too long. How dare you climb on top of me? Zhuang He said indifferently. The moment Cheng Wu finished speaking, he regretted it. He couldn't control his mouth. When he heard Zhuang He asking him to stay back, his heart dropped. He felt goosebumps on his body, and his eyelids kept jumping. He slapped his mouth and said hurriedly, Don't. Boss Zhuang, brother Zhuang, you know my big mouth. I can't control myself. Please be benevolent and forgive me, humph. Zhuang He replied with a snort. Then, he ignored the boorish fellow and glanced around the room. This time, I called you over to take a look at the freshman recruitment list done by Chen Su and Yang Lin. We will make a decision together. He pointed at Chen Su and Yang Lin with his chin. Chen Su distributed the photocopied versions of the name list to everyone. Everyone turned quiet. They started looking through the list together. Zhuang He wasn't in a hurry. He sat on his seat quietly and placed his elbow on the handle. He rested his chin on the back of his hand and waited lazily for the people to finish reading. Around 10 minutes later, everyone put down the name list one after another. These freshmen are all very talented. Fan Bowen was the first to speak. Chin Su said, They are all students with good potential. Some of them are still a little uncertain, so we need to examine them again. There are many factors to consider for the recruitment of the martial arts club. We can't do things haphazardly. The two of you did a good job, Zhuang He nodded and said. However, is the top student of the freshman cohort really so impressive? Cheng Wu pointed to the first page of the list. It was Wang Ting's information. He has already defeated 16 second-year students. Soon, he will be challenging the number 1 second-year student, Zhuo Tai. I feel that he is strong enough to enter our martial arts club. There's no reason for us to reject the freshman with the most potential, right? Yang Lin asked. Look at how agitated you are. I didn't say that I don't want him. This is my first time seeing such a fierce freshman, so I'm a little curious. Qing Wu shrugged. Xia Qiu, the pretty lady with a vicious gaze, said, I recently heard of this freshman, and am a little curious too. Isn't he going to fight with Zhuotai? Let's go and take a look, shall we? Include me. Qing Wu smiled. We want to take a look too. He's just a freshman. What's there to look at? Why don't we just go and do missions? That Zhuotai is looking for trouble out of nothing. Why is he challenging a freshman? Isn't he lowering his status? No matter who wins, he will be the one getting embarrassed. That's not true. Almost all the outstanding second-year students were defeated. If Zhuotai doesn't act, others might think that he's afraid of Wang Ting. This will harm his reputation even more. All in all, the second year couldn't resist the temptation of the military title. That's how things got to this state. In the end, they just couldn't take care of the matter and end it properly, Xia Qiu said in contempt. If I was a one-star soldier-level martial warrior, I'd not be able to control myself either. I'd have challenged him too. Qing Wu said. The president dug a bottomless pit for the second year. The president probably didn't expect things to end up in this state either. At the same time, at the dean's office, a similar discussion was ongoing. Tong Hu, Su Jing, and the other three heads, as well as the first-year instructors, were all gathered here. Everyone expressed their astonishment at Wang Ting's performance. They had never seen such an outstanding freshman who was able to defeat the second-year students until they couldn't retaliate at all. Zhuotai is the top second-year student of our battle faculty. Last year, he was way ahead of his batch. The appearance of Wang Ting is a huge threat to him, one of the instructors of the battle faculty said. Be content. Wang Ting belongs to your battle faculty too. You must be secretly happy that a freshman with such huge potential entered your battle faculty, an instructor from the command faculty said with jealousy. The instructor from the battle faculty sighed. That's why I find it a pity. When two tigers fight, one is sure to lose. If Zhuotai loses, the blow to him might be bigger, an instructor from the Dan faculty said. I don't think so. I feel that this is where Wang Ting's winning streak will end. He can't defeat Zhuotai, chimed in an instructor from the smithery faculty. That might not be the case, the head of the battle faculty, Tong Hu, suddenly jumped in. A sly look flashed in his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He seemed very interested in Wang Ting. This Wang Ting hides his ability really well. He even fooled the president. The head of the command faculty, Su Jing, sniggered. Then, he shook his head in pity. Don't mind me. Someone with such good potential should come to my command faculty. Look at how many people he fooled. It shows that he's full of wits and wisdom. He's really compatible with my command faculty. Then, he couldn't help but sigh. The bitterness on his face showed how much regret he had for losing a talent. What do you mean by full of wits and wisdom? Do you mean scheming? The other four heads immediately scoffed. Ha ha ha, I like this fellow more and more. Good people have short lives, but bad people live much longer. The longer you live, the further you can go and the stronger you can become. He definitely belongs to my battle faculty. Tong Hu laughed loudly. His laughter was deafening, and he sounded very proud. The next day, past 9 a.m., the freshmen had just ended a round of training and were resting in the stadium. There were a bunch of students gathered around Wang Ting and were chatting continuously. Brother Ting, are you confident about your battle in the afternoon? Ho Pingliang couldn't help but ask. This is not about having confidence or not. I defeated most of the second year. If I don't defeat their last hope, they won't let me go, Wang Ting said proudly. You're right. Ho Pingliang realized that he didn't know how to reply to him. Many people said that Zhuotai is very strong. Ever since becoming a martial warrior, he has never suffered any defeat. Brother Ting, it might be a difficult battle for you, Lu Shu said. I'll only find out about that after I fight with him. There's no use thinking about it now. We will cross the bridge when we come to it. Wang Ting lay down on the grass and looked up at the sky. He was a little helpless. He felt that ever since he entered Huanghai Military Academy, he was always led by the nose. It was frustrating just thinking about it. Do they really think that I'm weak? I don't care if you're the president or not. If you provoke me, I will flip the table you've prepared. Wang Ting thought furiously. All of this was happening because President Ping Yuanshan had dug a hole for him. He didn't know what the president's intention was, but he was very unhappy. Time passed. Soon it was 12 noon. The stadium was packed with people. This time, even more spectators had come. Zhuotai was a famous guy, and many people had high hopes for him. As for Wang Ting, he was a promising youth and was astonishing too. The battle between these two would definitely attract everyone's attention. It wasn't just the second-year students. Many third-year and fourth-year seniors were here. Qing Wu, Xia Qiu, and many people from the martial arts club came to the stadium. They occupied a corner of the spectators' stand. From above, they were able to see the situation in the arena clearly. Some instructors were also interested in this battle. They were at the stadium. It's Mr. Liu from the battle faculty. He came. That's Mr. Chun from the command faculty and Mr. Lin from the smithery faculty. Huh, is that Zhuotai's instructor? Which one? Which one? That one, the one in white who looks around 40 years old. I think he's Zhuotai's instructor. I heard that he spent much effort to groom Zhuotai since he was in his first year. He treated Zhuotai as the biggest glory of his instructor career. As they were talking, they turned to look at the middle-aged instructor walking over from outside the crowd. There were 3 other instructors behind him. They looked like they were here to create trouble. Why is Zhuotai's instructor here? One of the first-year instructors on the spectators' stand frowned and said, "It looks like he cares a lot about this battle. Even so, as an instructor, it's inappropriate for him to interfere with the battle between the students. Since he's already here, there's no use talking about this anymore. Zhuotai has already come. Why isn't Wang Ting here?" Impatient voices were ringing in the crowd. Maybe he's scared? Nonsense. If you don't know what to say, then don't speak. Wang Ting defeated almost all your second-year students. Why will he be afraid? Are the freshmen now all so arrogant? Shall I teach you what respect is? Do you think that you can step on top of me just because you have Wang Ting? One second-year student frowned angrily. He glared at the freshman who just spoke. Why can't I say it? If you're so powerful, go and look for Wang Ting. Why are you targeting martial disciples like us? The freshman was a little guilty, but he still raised his chest and stepped forward. Even if he lost, he mustn't lose his dignity. Who was afraid of who? Chapter 180. Battle of Winning and Losing and Life and Death. The main party hadn't arrived, but the first-year and second-year students were already quarreling. Daggers were drawn, and a fight seemed imminent. Everyone quiet. Don't you know what's discipline? The instructors at the side couldn't stand it anymore and scolded them. The students from the 2 sides lost their air at once. The second-year students glared at the freshmen and turned around to leave. Why are they so arrogant? Let's see if you can still be so arrogant when Zhuotai loses later, the new students muttered softly. They were unwilling to back down. Look, Wang Ting is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone turned and saw Wang Ting strolling over from afar. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. In fact, the others were more anxious for him. Why are you so late? Our Zhuotai waited a long time for you, some second-year lady said angrily. That's right. You have no sense of time at all, another second-year lady complained. Zhuotai was actually quite popular. Wang Ting was a little dumbfounded. Isn't it 12 noon? He looked at the time on his wristwatch and said, There's still 1 minute before noon. Early, you know. You! The ladies didn't know what to say. Senior sisters, please don't block my way. Your idol Zhuotai is still waiting for me, Wang Ting said. The second-year ladies felt embarrassed when their thoughts got seen through by Wang Ting. They turned to look at Zhuotai's expression. As expected, they saw him frowning. He seemed a little unhappy, so they quickly cleared the path. Wang Ting took the chance and weaved his way through the ladies. No one stopped him anymore, so he reached the arena without any hiccups. Everyone was looking at him, and the atmosphere was tense. Wang Ting walked up the arena and scanned the place. He saw Chen Su and Yang Lin standing at the edge of the arena. They nodded at Wang Ting. Chen Su glanced at Zhuotai and said, Wang Ting, the battle today is different from the past. A challenge letter means a fight of life and death. Hence, I have to ask you one question. Are you willing to take part in this battle? Zhuotai has already reached the peak of 1-star soldier level, and his battle power is nothing to scoff at. He's more powerful than the challengers you faced before. You need to consider this carefully. As a freshman, you have the right to reject the battle. If you choose to give up now, no one will stop you. A fight of life and death? Wang Ting couldn't help but raise his head to look at Zhuotai. His expression was calm. He didn't seem to be taking this battle to heart. Wang Ting had agreed to this battle. My student wouldn't force anyone. The person who spoke was Zhuotai's instructor. Chen Su frowned. He looked at the middle-aged instructor below the arena as well as the instructors behind him. This seemed a little tricky. Seriously, why are the instructors interfering with the duels between students? Chen Su wondered to himself. He felt his head hurt. Instructor Chen didn't threaten anyone, but since he had opened his mouth, it meant that he was on Zhuotai's side. This implied something a little different. Wang Ting looked at the instructor unconsciously with no expressions on his face. While Chen Su was in a dilemma, a calm voice came from the spectator's stand. Instructor Chen, are you interfering with the job of our martial arts club? When the voice was heard, the surroundings turned quiet. Zhuotai's instructor turned around and saw Zhuang. He sitting on the spectator's stand with a gentle smile on his face. His legs were crossed in front of him. The instructor also saw Qing Wu and the others beside him. The sight made him frown uncontrollably. Zhuang He, you're really commanding. An instructor behind Instructor Chen sneered. He seemed a little unsatisfied. I don't have the guts to command you. But this is the rule. If you feel that it's inappropriate, you can talk to the school or those bosses that have left the martial arts club. I think that they will give you a satisfying answer, Zhuang He replied indifferently. As the top club in Huanghai Military Academy, many outstanding students had been in the martial arts club before. After these students graduated, most of them gained astonishing achievements. Many of them were real bosses in the world now. You could say that the martial arts club was an interest-based community. It acted as a vital link bonding the bosses of the different industries. When there was a need, everyone was on the same side, so they would naturally offer their help without stepping out of bounds. They couldn't let anyone break the rules of the martial arts club. Once that happened, the martial arts club would be an empty title only. The instructors knew this too. Talk to those bosses? Were they looking for a beating? Zhuang He smiled. He didn't force them and instead looked at Wang Ting in the arena. He said, Wang Ting, have you thought about it? Don't worry, no one dares to force you. Thank you, senior. Wang Ting knew that they had good intentions, so he nodded to express his gratitude. If you don't dare, go away. Don't waste my time, Zhuotai said calmly. Enough. Zhuotai, don't get overboard. Chen Su knew that he couldn't offend the instructors, but he could suppress this second-year student. Hence, he immediately shouted coldly. Senior, I'm a member of the martial arts club too. Aren't you being too biased? Zhuotai looked at Chen Su. He wouldn't take it lying down. You know clearly whether I'm biased or not. If this was a fair battle, I wouldn't have said anything, Chen Su replied. Humph. Talk is cheap. Zhuotai snorted. He shouted at Wang Ting abruptly, Wang Ting, are you fighting or not? Humph. Don't play these small goading tricks on me. It's useless. A hint of contempt flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. He continued, but since you want to fight, let's fight. Wang Ting, have you thought about it carefully? Yang Lin asked anxiously. Zhuotai's battle record was too astonishing. Honestly, most of them felt that Wang Ting didn't have any chance of winning. Seniors, thank you for your concern. I have given it enough thought. Wang Ting smiled at Yang Lin and Chen Su. Yang Lin and Chen Su exchanged glances. They were in a neutral position, so they couldn't speak anymore. They sighed in their hearts before saying, punches are blind and blades are merciless. Both of you good luck. The two left the arena, leaving only Wang Ting and Zhuotai on the stage. You could cut the atmosphere with a knife. I just learned that a challenge letter means a battle of life and death. Wang Ting looked at Zhuotai, who was standing opposite him. Senior Zhuotai, I don't think that we have any grudges between us, right? This is at most a battle of dignity. Why do you have to choose a battle of life and death? When the other seniors challenged me, I could feel that they had no killing intent. They only wanted the military title. I thought that in university this was how fights between students were like. Today, I finally learned how naive I am. Zhuotai's gaze was sharp. He replied in a merciless tone, the battle of martial arts is a battle of winning and losing, as well as a battle of life and death. Wang Ting looked at his expression and turned silent for a moment. He shook his head. Then, he smiled. All right, I understand. Chapter 181. I accidentally break through two in the arena. Wang Ting and Zhuotai stood facing each other. Zhuotai held a battle sword in his hand. His aura was strong, and his gaze seemed to be shooting daggers. It was extremely sharp. On the other hand, Wang Ting didn't carry any weapons. He stood there in a relaxed manner, his posture seemingly full of openings. Why isn't Wang Ting taking out his weapon? Someone frowned. Where is his brick? Where are the boxing gloves? The audience was confused. His opponent was obviously very strong, but why wasn't Wang Ting bringing out any weapon? The first-year students were especially worried for him. Chen Su looked at the duo. He was puzzled why Wang Ting didn't carry a weapon, but looking at his expression, this seemed to be his plan. Feeling helpless, he shouted, "Start!" Bang! The moment he spoke, Zhuotai stepped on the ground like a lone wolf that had been staking out for a long time. He pounced on his prey right away. The moment he attacked, he formed an extremely sharp golden sword glow in the air. Clang! The sword glow pierced through the sky and rubbed against the air. A shrill metallic sound was heard. It slashed towards Wang Ting at a tricky angle. Boom! The sword hit Wang Ting's body. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. He got defeated by a single blow? They were in disbelief. No, that's just his after shadow, someone shouted. The Wang Ting that got hit slowly disappeared. It was just a lingering shadow. The real Wang Ting had already shifted less than 2 steps away. When everyone moved their attention to him again, he had turned into after shadows again and dashed towards Zhuotai. What a fast speed! His footwork has exceeded the realms of a basic battle technique. What level is his footwork at? Mastery? Presence enlightenment? Could it be some footwork force battle technique? In the spectator stands, the members of the martial arts club had slight changes in their expressions. They found it hard to believe. Zhuotai's pupils constricted viciously. His speed increased as he retreated. At this moment, Wang Ting was giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. But he didn't know that Wang Ting only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Wang Ting waved his fists. His basic battle technique was merged in every single attack. He started slamming his fists at Zhuotai without stopping. Clang! Zhuotai raised his sword to block the attack. But his entire body kept retreating because of the enormous force. His expression changed again and again. Why is he so strong? His face turned black and he was filled with disbelief. The entire stand was silent. Everyone was flabbergasted. Wang Ting is so strong that it's unrealistic. The second-year students turned pale, and their earlier swelled egos deflated. Even Zhuotai couldn't defeat Wang Ting? Damn it! Zhuotai's face turned green, and his eyes turned bloodshot from anger. He had acted aggressively and thought that he could suppress Wang Ting to prove his position and reputation as the top of the second-year cohort. In the end, this was the result. He got beaten by Wang Ting until he almost couldn't resist. How was this possible? Zhuotai was furious. He had already lost control of his emotions and mentality. He didn't hide his ability anymore. The force suppressed in his force nucleus exploded in an instant. Boom! His aura rose exponentially. He seemed to have overcome a certain barrier. What is this? The members of the martial arts club and the first-year instructors on the spectators' stand had a slight change of expression. Zhuotai suppressed his level and breakthrough during a battle. The members and the instructors had more experience than the other students, so they understood Zhuotai's plan at once. Is this where you get your confidence? This is one of the possibilities, I guess. Wang Ting stopped. He didn't choose to attack at this moment. Instead, he watched the other party as he broke through. In a short span of time, Zhuotai completed his breakthrough. He completed his transformation from a peak 1-star soldier-level martial warrior into a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. Actually, this process was extremely short. Normal martial warriors might not be able to react in time. However, Wang Ting had the time to interrupt Zhuotai's leveling up process. He just didn't choose to do it. Wang Ting, I admit that you are very strong, but I'm at 2-star soldier level now. How can you fight with me? Although Zhuotai's aura was still unstable, he was delighted. He laughed uncontrollably. Zhuotai achieved his breakthrough. This is great. This time, we can finally keep the reputation of our second year. The second-year students were elated. They started cheering loudly. However, at this moment, boom! Another aura belonging to a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior rose in the arena. In fact, it was slightly stronger than Zhuotai's. This presence came from Wang Ting. Gasp! The cheers stopped abruptly. The second-year students were like ducks who got strangled by their neck. Their mouths were opened, but they couldn't make any sounds. Zhuotai suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. His laughter got cut off halfway. He seemed to have choked himself, and he started coughing uncontrollably. His entire face turned red because of the coughing fit. I'm sorry. I accidentally broke through too. Wang Ting said innocently. Since both of us advanced, let's continue fighting. As he spoke, he didn't give Zhuotai any time to react. With a loud explosion, he shot out like a cannon and flew towards the other party. Come on! Zhuotai's expression turned distorted as he clutched his battle sword tightly. Force congregated on the sword, turning into a frightening and sharp sword glow. I don't believe that my breakthrough after a long period of accumulation will lose to yours. He unleashed his attack. He attacked later, but it arrived first. The golden sword glow engulfed Wang Ting. Boom! In the end, it slammed on the ground and created a loud explosion. White airwaves swept through the entire arena. Even the spectators below the arena had to retreat because of the strong gale. The sword aura that leaked out hurt the people's faces. In the spectator stand, The members of the martial arts club and the first-year instructors stood up hurriedly with changed expressions. Would a talent with great potential suffer a disastrous defeat just like that? The first-year students had pale faces. They were frightened by this powerful attack. Wang Ting still lost. Wang Ting, don't blame me. At this moment, Zhuotai calmed down instead. He said softly, "It isn't just about the fight of dignity between us. It's a battle of martial arts paths. Your appearance didn't just make me lose my third section room number 1 dormitory. For an ordinary student like me with an ordinary background, the school's resources are everything I have. Today, if I lose to you, my resources will dwindle. At first, the resources that are enough for me to become a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior will be cut to less than half. At that time, it will be hard for me to even become a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. My life will be limited by my breakthrough. I will never allow this to happen." Zhuotai looked up and was preparing to enjoy the feeling of victory he hadn't felt in a long time. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure charged out from the airwaves. Wang Ting's expressionless face zoomed in continuously in his eyes. Boom! Zhuotai was dumbfounded. It was as if his chest got hit by a mountain, and the battle sword in his hand was snatched. He couldn't help but fly back. What resources? I don't care. However, if you want to step on me to move forward, then I'm sorry. I will make sure you fall into an abyss. Oh, right. Your blade isn't sharp enough. Let me show you what sword skill really is. Wang Ting held Zhuotai's battle sword and spoke in a calm tone. Show some mercy, Instructor Chen shouted anxiously. Wang Ting ignored him. He stood on the spot and waved the sword casually. The sword glow rose into the sky as he doled out his attack. Didn't you say that it was a battle of winning and losing, as well as life and death? Chapter 182. Sword Presence. When the sword glow shot out, everyone's expression changed. What a powerful sword aura! Wang Ting is skilled in sword skills too. That is a lethal attack. Is he too ruthless? What you said isn't right. Once Zhuotai gave the challenge letter, it wasn't a simple matter of winning or losing anymore. It's about life and death. There's no such thing as ruthlessness. You're right. Zhuotai's instructor's expression changed abruptly, and he uncontrollably took a step forward. He knew that Zhuotai couldn't withstand this attack. However, the 3 instructors behind him pulled him back. Old Chen, you can't interfere. This is taboo. Do you want to get thrown out? Instructor Chen's friends persuaded him hurriedly. They were afraid that he would make rash decisions. Boom! A loud explosion came from the arena. A figure landed and stumbled back. It was Zhuotai. At the moment, an aura was gushing out of his body. It looked like a sharp sword. It collided with Wang Ting's sword and blocked his attack. He didn't get hurt. This is? The audience was dumbstruck. Sword presence. Some experienced students immediately realized something and exclaimed in surprise. Zhuotai actually comprehended sword presence. The instructors were shocked too. Zhuotai was full of surprises. He managed to comprehend sword presence under the threat of death. Ha ha ha! Instructor Chen's emotions turned from despair to astonishment to happiness. This fight was a roller coaster ride, and he was laughing uncontrollably now. Good, good, good. As expected of my disciple. The members of the martial arts club were also amazed. Zhuang He complimented Zhuotai. He's indeed the top student of his batch. He does have some ability. But Wang Ting is in danger now. Xia Qiu scoffed. Both of them advanced to 2-star soldier level not long ago. Sword presence will be the ultimate deciding factor. Whether they have comprehended sword presence or not makes a huge difference, Fan Bowen said. Ho Pingliang and the freshmen turned pale. They felt that Wang Ting had no chance of winning anymore. The tides had turned too quickly. A second ago, it was a definite win. How did it become like this in a blink of an eye? He could still admit defeat now. Lu Shu gasped and said in a low voice. Based on the current situation, Zhuotai won't show any mercy. The only method is to admit defeat, Song Shuheng said with a serious expression. Unfortunately, they couldn't affect Wang Ting's decision. No outsiders were supposed to interfere with a martial arts duel. Just now, when Zhuotai's instructor shouted, he had already crossed the line. Someone would definitely look for him after this duel. In the arena, Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. He sized up the sword presence on Zhuotai's body with interest and muttered to himself, "Interesting." Zhuotai looked at Wang Ting. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and his force of presence soared into the sky. "Wang Ting, you should feel proud for forcing me to this state." He then shouted, "I've already experienced your sword attack. Now, it's my turn to return the favor." He fixed his gaze and placed his palms together. The sword presence around him congregated slightly. His entire body seemed to have turned into a sharp longsword filled with battle intention. He charged towards Wang Ting. "Sword presence." Wang Ting sighed. "You forced me to reveal my trump cards again and again. You should be the one feeling proud." The moment he finished talking to himself in his heart, a scorching and sharp aura exploded out from his body too. Sword presence. It was sword presence. With a wave of the battle sword in his hand, a fiery red sword presence shot out like a cannon. Boom! When the fiery red sword presence collided with the golden sword presence in midair, sword aura spilled everywhere. It almost engulfed the entire arena. Although Wang Ting's sword presence was only half-formed, it was still more powerful than Zhuotai's sword presence. Zhuotai's sword presence was at most one-third of Wang Ting's sword presence's power. It was difficult to understand the presence of the sword. An inch of difference in understanding could cause a massive difference in the result. Immediately, the fiery red sword presence devoured the golden sword presence. No, Zhuotai couldn't believe what was happening. He was appalled and terrified as he roared loudly. Boom! However, the sword presence didn't subside, not even a little. It swallowed Zhuotai completely. Everyone was stunned. The instructors and the seniors of the martial arts club couldn't sit still anymore. Zhuotai's enlightenment of his sword presence just surprised them, but Wang Ting had astounded everyone. It was hard to believe. Wang Ting was just a freshman. Ever since the country founded martial arts faculties, very few people had managed to achieve what he had. They were undeniably the cream of the crop. Now they were already standing at the top of the world. Was Wang Ting on par with those people? The spectators below the arena were dead silent. The gale caused by the sword presence finally disappeared in the arena. Zhuotai laid horizontally on the ground without moving. He showed no signs of breathing. Silence. The surroundings sunk into an eerie silence. Many people were gathered around the arena. Yet it was so quiet that they could hear their own breathing. But, very soon, an uproar erupted. Zhuotai lost. Wang Ting understood the presence of the sword too. This is too scary. His talent is frightening. What kind of monster did our school recruit? The students were dumbstruck. They were speechless. When they looked at Wang Ting, there was a hint of respect and fear in their eyes. This Wang Ting has exceeded my expectations. Qing Wu from the martial arts club had his mouth wide open. It took a while before he could find his voice. I almost got frightened to death. Xiaqiu patted her chest. It was trembling furiously. Did you notice that he used the fire force just now? Zhuang He took a deep breath before he spoke abruptly. The remaining members were shocked. They were too amazed by Wang Ting's sword presence, so they only regained their senses after Zhuang He's reminder. Double-element martial warrior. That's right. Before this, he kept using the ice force. Now, it looks like he has been hiding his fire force all this while. In fact, his fire force is stronger than his ice force, Zhuang He said with a bitter smile. This fellow hides too well. A 2-star soldier-level martial warrior specializing in fist and palm skills has comprehended his sword presence, and is a double-element martial warrior to boot. Ching Wu and the others started counting on their fingers. Then, they looked at each other and gasped. This fellow is a monster. The heads must have been alerted already. Zhuang, he said slowly. Let them have a headache. This monster-level babe is enough to make old Tiger Tong lose his sleep. Ha ha ha. Ching Wu laughed at his faculty head's plight. Zhuang He and the others burst out laughing too. It was a happy thing that Huanghai Military Academy had managed to recruit this amazing talent. However, the higher authorities of the school would have to worry over many things now. The greater the potential of a talented student, the greater the number of their enemies. Wang Ting's path would be even more difficult. It wasn't just their enemy factions. The enemies hiding in the dark in the Xingwu continent would pop out to kill the genius in his womb. This was what they had always been doing. Both parties were like this. They maintained peace on the surface but did many evil things in the dark. Ever since the martial arts era dawned, there were many geniuses that had shocked the world. However, why were they so few powerful martial warriors? This was because most of the geniuses had turned into a pile of ashes. Chapter 183. Who's threatening who? The martial arts battle had already ended, but the people at the scene were unable to calm down for a long time. Zhuotai was the top student of the second year, but he had been forgotten by everyone at this moment. After some time, the second-year students that supported Zhuotai finally regained their senses. They looked at the unconscious Zhuotai on the ground and started to get anxious. How is Zhuotai? Is he dead? The winner is out. Hurry up and let the doctors take a look. Chen Su shouted coldly, silence. No one dared to say anything anymore. They knew that Zhuotai was in critical condition, so they shut their mouths immediately. Doctors! Chen Su shouted at the medical personnel waiting at the side. The medical workers immediately went forward to look at Zhuotai's injury. A few seconds later, the doctor shook his head and said with pity, "He's dead?" This, Chen Su glanced at Wang Ting uncontrollably. This fellow showed no mercy. The second-year students turned pale. Zhuotai, whom they placed all their hopes in, got defeated by Wang Ting. Not only that, he even lost his life. Because of this battle. A talent like him didn't die on the battlefield but was killed in school instead. Mind you, this was really sarcastic. Was it worth it? No one was able to answer this question. Some people started regretting it, but what was the use of crying over spilled milk? The person was already dead. It was useless to say anything now. An uproar erupted around the arena. The second-year students glared at Wang Ting furiously. Zhuotai's instructor leaped onto the arena and rushed towards Zhuotai. Get off! The force around him pushed the medical workers away. The poor fellows stumbled onto the ground. The medical workers were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They retreated down the arena. Instructor Chen personally checked Zhuotai's injury. There really was no hope. He raised his head and coldly glared at Wang Ting. You're good. Are you threatening me? Wang Ting suddenly smiled. I have more than one disciple. When you killed Zhuotai today, you became the archenemy of my line. We won't let you go. There will be other people challenging you in the future, Chen Xiangming said ruthlessly. Enough! Zhuang He led the members of the martial arts club and walked in the arena. He glared at Chen Xiangming sternly and said, Instructor Chen, this is too much. The martial arts club. Zhuang He. Chen Xiangming gritted his teeth and said indignantly, Do you really think that I don't dare to touch you? Try it. Usually, Zhuang He was a gentle person. But now, there was killing intent on his face as he stared at Chen Xiangming, unwilling to back down. Chen Xiangming was fuming in anger. His words might appear stubborn, but he wouldn't dare touch the martial arts club, no, even if he had an extra pair of balls. However, he couldn't back down either. If he did, he wouldn't have the face to continue teaching in the school. The instructors who came with Chen Xiangming hurriedly stepped out to be the mediator. Zhuang He, Instructor Chen, just cares about his disciple. He doesn't want to be at loggerheads with the martial arts club. Please understand each other. That's right. Zhuotai was Instructor Chen's beloved disciple. Now that he got beaten to death by Wang Ting, it's normal that he won't feel good. That's why he lost control of his emotions. Zhuang He didn't harp on the matter. He replied calmly, I can understand Instructor Chen's feelings. However, he has threatened a student in the martial arts arena. This makes things very difficult for the martial arts club. I hope that he can control himself in the future. We don't care if it happens in other places, but when my martial arts club is maintaining order, I wish that everyone will cooperate with us. His tone was calm, but he didn't hide the dominance in his words. We will. The instructor didn't seem to feel anything. They just smiled and nodded. Humph! Chen Xiangming snorted. He didn't speak anymore. He just carried Zhuotai's corpse and walked down the arena. When he walked past Wang Ting, he glanced at him eerily. Instructor Chen, right? Wang Ting suddenly called the other party out. Chen Xiangming stopped walking. He turned his head to look at him. I won't wait for your disciples to challenge me. After I look up the situation of your disciples, I will send them challenge letters one by one. Wang Ting looked at him and smiled. I'm at 2-star soldier level now. I will challenge your 2-star soldier level disciples first. When I reach 3-star, I will challenge your 3-star soldier level disciples. When I reach 4-star, I will continue to challenge your 4-star disciples. I will challenge them until I kill all of them. There was a smile at the corner of Wang Ting's lips. However, his words were ruthless and cold. How dare you? Chen Xiangming was furious. Everyone was flabbergasted. They didn't expect Wang Ting to say this. The members of the martial arts club were also astounded by Wang Ting. Zhuang He had just sent Chen Xiangming off, but Wang Ting threw another bomb again. Did he think that the trouble was not big enough? You will know whether I dare or not after trying. I never accept threats. If anyone threatens me, I will kill him. Your disciple, Zhuotai, is an example. Look, he's a corpse now, Wang Ting said indifferently. Impertinent. You're too impertinent. Some second-year students were filled with righteous indignation. If you're not convinced, prepare your school credits and continue to challenge me. I won't reject anyone as long as we're at the same level. Wang Ting looked down at the second-year students below and shouted. The students' expressions turned complicated. However, they stopped talking. Wang Ting sneered and spoke to Chen Xiangming. Instructor Chen, you're a 5-star soldier level martial warrior, right? When I reach 5-star soldier level, I will challenge you and kill you too. Impudent! Chen Xiangming shouted furiously. Do you really think you're invincible? Whether I am invincible or not is another thing. However, I will definitely challenge you, Wang Ting said. I can kill you now. Chen Xiangming suddenly calmed down and looked at him coldly. Wang Ting wasn't afraid at all. He even took a step forward and glared at Chen Xiangming with his eyes wide open. He then let out a bellow, Come, kill me! You! Chen Xiangming's face turned red. He didn't move though. When Chen Xiangming left, his face was so black that it felt as though the ink was going to seep out. He really wanted to kill Wang Ting on the spot, but he couldn't and he didn't dare. He knew that if he killed Wang Ting, he would be killed by someone the next second. No, the situation might not develop to that point. He might even be suppressed by the other instructors before he could kill Wang Ting. They wouldn't stand there and do nothing. At that time, he would die first before he could touch Wang Ting. The loss outweighed the gain. He had reached this stage of life, so he wasn't an idiot. Wang Ting dared to threaten him because he had thought of this too. But did he think that there would be others protecting him once he stepped out of school? A chilling gaze swept past his eyes. Wang Ting stared at Chen Xiangming's back as he walked further and further away. He knew that he had provoked this person today, but if he had a choice to do it again, he would still do the same thing. The other party had already threatened him. There was no room for mediation. In that case, he'd rather strike first to gain the initiative. Also, he was a bug, and he was at 3-star soldier level now. How far could level 5 be? When he thought about this, Wang Ting looked at his attributes panel. He had already picked up all the attribute bubbles dropped by Zhuotai. Chapter 184. Gains and Disposal Spirit * 24 Enlightenment * 30 Intermediate Stage Metal Talent * 5 Metal Sword Presence * 8 Metal Force * 25 These were the attribute bubbles Zhuotai had dropped just now. Wang Ting had almost figured out the pattern of how the attributes were dropped. Normally, if the person died directly, the greatest number of attribute bubbles would be dropped. If it was just a practice or a normal fight, or if he injured his opponent, there would be relatively lesser attribute bubbles. But Wang Ting wasn't a serial killer. He couldn't kill people for no reason. Hence, he relied on normal fights to accumulate his attribute. Besides this, the talent of the person who dropped the attributes would affect the number of attributes dropped. People with greater talent would drop more. It was like a wealthy person who carried money around all the time. If he accidentally dropped some money, it would definitely be a large note. Zhuotai had dropped a lot of good stuff in his attribute bubbles. There were spirit, enlightenment, and metal force attributes, and the numbers were sizable. He had picked up many of these attributes ever since he got his bug, so he was able to maintain his composure. He could proclaim loudly that he wasn't a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. However, the last 2 attribute bubbles surprised Wang Ting. Intermediate Stage Metal Talent. Wang Ting only had water, fire, and earth talent. A while ago, wood talent was added to his arsenal. Now, he had gained another metal talent, completing his collection of all 5 elements. The most important thing was, all the 5 talents were at the intermediate stage. This was a little scary. Zhuang He and the other martial arts club members were already amazed when they thought that Wang Ting was a double-element martial warrior. If they knew that Wang Ting had collated all the talents of the 5 elements and even had the 2 rare mutated talents of the wind element and poison element, their jaws would probably drop to the floor. They weren't the only ones whose jaws would drop, though. If others knew about this, their reaction wouldn't be any better. Then, there was sword presence. Metal sword presence. 8 points of metal sword presence in total. It wasn't a lot. It wasn't even 1/10 of 10%, but it allowed Wang Ting to understand the metal sword presence. Wang Ting had cultivated sword presence personally, so he knew how difficult it was to comprehend one's sword presence. That was why everyone was dumbstruck when they saw Zhuotai understanding his sword presence. But Wang Ting had received Zhuotai's attribute bubbles and immediately got enlightened. 1 step to success. The fight ended with one party dead. Everyone in the stadium had different thoughts in their minds. They didn't stay any longer and left one after another. Wang Ting returned to his dormitory. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes to feel the metal sword presence. There seemed to be a frightening golden sword glow spinning in his mind. The sharp aura cut his consciousness, making him feel as though he was personally at the scene. Sigh. Half an hour later, Wang Ting heaved a long sigh and slowly opened his eyes. There was an extremely sharp golden sword glow in his pupils. It felt real. Fire and metal. The fire element sword presence is scorching and vigorous. On the other hand, the metal sword presence is exceptionally sharp. It is able to cut through any matter. If I have to compare them, the metal sword presence is more focused on a certain point of attack. If Zhuotai had managed to enlighten his sword presence to the halfway mark and we were both on the same level, my fire element sword presence might not be able to suppress him. Wang Ting pondered to himself. Then, he smiled. But, in the end, I won. I took over the metal sword presence. The starting is always hard. I'll just have to work harder in the future and slowly deepen my understanding. Naturally, my metal sword presence will get stronger and stronger. Wang Ting and Zhuotai's battle came to an end. At the same time, the curtain also drew on the fights between him and the second-year students. The second-year students did want to regain their reputation, but the outstanding ones had already been badly defeated by Wang Ting. Temporarily, they were unable to find someone on par with Wang Ting. Based on the ability Wang Ting had displayed so far, a normal 2-star soldier-level martial warrior might not be his match. Even if the third-year 2-star soldier-level martial warriors wanted to fight with him, they had to think about it carefully. Zhuotai's ending was a warning for them. Also, Wang Ting even dared to talk back to an instructor without fear. He was obviously a hard nut to crack. If they wanted to challenge him with evil intentions in their minds, they would suffer severe consequences. When they discussed how Wang Ting had talked back to instructor Qin Xiangming, even the third-year and fourth-year seniors raised their thumbs and said, "Amazing!" and their voices would break. After this event, Wang Ting's popularity among the freshmen exploded. No one could take over his position anymore. The situation rolled bigger and bigger like a snowball. All the students and instructors were talking about it. This matter was being discussed in all the huge forums of the school, the WeChat groups of the various classes, and other messaging apps. Many people even started worshipping Wang Ting. Wang Ting had killed Zhuotai in this battle, and many people couldn't bear with this. However, as martial arts students, their thinking and perspective were different from ordinary people. This was a fair battle to begin with. Once you stepped into the arena and the battle of martial warriors started, you had to take control of your own life and death. For martial warriors, the ability was the most important thing. Unbeknownst to Wang Ting, he already had a group of fans. In the afternoon, in a certain office in the dean's office, the president, Peng Yuanshan, the 5 heads of the faculties, and the higher authorities of the school were all seated inside. They were discussing the life and death battle that took place in the afternoon. Peng Yuanshan was having a headache now. He rubbed his eyebrows and sighed secretly. This stupid brat, Wang Ting, has created such a huge and troublesome matter for me. He had tricked Wang Ting and used the military title he promised him as the reward of the challenge because he wanted to suppress Wang Ting's arrogant personality. He wanted Wang Ting to know that there were people stronger and more powerful than him. This was the norm. Most of the schools would think of ways to fool their freshmen. They would take special care of the specially gifted ones to prevent them from overestimating themselves and not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. This was to prevent them from offending people they shouldn't when they went out to explore the world and getting crippled or beaten to death by these people. Even if Wang Ting's military title got snatched, Peng Yuanshan wouldn't let him suffer. He would definitely compensate him in the future. Who knew that Wang Ting was so outrageous? He was also sly and evil. He revealed his ability little by little, making a fool of the second-year students. They only knew how powerful Wang Ting was after all the outstanding students got beaten by him. By this time, the matter had already gone out of hand. Also, Zhuotai and his instructor. "I feel pity for Qin Xiangming," someone exclaimed just at the right moment. "After all these years, he still hasn't overcome that obstacle." Another school leader shook his head and said, He got scared out of his wits on the battlefield that year. After he returned, he couldn't walk out of it. Instead, his martial arts willpower got worn away gradually. This is why he's stuck at the 5-star soldier level and needs to rely on his students to snatch resources." Someone was angry at his uselessness. His martial arts path is gone. If not, he wouldn't have allowed Zhuotai to go for a life-and-death battle. Chen Xiangming might have added fuel to the fire, but if Zhuotai hadn't agreed, it would have been useless. All in all, it was Zhuotai's own choice. It was rare to see life-and-death battles in school, especially in a military academy. Many students would enter the battlefield in the future, so they might be comrades. Hence, it was rare for them to face each other in a life-or-death battle. The second-year students that challenged Wang Ting at the start were more logical. They only wanted to challenge him, and had no intention of killing him. Instructor Chen Xiangming was an exception. When he returned from the battlefield back then, he had experienced some things that broke down his mentality. Over time, his martial arts willpower was sanded off gradually. All these years, he had been immersed in his crooked ways, unable to extricate himself. This wasn't illegal, but it just wasn't that upright. He relied on loopholes to seek resources. This time, he was probably forced into a corner by Wang Ting. He had spent many resources on Zhuotai to groom him into who he was today. He had placed all his hopes on him. Also, he used his own fortune to get half of these resources. Zhuotai didn't disappoint Chen Xiangming either. He displayed outstanding talent, so the school also distributed many resources to him appropriately. He had benefited greatly in the end. But, for a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior, these resources weren't enough. However, based on Zhuotai's progression, his future would have been glamorous. He had a bright future ahead. Once Zhuotai attained a high position in society, Chen Xiangming would then receive the real return of the favor. Unfortunately, his plan got disrupted by Wang Ting. Hence, Chen Xiangming became angry from shame and lost control of his emotions on the spot. He even threatened Wang Ting. You could say that as humans, anyone could make mistakes. But, the other instructors in the school wouldn't do this. If they didn't even have this tolerance level, they didn't have the right to become instructors of Huanghai Military Academy. Also, people who had reached their stage in life mostly had strong martial arts willpower. They had their own pride and wouldn't fight with the students for their own interests. As for the life-and-death battle, there was nothing to say about it. There would always be someone getting injured or killed in a martial warrior's battle. There's no right and wrong in a martial arts battle. If you lose, you can't blame anyone. Everyone understood this logic. Hence, they didn't think that Wang Ting had done anything wrong when he killed Zhuotai. Peng Yuanshan looked at the people below who were discussing without a conclusion. He opened his mouth and said, "All right, please tell me your opinions of how we should deal with Chen Xiangming's problem." The leaders of the school turned quiet. "Why don't we abolish his instructor's title?" One of the leaders hesitated and said, "It seems a bit too much to abolish his title instantly, right? Chen Xiangming has been our school's instructor for many years. He at least deserves to be credited for his effort." Another school leader couldn't bear to go ahead with this suggestion. "He has threatened a student in public. This matter can be big or small. On a more serious note, it gives our instructors an awful image. It has pulled down the credibility of our instructors. This isn't a good thing for the entire teaching faculty in our school," the dean of students said slowly. "Aren't you exaggerating a little?" Old Qian's words make sense. On my way here, I've already heard many freshmen questioning our instructors. Everyone sighed. They knew that there was no turning back for Chen Xiangming's punishment. As expected, Peng Yuanshan said, "How about this? We will keep Chen Xiangming's instructor title and send him to the Xingwu continent's battlefield for half a year. His punishment half a year later will depend on his performance." The meeting has ended. After he finished speaking, Peng Yuanshan stood up immediately and left the office room. The leaders at the scene wanted to ask Peng Yuanshan how he was going to deal with Wang Ting. After all, Wang Ting had displayed extremely frightening talent. The school should place high importance on him. "Oh right, I have already informed the principal about Wang Ting. We will calm him down first and decide how to deal with him after the principal returns." Peng Yuanshan turned around and said to them when he reached the door. Then, he left in huge strides. "He has already informed the principal." Everyone was dumbfounded. They discussed in low voices before getting up to leave. All of them had different thoughts in their minds. At 5 p.m. that day, the school announced its punishment for Chen Xiangming. Many students saw Chen Xiangming leaving the school in a military pickup truck. His face was as white as a sheet as he drove away. The Xingwu Continent battlefield. This was the first time many freshmen heard these few words, much less seeing the battlefield with their eyes. Battlefield. They knew what kind of place it was just by hearing the word. Also, from Chen Xiangming and the seniors' expressions, it wasn't difficult to tell that the Xingwu Continent battlefield was more dangerous and frightening than they had imagined. The school actually gave Chen Xiangming such a massive punishment. At first, many freshmen were questioning the credibility of the school's instructors. They felt that Chen Xiangming broke the teacher's ethics when he threatened a student. Many people felt worried. But now, the freshmen had witnessed the school's attitude towards this issue firsthand. He was sent to the Xingwu Continent battlefield. Wang Ting was in deep thought as all kinds of guesses appeared in his mind. The school had interfered in this matter and sent Chen Xiangming to the Xingwu Continent battlefield. They gave Wang Ting an answer. At first, Wang Ting said that he wanted to challenge Chen Xiangming's students, but now, it was a bit difficult for him to do that. "If they don't offend me, I don't have to give them a challenge letter. But I'll still challenge them. If not, they will think that I'm easy to bully." Wang Ting thought to himself. "If they still come and offend me, the school can't blame me for having a life-or-death duel with them." The next day, the last day of the military training ended. The freshmen were exhausted. They dragged their tired bodies as though they were tortured viciously. Fortunately, the school gave them 2 days of rest to recuperate. The official lessons would only start after that. Huanghai Military Academy had close management. The freshmen could only stay in school. They couldn't go out. Fortunately, there were many entertainment facilities in school to allow the students to enjoy themselves in adversity. Also, many freshmen had already started cultivating. They didn't waste any time. They were probably stimulated by Wang Ting. So many of the freshmen silently decided that they must become martial warriors as soon as possible. Even if they couldn't be on par with Wang Ting, they mustn't lag by a huge distance. Hence, the small number of credits the freshmen received after their military training were all used in various training rooms. The school had many high-class training facilities, and they were very specialized, offering great help for a person's cultivation. Besides the fact that credits were needed for each use, there was nothing to complain about. Wang Ting was happy too. When the freshman went for training, he would go and pick up attribute. He could save his credits and get a huge number of free attribute bubbles. What a good life! Brother Ting, you are already a 2-star martial warrior. Can you rest a little? Can you give us a chance? That's right. Why don't you go back and sleep for 2 days? Give us some time to catch up with you. Ho Pingliang and his friends looked at Wang Ting, who was heading to the training rooms with them. Their expressions were bitter, feeling as if their lives were hopeless. What was the scariest thing on earth? The people more outstanding than you working harder than you? Wrong. The scariest thing was you thought that he was a genius, you thought that he worked very hard, but he was actually a bug. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.